In any case, apparently, Empty Dreams is only going to be here for the best of one, but then Empty Dreams has something coming
Hopefully, bitrate's okay today, because I didn't contact my ISP, because, you know, I can't walk.
What I'm taking from info I just heard. So
hopefully that's okay, but we're in
the challenger match. But
I missed draft.
Well,
I was watching draft, but I didn't stream draft. I was uploading a YouTube video. New YouTube video.
I want to see him come back and play. I was kind of sad to see him actually drop out. To be fair, it did feel like
I ended up doing the ABL video this week because he's playing in R1 this week, so it actually made more sense. I was gonna do it around the Guildlock tournament because in case a EU team like Leviathan played in it, but it ended up making more sense to do it this week.
Kind of similar to, I think, like players like Fargareco did the same thing, which is why like you only see Fearless Furies.
Hams
when you have, like,
and Sneaky Team. So Sneaky Team is OC's new team with Rake, Weat, Mazaji, Wiki, and Captain. So a couple old EU pros or like fringe EU pros on this team. Especially Rake and Mazaji. And they actually beat Leviathan 2-1 in the qualifier match to play in this. So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Draft up though super interesting. Holiday gets banned first. And Billy. And then Silver didn't go picked in the top 6 and then got banned second phase. So
quite a long time, ZP.
Biggest interesting things happening in draft there.
Yeah, actually, I was just playing game.
Rem went last pick.
He's taking a bit of a break right now, from what I understand.
And then Abrams, GT, Doorman were top 3 for Sneaky Team.
But let's talk about the game as is.
Is Silver like S tier? I would not say so anymore. I would say she's probably like high A tier now.
About to talk about the Bebop Midnight, and we just
the alt nerf, alt healing being taken away has hurt her quite a bit.
But in terms of who's playing,
cannot sustain your damage as much. You can't just like W key at you.
Although I guess one thing that's interesting is that you got Empty Dreams in the pocket, Arzo on the Ven.
I mean, yeah, Arzo's been playing the M1 carry for them for the last few weeks. I think
Furnace went top 3 for Hams as well. They first picked Pocket and then went into Furnace Venator
for the team, but that's also been in correlation with Together playing like a front
bit of it
line,
interesting,
like a Billy or something like that. So it's not too surprising to see that, but it's been a long time since I feel like we've seen Together Shiv, and I think sometimes people forget how damn good he was at it. I mean, there was a game that we were casting when One Man Bombshell where he went like 16-0 and just absolutely decimated Buffenjors back then. Obviously, Buffenjors did win the whole thing at the finals, but very, very good Shiv player. I think for me, it's about how is Infernus going to play, because it's not
watching
very
NA streams too.
These days, though,
a lot of teams are playing double carry now again.
Some scrims recently.
I mean, Infernus, I think, has been
like Infernus Venator or like Mirage Venator. It's like essentially if you're picking Venator, you can play other carries with the Venator. Because Venator is like a pretty good P2.
You know, be annoying to actually go after. Like at first, isn't a hero
like
that
you can go,
dies super easily. So
even I saw a fucking
consistency on top of the
FPS launch scrim where they went Venator, Mirage, and Geist. I was like, damn. So they went triple, and then Pierre said they were going triple carry into double front line, which I thought was interesting.
A very strong lane, can do a lot of damage. You get poked down quite low.
Right, Rem's on his box shit.
Picked off, especially up against like the
on his tunnel shit.
I think actually I don't know. I think it's pretty decently matched.
They're gonna let Infernus solo farm on this red side. Okay.
Do a lot of poke. But what I want to see mostly is.
Would not be shocked if this is like a hybrid Infernus from Sonya. It could just be Path though, because they do have the Venator, and Pocket does quite a bit of gun damage. Paradox, so it could just be Path Furnace. But I'm starting to think people are big on the hybrid Infernus shit.
Like AAA S+ tier.
We hacked a barrier rush from Together, by the way. Hilarious into a Bebop. Bebop,
no,
GT, I guess.
Fair though, is like even from the eye test, GT, we don't usually win with the hook sneakiness coming out of Mazaji.
Sneakiness.
Maybe enough for the kill, maybe not, but you know those are the types of plays you have to go for on Bebop to create opportunities. And you know, as you look at how this team comp has performed, Sneaky Team, you need to be seeing more of that from Mazaji as the game goes on. But taking a look
back to the GT point. If you can, I wanted to actually finish the conversation if we can, because I think it's a little bit unfair to measure all GTs against Cosmetical, but he kind of has become the standard of what an excellent GT is.
Well, I just think GT is like really.
Rem comes back and Infernus ends up diving the fucking Abrams. Jesus, get shit on.
Falling on the other end, but
I really like these top 3 from him though. Like yeah, so this is gonna be hybrid Infernus. A lot of people are doing like the Headhunter recharging rust stuff on Infernus, which I think is pretty fucking good. You can also go like Mystic Shot instead of recharge. But Headhunter is just, I feel like a lot of people are just. The item's just been overtuned. Like it's just such a good item.
plus 70.
And then people just kind of get bored of building it, but it's just, I would say it's just the best 3200 gun by a wide margin.
You're at 15 minutes and you have 0 stacks.
Especially on heroes that you already have built-in sustain with, right? Ivy, Infernus, Wraith.
Depending on where your stacks are at any given point. But right now, I mean, we finally see OSES able to chime back in, get a kill into Arzo, because it was a pretty decent lead for Abrahams here 5 minutes in. 2K at the moment, was 3K before.
Oh, big
We're
sleep.
seeing this right lane have some
Will
strong
Dorman
domination right now to Sonya and Saint together.
Oh, it gets the fucking ignite off. Nice.
But Matt is putting in work here, punishing Weap.
Sonya's stomping.
Tough start for Sneaky Team as far as how some of these skirmishes have gone down. Still not out of sight, but the problem is that as we kind of step in the draft, Sneaky Team
did end up getting both buffs. Movement and gun, not like the greatest. Movement on Paradox is pretty good, but gun on Rem's kind of funny. The fact that it's with the Infernus, who's already like giga ahead and hard shoving now, does help. You're gonna be dueling, getting your gun trades off.
Pressure comes in for Weap is now.
I feel like Captain should not be fucking doing this. No, yeah, Captain's just dead, by the way. I don't know why I thought he could ever go in there.
The rest of Barrel was a good pickup here for Sneaky Team to deal with him, but
all right, they're gonna get a 6-minute Guardian on this right side. This is dream scenario for the Infernus.
I mean, this 5K
guys dies. Oh my god, Sneaky Team's kind of getting rolled. They're getting a little rolled.
This is bad. This is all sorts of bad because it's not just the Sneaky Team is getting run over a bit in lane right now, Jason. It's that their team comp is not built to actually play significantly from behind. This is the team comp that needs to get ahead early.
Like the extra health buy from Paradox into the Bebop.
To say this is a bit of a disaster would be an understatement. This is the Headhunter.
Headhunter comes in for Sonya, yep. So again, the idea with the Headhunter is the balance, right? Like you do a lot of damage, you also do like burst damage. Like you're gonna do burst damage when you hit the headshot and sustain, right? Like if you get ahead and you have Headhunter, it feels so fucking good, man, because you have sustain and you can match damage or do more damage since you're accelerated. It's just so strong, so strong. It doesn't feel as good when you get behind. I think that's the counter argument against it, but they're up 8K at 7 minutes, so I think it's the right buy.
Approaching a 10K lead here, 7 minutes in ZP. Stat check territory in full effect.
Yeah, I mean, also you kind of look at this to wonder, okay, you're GT, how are you gonna get stacks right now? Like you've already, you know, the game is.
Yeah, true, actually.
8.7K.
Also into a Geist.
At the beginning, and
into a Geist, Bebop, GT. All these heroes that like want to get ahead or need to like snowball.
Pretty profound here at the beginning, and
not looking good. Not looking good.
Literally, we're able to take down Leviathan at 2-1, but when you're a brand new team and there's just inefficiencies, you know, perhaps in communication or, you know, players haven't played together as much, it's just easy to fall behind and deadlock and have things snowball against you. And, you know, now for Sneaky Team, they're really going to have to find a way to bring things back in their favor. Nap time.
Nap time.
From Saints. We're here on the left. And, you know, really just making space for another Guardian take.
All right. Abraham's going to go up 3-0 Guardians here.
It's Abraham's, man. They've tried and tested for such a long time now. One of our longest setting teams.
That's farming the fuck out of this Mystic Shot on the Guardian.
And they just know how to run away with the game on you. I mean, Sonic, he'd just be left alone on the right-hand side. And who can stop him? Like, who is going to stop him from taking
Oh, this guy's going to have cloak, by the way. Oh, that's really not good.
Like the flame dash on Walker.
He fucked up his dash. He dashed right into the wall.
You have to send
okay, bit of a get back.
Right now, Into Dreams, he's
waste of infliction, too.
A much-needed kill, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but Mazaji survived.
Some objectives around the map.
Or dies getting the tower, I should say.
Not only was it a good kill, also the frogs just kind of get thrown into
and Thanos and Infernus spawned in.
In all sorts of danger. 0 stacks on the bird and on fire, falling off the bridge.
That's not good.
The general
that's not good.
Favor, but man, you talk about being ahead of the game. Sanya is actually server admin status. You know, Infernus doesn't necessarily gets
his green spike too. I like that. Again, like
used to, but
get beef, get sustain.
This is kind of a throwback to
it just makes your Headhunter so much better. Super curious what 1600 he's gonna go for his gun spike.
Can we see the overall damage done in this game? Because it seems like it's just been absurd.
Sonya just being like, you can't walk up to me, bro. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, look at Captain 1K. To the 7K lane.
Top can, he just says this guy's full fucking tempo. He can do whatever the fuck he wants right now.
4.2 as well.
Two people can run at him and he can win in 2v1.
And again, like Sonya, if he keeps his pressure on, I just don't see a road to come back for Sneaky Team, honestly, because he can continue to take away.
And probably a little too eager there from
also, that right
Sonya. Could have waited for the swap.
To a ton of tier 2 camps, also the doubles as well. You lose so much control of the map and so much economy if you lose your strong lane, which Sneaky Team has done. And Sonya's just going to continue to clean up here, especially with
like he can just look at the head on her, bro.
Heal bait on top of that, Spirit Lifesteal. Like, I don't know how you take this man out of this lane anymore.
He can just perma sustain and sit here, bro.
Abrams damage. Just think of the Abrams voice lines. Like, let's see what this.
Sends it back up, going for the rapid first. Probably the correct buy.
None of this is actually working, or just grab the wrong.
Just like ramps up your
man. I mean, and again,
your cam tanking so much getting the rapid, so it makes sense over getting your gun spike.
Not too surprising.
You just perma can use path on camps or wave.
That, Captain's been
You'll always have one when you need to get away.
Basically harassed out from minute 0, but. This is
interesting. They're stacking the pocket this side. I think they want to dive this Mirage and just take the Guardian. I think they're ahead enough to do it too. Yeah, this is dead Mirage. Later, bro.
Maybe early, but it's close to over as Wiki's just getting dove in the harshest of ways.
I don't think Dorman can do shit here. I think Dorman should just leave.
I mean, we're looking at 13K.
Bird's coming. I don't think the Bird's gonna do shit.
The game should be over at this rate, bar a massive
oh my god, he got fucking hyperlined, bro.
Well.
Oh.
Flame dash on top of him, gets hooked back.
Oh my god, Sonya did the one thing he couldn't do, and he still lived.
Coming on through.
And he still. Look at the stain, bro. Oh, he's still dead. Sonya couldn't have trolled harder, and he's still done.
14,000 souls. And that Walker was very low on life as well.
And then obviously it pulls all these people right side, so they can just pressure this blue Walker.
It was a little bit in question, but
OSES is getting pushed on this left side, but it's not going to result in much.
You can't take even a Sanya in this game, but
Cass is looking.
The overall map state has been immensely in favor of
holding a swap for like a long time now.
So far. Now Earn is coming up in 40 seconds.
Okay, Sonya did the one thing he couldn't do, but that's fine.
While it's gonna be comeback Earn, there's a world for Sneaky Team.
Doesn't really result in anything getting taken back. So
obviously, you want to get slots up and just continue to help on map control. And you look at soul allocation. The only upside for Sneaky Team is OCs as at around 10K.
So Hams are gonna want to hard force this.
Average for Abrahams.
This Earn is gonna be
a far cry from the 14K.
Sneaky Team side pickup though.
I also do worry about this.
So Sneaky Team might just babysit it.
It can't spawn as a.
We're gonna hard stack this right side again.
Sneaky Team side of the map, so it has to be neutral.
Good wall. Get a lot more good wall movement from Taz.
That's to take the Walker indeed.
Doesn't overcommit. Bird gets wasted.
With Sonya near it as well. Oh, okay, it is. For some reason, I thought it was always neutral the first one, and then from there on.
Because the rules used to be that a long time ago, and then it got changed to where you can have comeback. No matter what.
Yeah, it used to be 15% on first turn. Now it's
I think
it's just 10 all the time. Or they might even be up 15%. I'm not sure. I can't do that math in my head.
The problem is, I mean, when you're this far behind,
this game's over, bro.
How are you going to get the
goes improved spirit here? Even more sustained with the improved spirit, by the way.
Go for trade. They can go for just
gives you out of combat regen.
Fight win after Earn is turned in, or you could just intercept
this Infernus is just
dunked because of course
unkillable Thanos.
Benefits like resistance for the team when the Earn is actually turned.
So yeah, Sneaky and this thing about the new Earn, Sneaky Team cannot put this Earn in, bro. All they can do is babysit it.
Yeah, and you can see the amount of force Abrams.
That's all they can do.
To prevent that from happening. I think is you can't even shove the lane to even get remotely near the turn-in because Sonya's constantly keeping that lane shoved.
Yeah, like look where Sonya can play here. This is the other thing on Infernus, bro.
And Sonya,
like they're too poor to even get to like slowing hexes and shit, so he can just play forward here and just dash the wave perma.
To get this farm over to.
And even slowing hex, like if you just use your path to clear wave, like it'll slow you, but it's not gonna like cancel your path, right? So.
We've even talked about, I think a single time.
Bro is big chilling.
Is quietly sitting at 13,000 souls for himself.
Yeah, Artis has been sent inside lane, and maybe a little bit under farm than you expect, but I think it's more so as that
Pressure buy for together.
Has been in a bunch of key plays and result gotten high up on farm. What does Sanya do? Is Sanya going for the hyperline right now? I think Sanya's going for a hyperline play. Look at the minimap. Where's Sanya's at? I don't think they got the hyperline.
Oh, he's just camping the door.
They do go back, force
gets a free doorman ult.
Hotel guest out of WeApp. And now this might be turning to a fight pretty deep in enemy territory.
So, back in the day, like, perma playing this right side would eventually become troll. But with the new Earn drop off, this is like actually.
I don't know. I'm not like. I feel like Sonya could just.
It puts them in like temple hell, right? Like you can just perma keep this wave shoved. You can force fights here that you'll always win because they don't have Walker or Walker resist. And they can never put the Earn in or have the zip to like rotate people over to Earn. So just keeping this wave shove now is like it's not. It's like it just puts them in temple hell. Like they just can't fucking do anything.
Having Arza continue to farm now at 15,000 souls.
Well, I think
ends up going Shredder actually for his gunspike. Okay.
They're stacking on the right.
I mean, why not, right?
To make it even harder to actually get an Urn turn in, because this is the way you fight against comeback Urn, is that you just make it very hard to actually traverse the Urn to the Urn turn in area. So that's why you're seeing Abrahams, and particularly Sanya, just camp out on the right lane, because Urn turn in is over to the right. And yeah,
a little bit of a gank happening on the left-hand side. Arzo might be getting caught out here by OSES coming on through, as we do see him look to escape.
OSES still strapping.
Been used.
There's then two people onto Arzo.
Looks like he will fall.
What will this cost them is the idea, though. Are they going to get killed on exits? No.
Back to help out. But it looks like they're not going to be able to get the kill here in time, though.
Does die on the right side, though.
Right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, you got the kill at the base guardian together. I can't imagine how many knives just got.
Yeah, and the CERN is just
the door, man.
Just like not even a threat if you keep this right side push. They just can't.
Coming on down.
They can't execute on the Urn.
Hey, would you like to dream about frogs? Because that's exactly what's gonna happen. Wiki, 1 HP. We'll see the final finish comes in here, gets the parry, but yeah, absolutely dead. Saint. Finish off the
Mirage shot the 5.2k there, by the way.
Coming out a little bit later into the fight, but
I mean, brother's got to buy. I know he just got to kill on
Sneaky team. The team comp they have just is not really equipped to play in this game anymore. They need to get ahead early. It was anything but.
They're losing a Walker here mid too. Watch he see these kills on the left.
No one can approach Sonya right now. Literally no one.
The Walker. They still been unable to turn in this Urn. And Abraham's
good to say rem game by Saint here too, like
16 minutes in,
using the tempo that they have. Keeping his soul lead, stealing centers, stealing boxes.
I mean, you have
this is how you maximize your rem value, especially when you don't have a lot of front line to play with.
He do whatever he wants, just continually interrupting. Because of combustion coming on out, and
oh, look at this path damage, bro. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
If you take down Sanya, what's gonna happen when the rest of the team shows up here?
And Healbane proc.
And Sanya's not dead, by the way.
Healbane. Extra 300 healing.
Okay, you can't tell me healing booster like wouldn't be
on the damage
useful.
With
the amount of healing this guy is getting, healing booster has to have value.
Honestly, for Sneaky Team, you can't even contest this one. So Abraham's going to continue to get further and further ahead. And honestly, ZP looking at this, if I'm Abraham's,
I feel like I've seen people go
for mid. I would not want to make a massive mistake here to allow Sneaky Team to get back in, even with a lead like this of over 30k. You pretty much just can flex your lead on them. I mean, Rem's at 21k, Saint's at 21,000 souls.
It is healing tempo, yeah. I feel like I've seen people go healing tempo with this build. I wonder if that's a step too far.
Golden statue buff.
But healing booster for sure. Like
immediately.
Dude, he's just getting healed from fucking everywhere.
Rem's looking too happy. There's
Healbane, Head Honor, Spirit Lifesteal in your path, and ult. I'm pretty sure ult has built-in healing too.
I mean, you're able to do it. Empty Dreams definitely way
this guy's just unkillable.
Oh.
There's no Walker here though, and look who's flanking them. Look who's coming to meet them when the Baroness is over.
As well. Yeah, it should be fine.
Throw back into the base. Oh, he's trying to go back to the door. It gets slammed in his face. The cooldown was up.
Look at the path to escort him out though, and the ult.
Actually far too.
Funny can just walk up to anyone. He doesn't give a fuck.
Play though for together
Mirage
to attempt that, but a great shot by Wii for sure to not allow him to escape, even though he did get away either way, and they turn it into a kill onto Wiki.
This is just bloody murder.
The lead has continued to grow for Abrahams, and I mean right now they're setting their eyes on pretty much what's to come up next. They're best of 3 up against Buff and Joris. Even this game hasn't finished off just yet. It's still feeling like it's gonna be that going that way here. ZP is now mid boss is gonna be taken. Sneaky Team, I feel like you just have to contest this. Like honestly, there's no reason not to. Maybe
you get one.
We need the doorman point of view here because if anyone's gonna make a hero
play here, it's over. But yeah, you just burger flip this.
Door comes up.
Burger! Oh, he got slapped.
Who's gonna get the crystals?
Oh, they got one.
First one, the Sneaky Team.
They got 2.
Second one, the Sneaky Team. Sanya picking up the last. However, now Sneaky Team, you have to get out. You got the doorman door escape. Can you slam the door in time? You still got one rejuve in the bank. And actually, Sneaky Team coming out a little bit ahead here at the very
Sonya is gonna die.
You know, all in all, Jason, not the worst for Sneaky Team. Like, yeah, you lose 2 people at the end. Maybe you're gonna lose OSES, but like, it's way better than giving.
I don't know if it gets much more ideal than that.
I was gonna say the fact that you can
Sneaky Team.
These comeback souls is actually like pretty strong, honestly, for Sneaky Team. But the problem is they only get 2 kills. They're still gonna be down for a decent amount of time. They're gonna lose another Urn, and at least for them, the left lane wasn't shoved, so there's gonna be no Walker take. I mean, a decent fight, but a fight necessarily Abrahams did need to take.
True.
And I think Sneaky Team overall
do come out ahead in that one. We're gonna be able to drop this in pretty uncontested.
Now, coming out ahead is kind of an
OSES
interesting
isn't
thing.
even
going to
be here for this.
Congratulations.
Like, they're posturing forward, but I don't think they can play this. Funny's gonna come up here. Pockets already TPing. They cannot play this.
Team has also,
I think this is just fake posturing. Yeah, and they back up. Yeah, they.
So, you know, as we kind of laid out
They cannot
talking
play
about
this.
the draft,
They cannot.
you know, Sneaky Team,
This is
they
fake.
ran a comp that need to get good mileage off of picks, you know, to give themselves a chance of winning some of these bigger team fights. Didn't happen. Instead, they're the ones that fell behind. And, you know, they have a comp here, Jason, that, you know, for the most part is running in fear from Abrahams and
waited shots for LCs, charging rush, and waited for Arzo.
Many mistakes in a row for Sneaky Team to get back into this game.
So they're not even going to dunk it here. They don't want to give them the resists for the fight. So they're like,
going for mid boss.
they're kind of just like posturing, kind of just like waiting till it's like a giga free fight.
Sneaky Team away from their base.
And then they're just going to let this reset. Okay.
Legs are running. Insane bolt.
OSES is going to get a Guardian here.
Comes on through here for this last walker. In the meantime, OSES is trying to take a Guardian, which
interesting thing here is they're going to send Wiki to the side as well to try to get Guardian. They're going to 2v1 together. Together might full send it, thinking this is 1v1. He does.
You know, all in all, I still think pretty successful week for them by virtue of just coming together and actually being able to take down Leviathan in the qualifier. Which
yeah, and they're like still playing, right? Like they're not rolling over. Like this team knows what they're doing.
But
they just got Giga Stomp early.
And, you know, maybe the draft had something to do with it. Like
yeah, they get a pick here. They're gonna like they know how to come back. It's just the deficit's just too big.
Oftentimes you'll see in Deadlock,
they get Earn pickup. I don't think they can dunk this. Together's dead a long time,
but they're new. You end up getting data on them and be like, okay, well, we're gonna change up the draft, and if we don't let them have this thing, it's gonna be fine. In this case, I think back to this draft, Jason, and the one very interesting thing to me relative to drafts we've seen is that the Holiday got taken out early.
Yeah,
I think Mazza G is a much bigger threat on Holiday in all likelihood than Mazza G is on Bebop.
Great Talon probably gets one tapped. Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Anyone on this team just gets the leader right now.
For sure.
That's the other thing about Sneaky Team. They're not tanky.
Like they have
put in here. They're not like giga squishy, but they don't have like meatballs outside of the Abrams. And then they don't have a true support for the Abrams.
And Al going to be coming on through from above. I think it might have caught a
like this team. This comp needed to snowball.
Sneaky Team. I mean, with the initial kill, they had the right lane, getting the Walker and on together. Not too bad of a fight. But they think is they eventually become overwhelmed and they cannot win out in the end from that fight.
Also, we need to get our golden statue check.
Yeah, I want to see the Rem golden statue. Like Saint's been on fire like pretty much the whole game. Oh my god!
He exploded, just trying to take the subway.
That's a senior, bro.
If we could get
how you gonna do that to a senior?
Update. We need
have
to
some
see
class.
Just how large.
Look at this every tempo buy in the book. Extender, vulnerability, counters.
That's pretty big.
This guy doesn't give a fuck, man.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, no, he was this GT is
hopefully Chad is reasonable.
Constantly in danger. He has fallen and cannot get up.
In response to seeing Rem's blatant gambling addiction.
The life alert will not be helping the GT this game.
We need to rename Rem to Lotu, I think. No, I'm kidding. But 79, man, that's crazy. 30,000 souls.
Gorgeous.
I wish we could see like what buffs Saint's currently sitting on because it is ginormous.
Interesting no DB or Guardian this game from Saint. Doesn't give a fuck. Appetite. Just goes full like damage and tempo items.
Just a black hole of buffs. Oh, there we go. 42% max ammo, 7.5% cooldown reduction, 23.5%.
Especially in a game with like a Mirage Bebop.
Max health, 32 spirit power, and 36%
I feel like we still think about it or in like GT and stuff, but he didn't give it. He did not care. He just wants more damage.
Sneaky Team.
More damage and move speed.
Point, Jason, struggling to leave the base in one piece. Also, I love the little bit of a note there where Weehap drops the door for escape. Sanya goes through the door and flame dash, comes back out and just leaves a carpet of flame here. Like, yeah, you can take your door. You're just gonna die if you do so. But Abrahams, they are in to the base. Shrine's gonna be going down shortly, and there's not anything Sneaky Team can do about it.
Yeah, I feel like there's been nothing they can do about this for the last 10 minutes of time. They had some glimpses of hope with the mid boss, with the Urn turn-in. Inevitably, it will be going the way of Abrahams here. The size of impact comes in at a captain, but most likely towards his death, being chased down by Empty Dreams, flying through the sky, the cloak as well, and Together's going to be there to prevent him from returning back to base.
Man, Sonya is like hinting
to base himself
quite a bit, though. I get his limit testing, but like with how accelerated he was this game, like he's kind of hinted a couple times here.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus is
Fuck it.
mortal
Gets
under
sent to the
very
Baroness.
specific circumstances.
Taz does
and,
like they're not.
You know, the interesting thing here,
Sieging
surely
well here.
they leave with at least one shrine.
By the way, that this lane is shoved
If
out
CT,
for
they
Urn
take
if they
down
want to do
2,
Urn after.
Empty Dreams is kind of low towards the end.
Harzo
But
does kill
Abraham
OSES though.
doesn't get a shrine here, which doesn't look to be the case. I mean,
I feel like they should look to exit and grab this Urn because like
defenses go, that was far more.
Sneaky
than what
Golems
could have
can
been
do this Urn pretty
expected.
quickly. Tass is
Also,
dead for a
late
fucking
hook
decade.
coming together. Wait,
Together is just
Together's
trolling.
hanging out.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Inbay is about to eat a point blank owl.
Just
Plus
gave him a
10.
stack because this
Over the
guy's
way.
just for funning. Bro doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, 56 seconds, mid boss in 20. There's a world that Sneaky Team have a 2-man advantage here for mid boss. Also looking for the Urn turn, and I mean, this is actually potential for a big comeback at a Sneaky Team. If I'm honest with you, ZP, I'm not going to say they're completely back in it, but this is a huge flip around when it comes to souls. I mean, they were down, you know, almost 50,000. Now they're under
they get the Urn.
30K, down to 25.
Flip the mid. Honestly, flip the fucking mid. Go mid. Set up a door, flip mid. Flip the fucking mid. Burger time. Burger, flip the mid. Burger. I don't care that they have sleep, Infernus ult, and Giga Swap. And inflict. I don't give a fuck. Burger flip the mid. Do it. Do it. Burger flip the fucking mid.
Being silly
John.
about things. Now, that's how you throw
John.
one. I think the problem is that the Abraham team combo
Now they're
is
like,
still,
oh, we're only 24K
overwhelmingly strong in
down.
an
We could like
actual
come back.
team fight
It's
that-
winnable.
It's still pretty tough for Sneaky Team.
We
but
have
that's
Geist,
still
Mirage
not a result
scaling.
that should have happened. Like coming in with that level.
Come
of
on, just burger flip
At
it.
least one shrine should have been taken down. The fact that
Yeah, they
both
trolled this
shrines are
base
still
siege
up
really
is
hard.
just
With how ahead they are too.
Because even losing the team fight or trading out the way they did, if the focus was get a shrine efficiently, you would have been able to get out with a shrine.
Yeah, for sure.
Burn
I
it back.
completely agree. And I think
Finally gets a Dispel. I'm surprised he went Counterspell over Dispel.
That
I feel like Dispel
probably
is just
shouldn't
like
have played out the
a
way it
must buy on
actually
Infernus.
did. I think Abraham's playing a mix of cautious but also cocky at the
Goes
same
duration
time.
as
Funny enough,
well.
I mean, cautious in
Makes a
terms
lot of
of not wanting to
sense.
let comeback Urns come through, being a little bit careful on trying to brute.
And this is why I'm like, flip the fucking mid, bro, because now you're never contesting this mid. It's like the whole point of flipping the mid is exactly the idea that happened with the last mid. Okay, so they're gonna bait them and die, right? Like they can never contest this mid, right? It is such a disadvantaged mid take for you if you're Sneaky Team. But the whole idea is like even if the reviews go like 2-1 towards you and Hams, it's like at least they don't just like wipe you and then get free mid boss and then they get or bait you and then just murder you and get free mid boss, right? It's like if you just go through the flow charts of like what could happen, this is like the worst outcome.
Don't know if it's
This is just like by far the worst outcome.
We could go in and go for that. Instead, we got the chase down from
Now we're gonna like, what is happening, bro? These guys are just fucking trolling. We're like 1v1ing on mid boss.
Chased down by Tass.
OSES does. We have does. We have might actually live. OSES dead though for sure.
Santa 14 drops 10 more subs. Thank you so much, Santa 14.
Thank you, Valentines. Thank you.
Dan, they're back. 10 gifted. You talked about it before.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Dan. That was DDK with the lovely that I have to soundboard
Yeah,
later
30K,
on.
yeah. It's just more like the lead, like we're hitting like later late game, so it's more just like 3 or redo if you're just never like the game's just over. Like you can't do anything now. If this was like 2-1 or 1-2, there was like maybe you could delay the game longer, but now the game's just fucking over. Yeah, everything went well. Already off my painkillers, got off them on Monday. Surgery went well. Big chillin'.
Okay,
Bigger thing now is just being able to like I can't like I have like my leg up, like putting my leg down and playing is like still a little bit hard, but I will get some reps in. Yeah, I got my ACL and meniscus repaired on a week ago. That's why I wasn't streaming and stuff.
They get a catch on the captain of Mazo G now, but they still have Iradomini out of our zone. That is gonna hurt. Paired with a nap time. Your Sneaky Team, I mean, you're gonna have to throw everybody at this patron to keep it alive, but it's not an easy task.
No, I mean, look.
Maybe like the reason I got hurt this time was like I was playing basketball to get back in shape, so that's kind of most likely why I hurt it again. So like if I ever get into really good shape, I'll probably play again, but I wouldn't play basketball to get in shape. Is the thing. So it just really depends how much like I take my health seriously over the next like year and a half. But we'll see. Beats a bit of a brick wall and yeah, and then like I was playing it for like recreation at this point, right? So the risk versus reward isn't like doesn't make a ton of sense, but I love doing it. Right, so.
Abrahams and Leviathan playing the best of one for week number 65.
Yo, Voluntaries, did the dates in the Discord work for you, by the way? I didn't see your reply to it.
Some level of success, and hopefully continue to have some success in
I posted our schedule for this week.
That's going to round it out here, gentlemen. We're going to have the best of one now done and dusted, and we now have our money match ready to go with Abraham.
All right, sneaky team.
Reclaim their title.
The hype is over. They beat Leviathan with ABL, and then they just get shit on. They get turbo shit on. Okay, cool.
That was not. I felt
that was not a close game. That was. That was a fucking spanking.
Deliver, and sometimes I guess that happens. I feel like the best thing that happened in that game was there was two things that come to mind. One was the 10 gifted from Chrisana, so that was pretty sick. And then the second thing was together, you know, with the daring killing blow escape into the door that's closed. Still lived though, but
face planted into the wall for sure there. But he escaped anyways, with just some really good movement. But honestly, I think the story of the game for me though, Dan, was actually like the Rem and Furnace pair up on the right
Rem
side.
and Furnace.
Insane. Just put on a clinic here, and I don't know if that's just
the Rem Sexsmith had Giga Valley, by the way. Rem's just one of those heroes. Though. If you start snowballing, Rem just feels so fucking good. You get maximum tempo, you just steal fucking everything. You just become a big chud chungus chinchilla.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about Infernus, because Infernus, you know, seeing Infernus get prioritized.
This is not an accurate representation of Infernus. This was the most turbo-fed, spoon-fed Infernus I have ever seen. This is not an accurate. This is not what the power level of Infernus is right now. This was just.
Well, for me, I think Infernus probably has been a little bit underrated for a while now. I mean, ever since the urn got changed. I do think, though, games like this maybe influence people a little bit too much. I mean, this was basically the ideal snowball game for Infernus. Like, a lot of Infernus's power spike is through the mid game. You know, it's not as much in the turbo.
What they were doing, though, with the pairing with the Rem lane and then letting it just, solo farm, I think that's something more teams could think about doing with, Victor, Infernus.
Game for Infernus, as far as,
even, Geist now that people are playing Geist again. It's something to think about.
5K ahead in the mid game.
Some heroes, if you that can self-sustain 1v2 for a while, and just want to hit a certain threshold of souls, say 13 to 16k, where they really start ramping up. It's something to think about with funnel lanes. Funneling is not been as prominent in Deadlock as I thought it would be. In other MOBAs, it's a very prominent strategy, but it hasn't really been a thing in Deadlock as much.
It was a failure for you, Jason, in terms of what sneaky, in terms of sneaky team. You know, they obviously had a draft. I'm sure they didn't.
G fucking G.
What was the major point of failure?
I think it's
letting Infernus get to 16k in 10 minutes.
So far ahead.
Yeah, that's game's gonna be a little hard. Game's a little hard after that.
On the right-hand side, preventing any chance of that urn being turned in, and it seemed like Sneaky team did invest a lot to try to capitalize.
I don't even feel sick. I don't know why I have a cough.
Met with a brick or
I think it's acid reflux because the blood thinners I'm taking right now are
OSES continuing to farm.
ASA. It's literally just like an acid.
Really going to be able to match up to way later.
Are you writing a paper? Okay, cool. No worries, bro. Good to know. Good to know. I just want to, because then I can lock in that time with Twin Omen.
Exchange happening. I did see some signs of life in them. Like they did go for a nice gank onto ours on the left-hand side, but then they ended up trading 1-for-1 inevitably when Empty Dreams was able to get back into the fight over there. But yeah, I think it was just Sonic got so far ahead. He got too far ahead, and then the fact that you had the little gremlin running around the map,
the gremlin,
like 80
the chinchilla
buffs or like 80 buffs in general. I mean, I feel like Sane could probably have 1v1 some of the players with the lead he had.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I would say keep it simple in this case.
What are you writing a paper on, Voltris?
To me, this is kind of a reminder, game-wise.
Sorry if I'm keep distracting you. You have my stream open. It's not my fault.
Too much, and the game here was pretty much lost in laning phase, and anything else is just going. You know, Sneaky Team, what miracles can you find after you've gotten yourself?
Honestly, respect Sneak. Like we were talking about in the game, though. Like respect. Like they didn't roll the fuck over. Like they knew how to like claw back into the game, even though they lost, right? Like they were finding angles to like not let the lead just keep ballooning and ballooning and ballooning. Like they look organized, especially for a first time DLNS team, right? So. I had a very similar take on Whip when Whip was losing to the melee creeps. It was like they were still like competing. They didn't seem lost.
The money match that's coming up, but But yeah, you guys have already talked about it. Managing to get really far ahead. You know, Rem, a really great assist. In
great recognition on Sonya here with the alt spike, by the way.
But on Infernus could have such a great start.
Dive him. You have a Rem, just fucking dive this kid.
Just felt like if you don't hit a charge against him or like a cart into a wall, what are you gonna do to stop him? Like the way Sonya's playing in like the 3 dimensions of balancing up into the high ground to make it even more difficult for the charge to land. The constant hitting he was doing for like the really good accuracy, the fact that he could dive and refresh the buffs and pretty much dive under the tower without any threat because he has Saint there to support him with tag along. I just feel like it was just a really bad matchup to send a Doorman and an Abrams up against an Infernus and a Rem. I think that was maybe like the start of that.
I don't know. I think in general, I mean, Doorman Abrams is in theory like a pretty scary lane. Like there's plenty of kill combo potential there. They're both like generally
running a workflow for my company to work with my
tier as far as lane goes, particularly Doorman. Like
that's not as fun as I thought it was
going
gonna
to win that as far as execution goes.
I was gonna be way more.
It felt to me a lane where they got behind early, and then once you get behind early, it really changes the dynamics of how poking back and forth goes. Because if you're even or a little bit ahead in the Infernus, then you can.
We're not gonna get a good view. I hate screenshotting.
Find a way to make plays and actually take them down. If you start getting behind, then the trades just.
The fact that Sonya ended with 42k is kind of hilarious
against you, but yeah, we got our final.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I thought you were gonna. I thought it was gonna be a research topic. I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be something like super interesting, and then it's like, no, I need to try to get money.
Dreams on 49k player damage, topping the scoreboard there. But was that kind of like a sleeper pocket performance? You know, obviously we always focus on Empty Dreams when he's able to get a pocket. That's a pretty classic Empty Dreams pick. What did you make of what do you make of this, Jason?
Honestly, it was kind of hard to even remember he was in the game because we were just talking about Sonya the entire time. Also, like Arzo, 9-2 and 16, 43k player damage. Didn't really notice it because I think just Sonya was he stood out so much in that game that it made it hard to remember there was other players on this roster.
Look at OSES still doing 43k. Surprised ranked at 29k with how much he's getting farmed.
Sonya kind of already started things. They had the backup plan if Sonya did eventually get control.
Really a rough game for Mazuji.
I mean, even together, he's like, I'm gonna just take your shrines while the rest of my team's doing mid boss. Like there was so many like, individual moments of strength that really no one felt behind.
I've never seen this much orange on a Mirage in a a long time. He didn't even get his fucking spirit spike. Jesus Christ.
I'm actually surprised that Dreams ended up at 49k because you didn't get a ton of.
Well, I guess we're getting the shitty view.
It's kind of interesting because we thought the
I don't get the good screenshot.
Small skirmishes that Sneaky Team would be winning. Instead, for Hidden King, for Abrahams, they ended up winning a lot of the small skirmishes off of the power of lane phase, and you know you didn't even need necessarily.
Oh, day one of R1 happened today. I'll show you guys the results of that.
To have an impact because
group stage started today for R1
fights straight up off stats and fundamentals. But you know, either way, for Sneaky Team, I wouldn't be too harsh on them for what we saw here. Still a newer team to be put together. They're going to have rough edges, and you know, time has shown that it takes a few weeks for a team to get online. I mean, look at NA with FPS Lounge, where the first week the new FPS Lounge roster came out. It wasn't great. Next week they come back and win.
Summer's already fucking over.
Takes a little bit of time to
G.
the new team.
All right, well, very wholesome take. That's a great way to
what do I want to
bring us
call
into
these guys?
the
Sneaky
break.
Team, just ST, I guess. ST versus
onto our money match. And it's going to be Buff Enjoyers, who previously were Loki W. If you're not like an old school viewer of
did a video on the history of Buff Enjoyers if anyone wants to watch. Gave a whole breakdown. My webcam is barely working because I'm using a 10-year-old laptop to make the video.
Should be able to give a pretty strong
and that new YouTube video just dropped for right now.
Some of the new look
12 minutes ago.
New looks that we saw here with Sanya's Sniper on Infernus. I hope we get to see more of that. And here's how the brackets, of course, looks. But we'll see you guys on the other side for the money match.
Bam, 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 bam. Alright, let's look at the R1. Thorny. So apparently these games are being streamed, which is annoying. But it actually started today. I can't believe they did group stage day on night shift day. Kind of crazy to me, but I talked about it in the video. Abraham's won against Sneaky Team 2-0 and against, I think they're called like Rusai, what are they called again? Rosaya 555. And then Leviathan beat Sneaky Team 2-0, and Buff Warriors beat Rosoya 2-0. That was yesterday, actually. And then today was Sneaky Team 2-0ing Rosoya, Sneaky Team 2-1 against Oblivion, Leviathan 2-1 Oblivion, and then Buff Warriors 2-1 Abrahams. So this is the group stage, or round robin stage so far. So far. What to watch? Let me find some playlists. I'm watching a ton of Steam Machine shit because it came out. Holy fuck, people are not happy about Steam Machine. Holy, people are not happy with the pricing and shit. I haven't watched Gamer Nexus video on it yet, though. We can watch that. With this guy over here.
Valve's Steam Machine reservation queue is launching today for $1,050 for a 512GB model and $1,350 for a 2TB model. They also have controller bundles. We'll put the conclusion up front, no bullshit. In GPU-bound gaming performance tests and with SteamOS for the machine versus our standard Windows bench, we found the Steam Machine performed closest to the RX 6600, Intel B570, and RTX 3060, with one instance of an RX 7600 match. The most immediate cards ahead of the Steam Machine and from modern generations were the RX 7600 and RTX 5050. It's not particularly powerful, mostly because it literally isn't powerful. Valve is limiting the TDP pretty hard on these parts due to the PSU capacity and for thermal reasons. Power consumption has it in the range of 170 to 180 watts gaming and in the low 200s for full torch or load, but that drops within minutes of starting. Thermally, the Steam Machine did better than you might expect with its closed-off front plate, but we were able to improve CPU clock boosting by dropping temperatures several degrees with a mod that we 3D printed. CPU performance and Stellar simulation time benchmarking had the Steam Machine at around the level of the R7 3700X or R5 3600. Decompression testing had it at the R5 2600's level, with Blender putting it near the 5600X. Those are the key details.
Bro, if you ever wonder why people don't get into PC shit, it's like, if I have no idea about PC parts and like how to build a PC, and I just had to listen to that like 30 seconds, it just sounds like fucking gibberish, bro. Like, if I didn't have like a frame of reference to what he was saying, like, I'd have no fucking clue what he just said, by the way.
Up front, we have a lot of commentary on SteamOS as well, but we also have a lot of testing to do today to prove our work, including the fan tester to test the built-in custom fan that Valve's made for the Steam Machine. So we're using this to evaluate the pressure and the flow of the Steam Machine. Part of the testing includes mounting the back of this to the front of the fan tester, bypassing the Steam Machine, plugging the fan into this that we've wired up with an adapter cable going to the Steam Machine fan, and then using all of that to measure how the built-in Valve fan performs against the actual heatsink. This also includes testing for pressure and flow against the different faceplates, so the default one, which is just a solid wall that Valve includes, and the GN downpour steam vents that we made, and actually we are launching these on the store.
These look fucking sick.
Today. We printed over 100 samples.
Okay, but like, I guess it's for dust. I'm like, why not just not have a plate on it? Like, it's something, I guess dust gets into the system, and then, like, you need something to cover it, I guess, right? Especially in a living room, but...
of the different front panels and fan mods.
If the performance is affected that much, though, like, I feel like I just wouldn't have a cover on it, and then I would just fucking use compressed air every, like, 3 months.
I tested some of them for thermal performance, so for that, in addition to just doing all the Steam Machines, GPU, CPU, SSD, Wi-Fi, all of the thermal numbers for the box as shipped, we ended up wiring up a bunch of thermocouples too. So we have some of these that are going to the internal chamber underneath, because it's a dual chamber box basically. And then we're also collecting ambient actively, and we collect the exhaust temperature as well through a thermocouple logger. We synchronize that data with the internal sensors of the CPU and the GPU, and that allows us to look at if Valve is achieving okay thermals considering the size of the box. But really the way that they're getting the thermals they are, which are pretty good overall even with the solid plate, is by driving down the power consumption of the whole device to be low TDP, which reduces the performance but does improve the thermals. Since it's a small, potentially living room PC, basically like a console type of situation, we also want to measure the power consumption. So we did a bunch of power testing on it for gaming and for full torture workloads. We also did Schlieren imaging on it using the mirror back here, which we'll come back to that in a minute. And then the rest of the testing involved our hemianechoic chamber, where basically we set
I've never seen a Gamer Nexus like full like tech breakdown. This is crazy, bro.
Mic up to a 1 meter distance away from the steam machine and measure it with the different plate options. But more importantly than our own is just testing Valve's, because Valve made a lot of claims about the acoustic performance of its steam machine back when we visited them in November of last year.
That is the appeal. It is way quieter than
and that's going to be important, because if this is going in a living room or a bedroom setup where the tolerance for noise is lower, it needs to be quiet. And they're running off of one large 120 millimeter fan that is custom molded into a relatively wide fin spacing fin stack, which allows it to deal with the resistance to flow better, because since the fins are wider apart and because the fan is tuned to basically be a higher pressure fan rather than flow focused. Schlieren imaging allows us to see the behavior of the air around the steam machine. So for example, we can see the air density gradient on our other camera there by using this parabolic mirror matched with the source of light. So the setup is camera to capture, pin source of light through an aluminum foil with a hole punched in it, razor blade to help cut the light in half, not because it's sharp, attached to a tripod. And then on the other side, we have this parabolic mirror, which produces the magic that is Schlieren imaging. And it's going to allow us to see how the air changes around the steam machine, specifically because it's actually pulling a lot of the air through the bottom. We brought you this video with our Steam Vent plates that we just launched on store.gamersnexus.net. These improve CPU and GPU thermals of
Sport Gamer Nexus. Holy shit. They make really cool custom products. They do a lot of custom product stuff. This is sick. This is badass.
So if necessary, and we have a ton of data to direct result of the cost of our launch components. Today's blog post, quality control, and more of the money goes directly to my team locally to keep making videos. Grab one.
Water resistant. In case you have the young children running around with juice box.
Gamersnexus.net. Back to it. Valve shared an early draft of.
Okay, we're back. Cinema. Cinema. Shit goes way too hard. It's just too good. It's good every time.
Welcome back to the Deadlock Night Shift number 44. We're about to enter the EU money match, where we'll have the, I suppose, maybe the most repeat finals that we could possibly have here in Europe, and it's always a good one. Abrahams versus the now, once again called Buff Enjoyers were Loki W. Joining me, of course, is Jason. Although he's trying, he's got this part.
I'm not trying.
This part looks pretty solid.
Yeah, what's going on with
Jason's
Jason's
hair?
hair?
He has more hair, like right back here.
What
than
is
I do,
happening?
Perfectly honest, and he's got the great smile, hangs out with the hottest dudes, goes to the chillest restaurants, and just a guy who lives in Italy and hates it. So
hates it. Come on, Jason.
You really do hate it.
Does not have AC. He might not have AC. That might be what's going on here.
We all definitely know. ZP,
heat wave going through.
Match? We've got. Is there any weakness for Buff Enjoyers that we'll see today against Abrahams? Is there any hope that Abrahams can beat them?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's always hope. I mean, these two teams have gone back and forth over time. Obviously, in recent times, it's been way more Buff Enjoyers sided. But I mean, look, any given week, Abrahams can easily take a match against Buff Enjoyers. History has shown that much. And in terms of weakness, probably not. I mean, Buff Enjoyers have been one of the most consistently well-coached teams in the game as far as both hero pool variety and how they approach the game. And just the hero pool note, you look back to last week's night shift, they played Bebop in both of the games that they won, but the player playing Bebop was different in both the games. You had Hoot playing it in one game, Listic playing the other. A lot of teams within the scene, like even to have that level of different or variety on who's playing the pick hero is a little bit unprecedented. So they're a team that is way more willing to kind of mess with hero roles and who's playing what than the norm overall in the scene. So I mean, it makes them pretty durable regardless of whatever the meta is.
That's true. That's true. I think we'll be looking at the roster shortly, but the last major change that they had was adding Zergy into the team, and Jason.
A while ago now.
It was kind of a rough start first couple of weeks.
We are entering the Buff and Jorah's era.
It's never looking back.
Never looking back. Never back down. Zergy's here to change the world and bring death from above.
World on fire.
With his. Oh man, I had it in my head, then I lost it. Was it like bun, pickle, lettuce, cheese, put the patty in between, something like that? I can't remember, man. He's got so many good stuff over on the stream.
What is Bro yapping about?
Yeah, I don't think there's a weak link on it, honestly. Inside, outside, I think probably the weakest thing they have is Listic's sleep schedule when he tries to reset it and fails miserably time and time again.
That's that'll happen.
Has proven to be
that'll happen, bro.
Deserving of the spot.
Esports bros, that'll happen.
When you're playing with basically the old Buff and Jorah's roster.
Bro, with my leg up, there's no comfortable way for me to sit. I just have to constantly lean back, lean forward, lean back, lean forward.
He's massively stepped up and shown to be a huge asset to the team. I mean, Hoot's also flexed around to so many different heroes. Zergy's bounced back from the. I
think that's why I'm coughing, because I'm having reflex and then I'm leaning forward.
Competitive play here at the top tiers.
It's just fucking GG. It's just
GG. And Listic is just as solid as ever. Like there is no weak link in this team, and it's up to other teams to figure out. Okay, all right.
I want to get in some Listic slander here for real.
Beautiful.
One of the weak links in the team is that when Listic has ability points, the man does not spend them. He by far has the most held time on ability points of any player in the game, where he'll be like, do I need 5 points in my newly buffed tier 3 abilities? Nah, I'm just gonna let that sit for 2 team fights. That is something Listic needs to improve. And look, it's something that Lightbringer continually harps on him on every co-stream, and now it's just at the point of public shaming until Listic stops doing it.
That's so funny. It reminds me of that thing if you're playing like an RPG game. I don't know if you guys have experienced this phenomenon where you will basically get consumables and you will never use them because you're always saving them, and then you're like at the end of the game, it's like,
I might need them later.
Supposed to use these.
I might need them later, Dan. I can't afford to use them right now because I might need them for like one big fight.
Yeah. I guess that's this is playing on hard mode. He's conserving it all.
He's handicapping himself. He's giving other teams a chance by not spending his ability points. But I do wonder, is there ever going to be a patch this team won't do well in? And I feel like they future-proof themselves so well and patch-proof themselves so well, as AP pointed out, having the flexibility between anyone can play pretty much anyone can play Bebop on this team. Anyone can flex to so many different heroes that they become really hard to lock down, and they have the flexibility to play heroes in basically heroes in like any composition that they ever could want, because they have that flexibility.
Yeah, this is an incredible team, but we're going to be
built different.
Abrahams now, and of course we just got to see them play. We got to see Saint playing Rem. That was a lot of fun.
I've heard a lot about Play With Me.
Shiv. That's a classic move, isn't it?
I should look into this guy.
Sanya Sniper.
He's the Abraham's coach.
I think that's interesting, and I hope that we get to see it again here, ZP.
I've not heard a lot about him.
I mean, for Abrahams, again, Sanya probably the more impressive player in terms of just swapping off roles, where Sanya was more in the
apparently stream
role, and then Empty Dreams joined the team, and then
he is Russian,
and Sanya's basically been the ultimate flex player for Abrahams. But I think the thing that still you have to give Abrahams credit for is the ability to kind of adapt to roster changes as it came down. I mean, to lose both Hoot and D-Mov on Abrahams, going far enough back, I think for most teams that would
used to play on Paravision.
The actual core of the roster with Together, Saint, Tass, and
he did, yeah. Oh, he's Ukrainian. Sorry, my mistake.
It's been so incredibly good that
he's Ukrainian.
They were able to weather that storm, re-recruit. They got Arzo and Bobby, and then Empty Dreams leaves Loki W, and by leaves I mean they.
And then he has not played since
because of they just want everyone
March of 2025
English. And then Abraham's like, yeah, we'll pick up Empty Dreams, and they solidify into what's been basically
PUBG player.
Perennial #2 team
Played
in
for
Europe
Team
over the
Unique.
last month, but a team that again any given week can punch up and get #1. Obviously I think for them they're probably a little bit frustrated in recent times that they haven't been able
also
to get
filled in for Fearless
Furies. We'll see. I mean, a lot has changed.
Fearless
this
Furries.
Newest balance patch, and maybe R1 has given them some things to
May
think about
of
as far as
like
turn
today.
the tables on Buff and
No,
Jorah's.
yes, or last month.
It's only going to be a good one. Oh, did you have some guidance?
You can't forget about the fact that Buff Enjoyers or VP, whatever name they've been under, have yet to lose in a one-win bombshell or R1 in the finals. And I guess we'll find out, I think, this weekend, if some team can eventually do that to them, even though they might beat them in the group stage. But yeah, I have to say one thing, though, because I feel like I've probably been like the most critical on Abraham's side of Sonya Sniper. I wasn't necessarily impressed with him originally coming into the team. I thought there was better options to pick up instead of him. And seeing him in the M1 role, I still wasn't too convinced, but I have to give him credit. Like he's stepped up massively over the course of the last few months. He's become a real staple and proven to be a top player.
Where would I put Sonya?
Now even flexing out of M1 to play like some more. I don't even know what you want to necessarily call his role. But the fact that he can play pretty much anything now as well, it really is an asset to a team.
He's probably like on the verge of top 10.
Here we go. We're going to be into the bans. So we had.
Is he definitely top 15?
Received the first bans in the last draft. Are you guys expecting the same? See the same thing here?
I'd say he's definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Billy has gone up way high in priority.
He's like right on that verge of top 10.
Holiday is kind of. I almost felt like that was more targeted to sneaky.
Of EU, I'm talking
the
about.
way that went down, but no.
All players maybe top 20.
It may actually just be the meta because. And this has changed even over the last like 2 days, where Holiday was not.
People are done with the fucking cowgirl. People are out.
People on the first ban.
This shit is annoying.
Now for Buff Enjoyers, if they're gonna ban,
it can snowball. It can scale.
It'd probably be more Doorman than Pocket.
Lasso's fucking annoying. Infinite movement, demon.
So the reason here is that Buff Enjoyers,
people are done.
They've been the one team that notably has not feared Pocket as many as other teams, and probably one of the first teams to not ban Pocket and say
down for the
we'll play against it. So
they hate the Doorman instead.
Given that the Holiday was first banned, them coming out the Doorman ban doesn't surprise me too much.
Would not be shocked if Hams slammed the Pocket, but they go.
I'm not worried about Pocket. One of the few teams that can play around it. And it does open up quite
I don't understand. Like the Billy pile is all fucking over the place. Some teams are like
have to take.
Will fucking first pick this shit, and then some teams will
doesn't get taken away from you if you want to have any
not even pick it. Like it went unpicked, unbanned last game. Mirage Pocket, Mirage Pocket.
Wait,
TP, talk me through this one.
Yeah, that's the
love to see it.
Mirage Pocket.
I got nothing.
He's having a stroke, Jason.
Is Pocket one of these bans again and we fucked up? Nope, Pocket comes in. Wow, Pocket falls all the way to second pick.
Power's having a stroke.
Second pick, second pick.
I'm kidding.
Everyone's getting wrecked.
Second
pick.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it happened to R1 in the last like day.
How would I say the second pick of Arch Mother side? I guess there you go. That makes sense. That's English.
He's on.
Biscuits.
He's done. He's fried.
I'm processing. Like,
Oh, there you go, M1. Do they go another frontliner?
All right, well, Viscous
you can go Viscous Rem, so you could go another frontliner here.
Viscous, like, you know,
look for more Rem value. A lot of teams have been liking Rem outside of with beefy frontline recently, though.
Actually,
Infernus.
Staple.
So Hams are back on the Infernus train. They're into it.
And they also get
ZP, can I borrow your glasses? Can you like ship them immediately? I can't. I keep rubbing my eyes thinking that's not Mirage, but it actually is Mirage. This production's trolling us.
Also, I think hasn't been picked yet. Wait, Sinclair. Okay, you get Sinclair.
All right, I feel like they're just trying shit out. I feel like Buff Enjoyers are just trying shit out. No,
Sinclair being picked against you for cloned affliction, but this draft, I mean,
you could just banned it.
I feel like we're just trying shit out. You're Buff Enjoyers right now.
Which, I mean, Obakim likes playing Sinclair. That's not too surprising.
Well,
Warden ban.
Viewers out there. Get your channel points ready because we don't know which way it's going. You might want to re-point your points because I see 341k in favor of Buff Enjoyers and 56k in favor of Abraham's. You might need to rethink some of your predictions here because even chat's catching up to what is happening here.
Okay, I'll have time.
Venator being banned, M1 heroes.
Venator.
I mean, you got Mirage early on.
Venator banning. People love playing the double M1 with Mirage. Venator. Both heroes that can like flex into P2 and be fine with. Mirage you can play like P3 if you just like max NATO.
I was just sitting here running through what in the world happened. Like I don't.
Bebop.
I don't know.
Yeah, very peculiar.
So no true frontliner yet for Buff Enjoyers. They say fuck the beef.
Whoever gets Billy, I think Billy is insane right now. So love to see that for Abraham's.
I like how Dan's just like so focused on Billy.
Oh,
Viper. Okay. So they're gonna match the tempo a bit with the Viper pick.
All right, production. Sniper first. You stop messing with us now. There's no way they picked a Viper as well.
That's all.
Actually, not good shout from Dan. Actually,
in full loss
Warden Venator off the table. Infernus off the table. Actually, not a bad shout from Dan.
No,
I will never. Please make sense of this draft for me.
Okay, so Lightbringer says that Lightbringer thinks it's more of a lane meta, and therefore, picking
we
more
just hate
lane-centered characters.
Frontline is
now,
everyone's wrong. Everyone powering Frontline is wrong. Is what we're saying with this draft. Seven. What the, like?
I think it's confirmed that we've proven that having
no
you
has been playing a lot of Seven,
i.e.,
but like,
not leaving your room and having any light touch your skin is bad for you mentally. Lightbringer, I think I need to bring the belt out on you, man. I don't know what is happening here. Seven, get your team under control.
Okay,
sir.
we're going.
And then a Calico.
Max tempo, max pick, burst comp.
If we're talking about Shiv being the only frontline,
double M1,
DDK, they got nothing this time.
I don't know what we're doing with this, bro.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just go another.
This draft to the drafts we had 1 week ago. Where, by the way, like
okay. I don't fucking know, bro. I'm gonna go Abrams, I guess, because we're just for funning over here.
2 days of R1 get played. As far as scrims go, like this is just a
like Calico's climbed in Prio a lot recently.
Draft Prio from both teams, and it just.
But like. Their front line is Calico Bebop. This is like max tempo, max.
You grab Billy, who's generally a high pick that went up a little bit. Viscous,
and again, like
the buff endurers where you don't really want them to
this is where
whatsoever. And
nameplate's off. You go, what the fuck? Nameplate's on. You're like, okay.
And the back end of the draft
this is buff enjoyers.
I mean, maybe
they have been known for playing tempo. They have been known for kind of like meta defining or playing their own style. They brought the Mina back. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago now. So they have a very different idea of how they want to play the game and how they want to snowball and just dominate, right? A lot of mid control, a lot of objective control with this comp, with the 7 ults, with the bunnies, with the inflict, stuff like that. But this is like an anti-frontline build. This is saying like frontline, everyone is wrong about frontline, and you just don't need frontline. Then Hams snag the Billy, and then they go full on. They try to match the tempo, right? With the Viper, with the Paradox. GT is like a pseudo tempo pick because like if you get snowballed, like obviously you can just take over right with your birds. But Sinclair can steal Bird, Infernus ult, Bola, Billy ult, Paradox swap. Not like the greatest, not the worst. Like. Infernus ult is kind of insane on Sinclair because you can like use your assistant to like jolt forward and like TP on someone, especially if you go like warp zone or something. The amount of ground you can cover and then pop someone with the Infernus ult is pretty insane. But this is as wacky as it gets, bro.
I love Buff and Jor's drop. Just gonna go on the record here. Zergy on 7, death from above. I think that's all you need to worry about. Honestly,
this is insane. No, this is like,
but I just don't know.
This is crazy.
I think it's gonna be listed Calico, and I want to say Hoot on Bebop.
Yeah.
And then Vrake.
Sinclair. Sorry,
I thought it'd be Obi Kim on Sinclair, but it could be Vrake. But then Obi Kim's what on Mirage? Or is Obi Kim on Bebop? And then Hoot's on Mirage?
Obi Kim on Bebop.
Well, Bebop is gonna be either Hoot or I would guess on here like probably Listic on Bebop. It's been a very long time since we've seen Listic on Calico, at least in Night Shift again.
I would say Listic.
I need to check from chat. What time did Listic wake up today? Or has he gone to bed? Because I think that would determine how this draft probably played out. Because I'm guessing he's been awake for about like 37 hours.
It could be. We've seen Hoot Bebop though.
Trying to fix his sleep schedule.
I would guess Hoot Calico though.
3 weeks now. Wild. Can we just get in a game? That's what I.
Medical on Pocket.
Just get in a game because that's I think what I want to say.
I don't know, bro. This is just so weird. This is the weirdest draft I've seen in a long time.
Okay.
Also, for those watching, there's a few questions saying, did you not see R1 today? Chat, I woke up literally about an hour before broadcast and had to get ready for broadcast. I did not see the R1 games today.
You woke up at 2 p.m.?
Yeah. What? No, well, it's 1 p.m. for me.
Oh, that changes everything.
I
don't know if the R1 games are streaming. They might have been. They might have just not saved the VOD.
Like, Ido's still probably sleeping right now, just to be clear.
Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, he's been sleeping the last like 3 weeks I've been seeing on Night Shift. Yeah, well, looks like we're heading to game here, Dan.
Yeah, fun guys.
Oh, okay.
That's a throw.
That's that is a throw. That counts. Okay, so it looks like we do have information, and hopefully this stays true here. It looks like we have Arzo on Viper, Together on Billy, Tass on Paradox, Sonya on Infernus, Saint on Viscous, and Dreams on Grey Talon. I think the interesting part is you're seeing Vraic on Calico, Hoot on Mirage, Listic on Bebop, and Oikim on Sinclair. Very interesting. But again, goes to like as a testament to how deep the hero pools are on Buff and Jor's side, that there's just no team in EU or NA that can match that.
So we're gonna do Infernus, Viscus into Calico. Break is on the Calico
this game into Abraham.
We're gonna put on the Mirage and then Listic on Bebop.
It was like 300k
into
to 50k,
Calico Pocket,
and now it's like 900k to 800k.
And then Mirage, like Bebop into Paradox GT, and then Viper Billy into Sinclair 7.
It's entirely possible. I mean, we have some people throwing their weight around, and you never know if average got up in time. But okay, looking at the lanes, let's go off this idea of more lane meta. You got Viper Billy on the left for Abraham. So let's go down Buff and Joyce because they drafted. You got Bebop Mirage mid, and you got big swaps coming in right now. Teleporters.
So we're actually gonna swap here. Calico.
So we're gonna try and shift up, put Calico
Pocket. We're gonna move. Oh, and they're gonna match the swap.
So Abraham's
saying, nah, we're gonna keep the lanes. Nah, we're not gonna do that.
Everyone's taking the teleporter.
Actually, nah, we're gonna keep the lanes.
I wonder if they'll ever add a cooldown. So you can't keep doing this. I wonder if that's ever something that's been thought about. I mean, I don't think it's ever been abused to the extent that you would need to do something specific about it.
Yeah, it would have to become
this is
really
interesting to see if we're gonna have another swap happen yet again, because now we're back to the original matchups that Buff and Joris, who initiated the swap and didn't want to go up against.
And I think overall, both teams playing about the same path. Wait, they're going for the swap again. Back to the teleporter we go. When you, I mean.
So, Wilhelms do small camp.
Isn't this making the lanes effectively
and then swap again?
Because neither team...
Yes, they will. No,
like
they will not.
On the left and the right.
Wave crashes at a weird time, so they can't just instant TP. They would actually just technically fall behind if they did it.
It's a lane meta.
But they do have push on both lanes, so they could TP again if they really wanted to. They're going to.
The most action this game has been...
Well, okay, here's the meta read, okay?
For
the TP shit.
To the teleporter as...
You could... It's kind of weird with wave timings though, so I don't know if this necessarily would work all the time. What you could do is fake TP, right? Like you'd walk towards TP and then you would like hide somewhere, and then as soon as they go towards the TP to match your lane swap, you just jump them.
It looks like you might see a little bit of a skirmish on the left-hand side.
The read on the read, but again, like not enough people do that for it to become like a thing, and also wave timings may kind of make that like hard to do.
Mid lane though. As we were talking about before, the mid lane being the most stable. But
all right, Buff and Jor's gonna double kill.
With Hoot to get 2 kills here on the mid lane, giving
huge for both these heroes to be getting ahead early.
The mid lane has been the only one that's been fighting. Like, there's been no fighting in the left and the right for most of the game. I think that's changing right now. Taking a look at what's going on.
I think this is a headhunter rush from Listic. We'll see.
Yeah, it's been interesting starts of the game, mostly off the lane swapping. But okay, I have to ask though, thinking about this conceptually. If you're drafting for more lane presence and priority at the moment, and a good portion of the lane phase, you're not even able to, like, evenly fight because both teams are swapping, is that not a benefit to Abraham's in the draft they have that in theory is going to be better at actually team fighting?
Good question.
As long as they don't get hit
Very
with
good
the
question.
affliction, which is the disclaimer you always have to say when there's a pocket on the other team.
It could be. I think maybe... The one caveat to those AP is the fact that mid lane's winning for Buff Enjoyers. So even if you're just trading, constantly swapping lanes and really not engaging each other, that kind of means your overall for Buff Enjoyers getting ahead because of the mid lane winning. Whether or not that actually continues to stay true since we're at 15k apiece is still yet to be answered. But I would assume it's going to benefit Abraham here, who I think kind of have a better overall composition for sure.
We'll see. I mean, the degree of winning in mid lane is going to be important. Although, okay, we're camp right now. It's Paradox GT.
I just need to check something.
And the degree of winning is actually pretty significant when you look at the farm that both Hoot and Listic are on. So, I mean, mid lane has been a boom so far. Or Sanya.
Yep. Okay.
And look at Sanya, of course, dominated the early lane against Sneaky Team. And this time around, the Guardian eating plenty of damage here on the right. So, maybe Sanya picking up where he left off just a game ago.
Just weird to see that they constantly swap lanes to just inevitably end up fighting it out anyways to the lanes that Buff Enjoyers didn't want. Like this is the same matchup that we started the game off in on this right hand side and left hand side. The puddle punch actually punching Sanya in the wrong direction here, maybe away from a kill, but again the pressure's still being applied. Vraic very low in health. We see
holy shit, Obikim got deleted
on this left hand side buff, so he's gonna fall as Hoot gets survival and Arzo gets movement. Oh my god, a Viper with movement. All right, chill game.
Chill game.
And definitely, I mean, you look at the lane pressure being applied here. Now it's Saint getting into it. Empty Dreams finds Listic, and looking at Hoot. Looking to walk away. Hoot leaves middle, goes to side lane. Sanya getting a little bit fisticuffs by Vrake. And this one's a bit all over the place as, you know, the Guardian's still up, by the way, on the right-hand side, where you see Pocket and Calico super, super deep at the moment.
Grab his ass.
Mystic did fall in middle. I'm not quite sure if Empty Dreams got
Yeah,
a stack.
does go for the headhunter rush on Bebop.
It looks like the
again, I think this item's so overtuned. It's
in the mid-hand
especially
side.
if you get ahead, it's pretty good. I like doing it on Ivy as well.
On this Guardian.
Bebop's interesting because he's one of the few characters where he doesn't have a ton of built-in sustain except for the uppercut heal. So, which they might have taken out of his kit. I don't remember. They changed something about the uppercut heal a while ago. I can't remember what it was.
We didn't see the openings. That also might have been a hyperline. That was either parry or hyperline.
Well, I was not focused. Buffs go 1-to-1, movement for Viper, and Vitality for
caught it. Either way.
Which is kind of nice here because I want to kind of like take hold of this lead and perma-push, so it gives them a level of sustain.
Sanya, but
Stalker comes in for Calico, start doing some big burst damage now.
And, you know, mid lane, despite the rough start, has been, well, I was going to say they've been holding on, but not at all. I've actually just cursed Empty Dreams to death.
Buff and Drawers tempo paying off so far, up 2k.
Asanya once again going for
they should be able to get some kills here.
Onto the Guardian, which should be focused down here momentarily.
Great guy moving like a demon.
Burned away with 377 damage being done. The re-engage. The cosmetical does cost him his life.
Sonya does.
Push the wave out.
Match this though. Finally gonna have a winning lane somewhere. Don't think Calico gets away.
Get a Guardian potentially killing a Vrake.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a good parry.
Alright, Sanya's just fucking him on the Infernos.
Concussive combustion, that was about a meter away, or, you know,
really like the grip buy in this lane.
That was just the slimmest of
we'll switch it from what we saw last lane, last time, right, when he was perma-stopping.
Like, just a little bit for
grit into Calico pocket, just makes sense. Burst heroes.
Elsewhere, though, a little bit of stack charge onto together as, you know, overall, for Buff Endurers drafting for lane, while their mid lane has been by far the standout, overall, Abraham's by doing lane swaps, trying to get their ideal matchups. I mean, they've looked pretty good at the beginning here. So if the goal for Buff Endurers was win lane, don't worry about anything else. You know, even with the pick on the Empty Dreams here, I don't know if they've really accomplished their goal so far, Jason.
So early lead's getting even out here, 32k.
Keep it even at least. I mean, I definitely felt like it could have been worse.
So Abraham's done a good job matching the
Buff Endurers inevitably had
early pressure.
In particular. Their side charge comes on through and a hook
Billy's
back
getting
on
bullied
towards the tower, but
he's eating the 7-ball. The 7-ball is fucking melting him, but they still feel listed. Nice.
Has support of his team, and
I
think
the Billy character is
might have
been the topic of discussion last couple of weeks.
No, probably not, because he hit
it is looking really, really good lately. The question is it better than Abrams? This is the question.
On the mid lane with the help of the minions. As a stolen chain gang comes on through here out of Obikim.
That was clean as fuck by Upkin, by the way. I've never seen that interaction in my entire life. He jumped to his other assistant to keep his chain gang.
Gets away for the petrifying bolo though.
He's gonna die for it, but that was fucking clean. Upkin is really good at fire mod.
No escape on the menu. Also, that splatter just hit 2 or 3 times. I feel like that was like a bounce off that splatter, which is of course the main reason why you see Viscous get prioritized nowadays. Back over in the mid. This time, seeing pressure on the Sanya. Sanya can be able to make the great escape. There's a whole lot of blue in around Sanya, and no escape path.
So none of them be going vulnerability on his pocket. Typically, he was a duration extender enjoyer, so.
And together, it's
interesting he's doing that. They do have a ton of spirit on the side of their team, though, so Mystic vulnerability makes sense to me.
Very deep as well as Sanya there. Get caught out in the jungle, so Buff Endurers
Tunnel Kitty. Look at the Tunnel Kitty. Look at the kitty doing the little boxes.
The sitters are up, man. Look on the right-hand side of the map here for Buff Endurers. That's
look at the kitty.
Doubles up. You have another one next to it. You have 2 on the other side of the map as well, like straight across from you. There's a lot. That Saint, if he was on Rem, would love to be stealing away at this point. We need to start to see some focus, I think, at a both teams.
They're trying to jump out a little bit again here with 2k.
Left alone to continue to farm up as much as possible.
Also, Jason, despite the mid lane being a bit of a problem, this is plus 20 stacks.
And it's GT. Like, GT can kind of just sit and just catch waves mid and chuck out birds, so. If you're Hamp, you really don't mind losing the mid.
I take it back.
You probably didn't want to lose as hard as you did, but this was like a stall lane, right?
Sanya, though, falling on the other end as Guardian goes down.
Right, Guardians are gonna fall. Only one remains. Or no, it's 2-2. Both teams have one left. Forgot about that left side one for Hams.
Kind of interesting.
They did have a winning lane.
Shout out to Deathy with the raid. 500 something viewers.
Shout out Deathy.
Hope you're enjoying your victory and the Sagem Slam.
Yeah, Deathy won a 2x KO event. That was pretty cool.
Wait, Deathy won.
Yeah. All he does is win. Just not in deadlock, you know.
Okay, dude.
It depends on the team and the moment.
It's true.
But you can't slander the man right after he wins the fighting game tournament. Empty Dreams, though, finds on the hoot. And, okay, this is so interesting because, again, the mid lane went really heavily against Abrahams here. And Empty Dreams is like, I think, actually got it +10 off every owl. So
Arzo is a large on the Viper right now. He is a large.
Behind.
Because Medical is 10k as well, though. Zergy's farming well.
Games meant that you had 3 stacks this early.
In terms of, again, playing into like a heavy tempo draft here on Buff and Dryers, seeing a Fed Viper is a bit spooky.
Yeah,
Same with the Infernus, a little bit ahead.
I mean,
Billy's
7.8k souls, but
on soul curve.
I mean, from the 30 spirit power alone,
Little
you kinda
spooky,
catch
little
back up
scary.
quite a bit as... Wait a minute.
Birdie.
Sinclair can get
Birdie.
permanent spirit power. Okay, not gonna have a chance there, unfortunately. That would be kind of crazy.
I don't think that's how it works, no? Can you actually get permanent spirit power on the Mirage? Or on the Sinclair? I don't think it works like that.
M1.
Oh my god, on the Sinclair. Like if you hit somebody with a bird on Sinclair, or kill someone, do you get a stack? I don't think so.
How mobile he is around the map, how many plays he can create with the dust doubles. Not to mention, he's already able to do some real serious damage.
So this is the super standard
so far in this game.
Sinclair starter items.
I actually am kind of digging this, and also, you know, would love to see Hoot playing Infernus as well, which I've seen him do in scrim so far this week.
Back to barrier paying off here.
I mean, the benefit when Mirage has actually won recently, it hasn't been Mirage as the solo M1 carry.
I think Buff and George are going to get the pickup here, though.
Someone else that's actually taking more of the heat. In this case,
a bit of a spike coming in here too. Mr. Vaughn be healing Arcane Surge for Zergy for his ult over the drop off here, so
now
Zergy could actually have quite a bit of impact here. They do have cancel for him though, like the Infernus ult swap, even Bird and Bola. Like they have a lot of ways to make the 7 ult not be useful. Obikim dies is really bad because now they can just heavy rotate right side and they can pressure this left side here too. I feel like we should not get baited by this pocket. I feel like we should just hard shove here. Hard shove.
As Cube comes through. And Son is gonna be
we're getting baited, guys. We're getting baited so fucking hard. Like we need to push left walker here. They end up TPing, but
Stormcloud on top of this, which is gonna do some serious damage and some serious could potentially zone the way as Buff
Saint dies.
They also get 2 kills to kick things off with 99% apiece.
Sonya's gonna die too.
Sonya's gonna fall as well. This is going
GP may end up bang off Arzo and Tasketier in time.
The back of that would be a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if a 2-man affliction would be enough, but in this case,
not looking good though. Empty Dreams dies, not looking good.
Courtesy of Opikin.
Yeah, Buff and Doors get it.
Yeah, you know,
I feel like they got baited, bro.
Just like stole +10.
Bro, you got the Viper and the Parallax. Like, you got a lot of gun damage here. I feel like pushing the left walker here was low-key the play. I feel like they got baited into chasing Cosmetical. They're worried about Cosmetical getting a free TP off and like showing up to the Urn fight, but I feel like the Urn fight was already kind of cooked.
It absolutely was for Buff Enjoyers.
It's so weird. He hits the 2-man affliction, and then he's like off to the left lane to look for a guardian. Like he just like retreats from the fight. He's like, my job's done, and let the rest of the team clean it up. And they get objectives as well. Like they turn this from a dead even game into an 11k.
I've not seen the Shredder yet on the Calico. Like the gun spikes. That's interesting.
That's crazy.
Snatch Cold Front's pretty common.
Yeah, no, I mean, overall, this is the kind of lead I think Buff Enjoyers needs to win with their comp. So that last Urn fight, pretty crucial because I don't think the lane phase went exactly as they had planned overall. But now we get the chase down here on to Empty Dreams. It's just absolutely a race.
I don't know if I love the full util this game.
Between Pocket and Sinclair more
from
than
Viscous. Like I understand it. You want to shut down. Like
and now for Abraham's,
Flowing has a ton of value this game.
This is a little bit dangerous. Buff Enjoyers
Knockdown has a ton of value, but
want to be now, Jason, where they can look for.
I don't like love it. I feel like if you
and have things work in their favor.
Your splatter is just really important in these early fights,
and also the fact that they have like 2 heroes that can quickly
I feel like people are kind of autopiloting into just nerfing,
just using the Ava
like just going full too early on the Viscous.
You can quickly
turn a fight around. Scenarios where you should really think about.
And you already talked about where
like your splatter can really swing early in fights, bro. If you get like 3 off instead of like, if you get like 4 off instead of like 2 in a fight because you bought early cooldown, I feel like that
when you have like a Calico,
can matter quite a bit.
It's gonna be tough.
Also, I feel like I kind of like slowing Hex. Like I like silence way more than slowing Hex. I think.
Lowest eco on the team, or pretty much lowest eco
but
on the team.
Slowing Hex is gonna have more value earlier in the game because you can
didn't
just
have
get
that plus 30 right now.
So.
That would be a real detriment.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
just something to think about.
I mean, it's effectively,
I'm not like
better than a
hard making a statement either way. It's just
not quite better, but
just thinking
around equivalent. So add another 6,400 of value there. It's like, oh wait, GT's actually in a good spot.
Oh,
still vulnerable though. They're getting hooked. However,
Inflict comes in.
There, but over the top, come Cosmetical drops a 2-man affliction. Empty Dreams.
Taz gets hard punished. GT dies.
Break able to
the Buffadors are just running at them, bro.
Addition of the Frogs. More than enough to turn the fight in favor of Buffenjors, who continue to pick off.
I do feel like the flubbing of the earn macro though for Hams is kind of fucking them.
This is what Abrahams initially did to Buffenjors.
If they hard pressured that left walker, bro,
way back
the soul lead would not have ballooned like this.
Now the lead at 12k as we approach the 16-minute mark. And the earn going to be up in about 2 minutes of time. And I would imagine that's the next point of actual contention. Can we actually maybe get checking on Golden Statue Boss? I'm kind of curious. A lot of centers up for such a long time. They're going to start to respawn back in soon. Their owl being thrown on out as well.
Holy bug.
No connection.
That's a +0. The time wall does not count as a target.
Together will die.
We're just seeing Together get run down. Close quarters, splatter already been used. Saint and Together, both unable to get away.
The Slowing Hex knockdown didn't really
towards the end. A quick engagement and
that was weird.
Oh man. Wait, is this an early mid-boss play? You got the Calco. You can
holy fuck, the max tempo draft is actually working, bro. It's actually fucking working. This is crazy.
I mean, I actually don't
these Buffendor guys too fucking good. Too good at the video game.
I mean, that has the real potential to get it stolen away from here. You have to be very careful about positioning inside the pit, and Obikim's going to help facilitate this one. Obviously, a bird going to be coming on through as well to go for the stun.
Real.
No bullet being used though. Looks like Abrahams will give this one up.
Also the Mirage, they can match the Infernus push here.
Walker, but you can quickly see who back out with the Traveler. Stormcloud being thrown in as well.
Stormcloud gets insta canceled though.
Onto Zergy.
Taz dies though.
Taz is gonna fall. Affliction
They're not gonna get on
Together. I want to see a one-man Afflictions. All you really need at this point is Together should be falling from this one. Even
Sonya does get the Walker.
As he does take down the Walker on the right-hand side and potentially
make it out too.
But I'd still say overall this is looking very good.
But they're getting fucking rinsed. That doesn't even matter. They're just gonna run at the Goo Boy.
Gets away from Hoot here. Like, look at the health bars.
Now Goo Boy's dead. Goo Boy's fucking dead. Oh my god,
it's like by the slimmest of margins. And actually,
these guys are so good at snowballing a game, bro.
Unable to keep
it's like it's insane to watch, man. Like this game was like dead even at first turn, and now the game is just fucking over. It's just over.
Midwalker though, just gonna be run on down. 3 reviews still in favor of Buffenjoyers, and
like they could still troll it away, but
window for
with how clean these guys are, they could even steal earn here if they wanted to, if they were set up for it.
You just see some movement that's so clean.
But again, they're gonna have left prio. They're just gonna keep this left lane pushed, and then.
Every time you bet ZP,
they're fine with
say
that.
who you bet on with your prediction points. It always seems to come
or they could just let them get the drop off and fight them after. They could do that too.
Point stuff. I never go above 10% at this point. So I'm going for consistency over time. Not doing the Jake maneuver of going bankrupt every 2 games.
Fucking ZP,
right?
Fucking smart number guy.
I need to head on to the night shift account and get
put your life savings on the line.
Like a cheeky million.
I don't think you can do that.
Bro, they're just dying. They're just fucking dying on repeat.
If you get Zergy, this at least would be a prize for Abrahams. See Zergy running low.
Oh yeah, they have rejuves.
Wait. Yep,
oh yeah.
Rejuve is down.
Oh yeah, they have rejuves.
Again, the second time though, and I don't think so. I think enough support has gotten here, Jason.
Thing is, like Zergy's again just not gonna be alone.
Oh my god, these guys are too good at the video game, bro.
While the rest of the team is actually pushing us to the left-hand side as Rake TP's on over.
Love the Hunters Orbi.
Simultaneous push on left and right lane walkers, and one of these inevitably will fall. You cannot defend both these against the 2 rejuves.
If you get a hook on Viper, just you get insta value on it.
A cheeky little side-by-side as well. Affliction has been thrown out. I think that was, again, a catch onto one. Also, the bird getting
counter Sonya as well, right?
Actually, that was the bird out of Obikim, funny enough. The others immediately out of the fight. A double stun had come on through, and like these walkers are still standing. But for how long,
You're
ZP?
fucking dead. Dude, this game's
Zergy playing defense, and if you're an ice cream truck in the background, I'm sorry my window's open. It just rolled up. But
Bro, stop casting and go get me one of those like Ninja Turtle.
SpongeBob, honestly, ice cream truck,
Just
SpongeBob.
Like Abrahams is melting.
SpongeBob ice cream, two elite, 2 S tier.
Still plus 30 for Empty Dreams, who was plus 30 off the first 3 hours of the game, and then from there on out, it has been brutal. And honestly, Jason, it feels like this game, the last even fight was the Urn fight where Abraham's, the rotation into it was a little bit rough. They get hit with the 2-man affliction, and.
I can't believe this comp is working.
Real
I can't believe this comp is working.
Was able to play
it's so insane.
It's just been skirmish fight after skirmish fight.
Buffalo just don't give a fuck about anything else but tempo. They just don't fucking care. They don't care. They're like, oh, you want a real frontliner? Nah, we're gonna go Bebop Galago.
Throw it on through.
We're just gonna get so much burst damage that you can't play the game. Oh, you want to like try to posh it towards Urn? How about the pocket just fucking runs at you?
The petrifying bullet and immediate catch on Empty Dreams to have no chance.
I will say though, Ham's first picking Billy was very
somehow there. As Buffendor's takedown too.
Very ambitious. Like giving cosmetical and just Buffendor's in general, the pocket is like holy fuck, man.
And Sonya,
it might be what enables this whole comp is the pocket.
But you're just gonna be focused on down so heavily. There's really no chance.
Because he can like stay accelerated soul curve rides by going the cultist. He can be a nuisance in side lane. Influx just giga annoying. Like
it's looking like 40k.
Yeah,
it could be what opens up this whole comp.
Over. I mean, it's just snowballed way.
Spirit burn. Even with Mad Leap, throwback Mad Leap.
I mean, it's kind of
pocket.
Interesting how this went down. A lot of it, it's kind of funny. It didn't really come out of the lane phase too much, but just a lot of the smaller scale fights that Buffendor's was able to take went really well in their favor. And the very first turn, and Abraham's, some of the momentum they were getting, like Empty Dreams on the GT, ended up faltering. From how some of these really fun sweat and
like,
now Shrine's going down.
Are they gonna win in fucking 20 before 25 minutes here? Is this really about to happen? They don't have ults. Like they could literally just stay here if they wanted to. By the way.
And I have to maybe ask you if you had the choice from the ice cream
like almost
truck, which
50k
would be your ice cream of choice.
I guess.
It's hard to say. Like I'm always a sucker for a drumstick, even though we could get them in the grocery store. But it's funny you mentioned the Ninja Turtles ice cream thing, because there's an old esports story with that where it was like the Houston Outlaws OWL homestand. We were with like the executive producer at the time, and we had bought,
the game's
like,
just over. They won in 23 minutes, bro. This is disgusting.
Because Jason, the game is over, and it's gonna be Buff Enjoyers.
That was a fucking
strong skirmishes across the
rinsing,
and for
bro. That was disgusting. I don't even care that I lost my points. That was insane to watch. That whole game just got blown open by
pieces of gum, those big like gum
the first turn,
and
then the game's just over.
Goated. Don't at me if you disagree.
Okay, so the end of the story was that the executive producer was drunk enough that we bet him to like drink a drink that had the Ninja Turtle eyeballs still in them. It was like one of those weird things. Like it.
I would do it. That sounds like it tastes better than a Dark Souls. But you know what's even better than that? Having DDK back here on the desk to walk us through this game.
Guys, is the new meta just snowballing? Like,
is it just tempo? Like, is it literally just tempo? Okay. What? Okay. Caveats. They got pocket.
And now they've been on the
second phase Archmother, which is just illegal. Okay. 2, this is Buff Enjoyers, maybe the best team in the world right now. So maybe they can just out fucking skill you like no other team in the world, right? Maybe melee creeps, right? Maybe the new FPSL team if they end up looking like how they looked last week, which they like came back and they weren't even dominating early, right? And 3 is like, are people just like overrating Frontline? Is Frontline just actually not as OP as we think it is? All things to consider when you see a draft like this, but like this was just insane. This like I don't know. This kind of felt like the Billy first pick kind of tanked the whole draft, honestly. But I don't know. They just fucking dominated, bro. That game was not close. That was not fucking close. They just rinsed them. Jesus, man.
What was working for Buff Enjoyers? I know this was a very weird draft, and I think both of you guys said that you preferred the Abraham's draft. But Jason, like, what works really well for Buff Enjoyers, do you think?
I think Vrayek there, honestly. I think the mobility the team had, like a pocket.
No, Victor, we are bad if we get dominated by Victor. I'm be honest, bro. I think Victor's just too easy to play. I think Victor is really good.
I think
at this level of play, people are better at like punishing it and putting it behind, but
I think like Viscous isn't.
I think it's like the new, it's like the old Abrams. It's like it's just so OP that like
mobile like that. Like
you don't even have to be that good at it to get a ton of value out of the Victor.
They constantly got like little skirmishes, whether it was in their side of the map or on the enemy side of the map, and they would always have a man advantage, and they were able to get like very clean kills off the back of that initial
like,
urn. I mean, I think
look how even this game was, and then first turn happens and the game's just fucking over.
Pretty much while that second Guardian was taken after 10 minutes, or you know the orange Guardian before 15 minutes. That's when we saw the big change.
Like this was disgusting, bro. This was a routing.
Guardian and a snowball from there, and then every fight after that felt like, as ZP mentioned, these little skirmishes that there was really nothing. Not nothing Abrams could do about it, but they were never
like they didn't have anyone who built tank.
Buffingers were taking the fight to him.
Like, yes, vitality for Ballistic, but he went Fortitude, Counterspell, Enduring.
That has to be one of the fastest maps we've seen here.
And Break went Enduring, Dispel.
Very impressive. Is there anything about the stat screen?
Like, I feel like this is just like a skill check. This is like Giga Tempo.
I mean, I think again,
and like
kind of jumps off the
zone control draft.
I think, you know, a lot of the fights were over before.
Like, that's the whole idea with the 7. The 7 can just permafarm and be your late game carry, but he can also, his ult just has a ton of value in urn drop off and
9 kills, 7 assists, or Listic, who's setting up with
but
the
this was just
like I think the engine of how Buffingers kept
execution, bro. This is just execution death.
Was really break Listic, and to an extent cosmetical, diving in on empty dreams repeatedly. So, you know, yeah, Abrahams, they lose the first urn fight because I think the rotations are a little bit awkward getting there. You know, Sanya got damaged pretty heavily before the fight even really began in earnest, even with the early pickoff on the Obakim. But then, like, post that fight, Buffingers just continually, you know, went hyper aggro and didn't let Abrahams ever get, you know, their ideal win condition, which was to have a good 6-man team fight at relatively even farm. It just never happened.
Crazy, really crazy. I mean, Obakim on the Sinclair. How did that feel for you, Jason? I know there's some question marks on the Sinclair pick.
I think Lightbringer's just a genius. I mean, fucking probably, bro.
Like, it was
again, like, I don't know if you heard for this though, but like they got Pocket second pick on Archmother side, which is like kind of giga illegal. Like hence first pick Billy. So
I don't know. Early, so
that kind of like that. I feel like that enables you to just go giga tempo with their draft, right? They first pick Mirage though, which is super interesting. But yeah,
I don't think he necessarily stood out. I don't think he needed to. I think it was just
Lightbringer might just be the goat. Who knows?
Time hitting some good rabbits. I just don't think anyone, funny enough, on really Buffingers stood out massively. I think if I had to pick somebody, it was probably like Vraic in how
which that happens to us, right?
On the map going 9-1.
We're just never allowed to play pocket. We're such a good pocket team. We're just never allowed to play it.
Winning lane, where they're doing
not allowed
lane rotations. I think it's just like that's just Buffingers, man. They just all play well.
And before we, go ahead, ZP.
I'll actually add on to that. I think the person I'll give credit to. Well,
what happened with ZP's
webcam? My lights are off here.
Hey ZP, your lights are off.
Wrong webcam, maybe.
I'm sitting here like in the dark the entire time. Like this is why lighting is important. Everyone. But yeah,
I would love to turn my lights off honestly because this heat is killer. So you know, I'll do the opposite.
Yeah, you do it every time we're watching a game because you don't want to watch a game with like glare
in your face. But welcome to production.
Look, all in all, Cosmetical's neutralization of Empty Dreams is probably one of the big storylines of the game because I think there was a real threat of Empty Dreams suddenly being just very threatening. As far as like the momentum Empty Dreams was getting, and then
Sanya got to hit this game too. They just
recognized a pocket was deep.
They just lost that one earned, and the game is over. Apparently, if you lose first turn against Bus Majors, the game's fucking over. So
I gotta give.
They could have pushed the Walker though. I'll keep saying it. They kind of fucked up their macro too. Like they could have Walker traded for it. So.
Is this problem for Abrahams something
they've kind of fucked that up too?
Away.
I don't think you can outdraft Buffingers, honestly. I think they're too experienced.
They just play their own style, man. So it's like it's hard to have a read on them.
I think you just have to outplay them. I feel like the best way to beat them is to figure out what's their game plan on the comp that they're running that game, and then countering that somehow with the comp that you have, which is still really hard to predict in the drafting phase. It's kind of one of those things you have to figure out with the draft you have, how you can counter the way they're going to play without being able to do the draft because they have so much flexibility. I don't know what I'm talking about. The heat's getting to me here.
Do you add anything to that, ZP, or should we just go to the break?
I mean,
I might put my leg up for a bit, by the way.
Buffingers just won with first pick Mirage, which I never would have expected to begin with. So I feel like
my leg up for a bit. I just gotta like elevate it.
At the moment.
The whole idea with the we have search like this is like blood will like pool in your leg, so I need to put my leg above my heart is the idea. So I'm gonna go do that for a sec. Yeah, it's gonna be a 5-minute break. Here, I'm gonna do that real quick. I'll just be AFK for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Yeah, I need to like elevate it. So it's like essentially I need my like knee to be above my heart. So I need to like lie down and have my knee like, it's to like drain the blood from my leg. Yeah, it's been like blood clotting and stuff, because I also like I had a blood clot before this, and also it's just like a pain thing, bro. It's like what gets painful is like the throbbing of like your arteries and veins and stuff when there's like too much blood in your leg. It's the only like pain I have. So yeah, I'll be like, I'll just lie down for like 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, it's like the only thing. Like I forgot to ice my leg last night and elevate it. So I woke up at like 5 in the morning with my leg like swollen as fuck, throbbing, and I take my brace off, and then there's like an 1.5 inch gap of like where my skin was allowed to like swell up and versus where like my my brace was holding it down. And I was like, that hurts like a motherfucker, bro. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back for the game.
Okay, so Deadlock's been a little bit weird today. We've had really fast games, guys. I pray that today, for this second map in the money match, we will get a close game. A game that resembles what we were having a week ago. It feels like the entire meta has changed. The rug has been pulled from underneath us. We'll see if the draft is going to be more favorable here for Abrahams, if they can make some adjustments. If they were to make some adjustments, guys, we're kind of teasing it before we went to break, but what are the top of the line suggestions? You guys are in the coaching seats, the hot seats. What would you do?
I mean, again, it's a little bit difficult to say, like, do this one thing and win. I really don't have many issues with the draft that Abrahams had in the last game. I think the problem was the execution was a bit lacking. I mean, I think to some extent is that you cannot make mistakes if you're going up against something like a Calico comp that is going out of its way to be hyper aggro, backed up by a Bebop. Also, I mean, maybe there's an argument against like not going GT. Like, I do wonder if the bloom has fallen off the rose as GT a little bit here, because I feel like over the past 2 weeks, teams have gotten so much better at just diving and eliminating GT as a threat. I mean, Empty Dreams had near ideal conditions at the beginning of the game, and then was just completely worthless for the latter half. Not because Empty Dreams is playing bad, but because the dive strategy was pretty set in motion. At the very least, maybe not picking GT against Pocket. Like, that could be the missing variable here, is that when GT was doing well, you didn't have a Pocket on the other side, but hard dive Pocket against GT seems like a miserable matchup that I don't think you can go into again. So I think that's the one thing I would pick out here, is that if you give up the Pocket, maybe don't go GT.
It's funny though, because we've talked in the past about how GT is a good counter to Pocket because of the negative spare resist and the amount of damage that you can do to him in lane. But they weren't obviously matched up when it came to the lane. So I don't know. I think you need to assess buff enjoyers' win condition / the style they're playing, and then just don't let them play that style, or do anything you can to prevent them from playing that style. Like when you see Calico roaming around, as ZP pointed out, with like Bebop as support, they have a lot of pick potential against you, and they have a lot of catch potential, and they're gonna dive, especially with like Arctic Blast. Like, you're just not gonna escape this comp, or the 2-3 heroes you meet up against. If you don't lose those players in those positions, would the game have played out differently? It would have lasted longer. I don't know if it would have played out differently necessarily, but I mean, teams have been asking themselves, what can we do to beat buff enjoyers? And no team's really come up with that equation just yet, at least in this iteration of buff enjoyers.
It's going to be very interesting to find out. I mean, I wonder if Viper was the move as well. You know, I feel like for teams in these best of threes that there is some experimentation that you're afforded in that first match where, you know, your tournament life is not on the line, but it is interesting too, because we didn't really get to see Billy get going because, you know, they just, again, sort of ended up getting snowballed. And again, it's like a 22-minute game. That's so fast. I really do wonder if that's one of the like top 3 fastest games we've had, because that's kind of crazy. For the game to be won that rapidly, especially given the fact that a week ago, with these more heavy frontline compositions, we were getting games that are, I think, feel like on average of, you know, getting 35 minutes to 45 minutes, you know, much longer games. So surprising turn of events here. And, you know, we saw that with Pocket, Majestic Leap was selected by Cosmetical. And I remember hearing, I forget who was casting it, maybe it was you guys, but in the past, you know, there's some praise on Pockets that were not getting Majestic Leap because it kind of suggested that, oh, you know, Majestic Leap is kind of used to just have an easier time getting the positioning to drop in for the afflictions. But if you can skip it, that kind of, you know, shows your expertise positionally as a Pocket, and you kind of don't need to spend the 3,200 on that item. Well, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I don't think it's about expertise or anything anymore. I mean, the thing we saw in terms of like how people are using movement tech here is that like the Majestic Leap, yeah, it was used for affliction, but it was also like a lot of the times it was used to give the extra mobility to just like get in GT's face, where GT is otherwise like pretty mobile. But so many times we like would see Cosmetical's point of view, and it'd be like a swoop in on the Cosmetical, or rather on the Empty Dreams, to where like Empty Dreams couldn't get away. So you get a swiftness in your ability to get in with Majestic Leap that actually allows you to get your burst damage down, which I think is important if your target is something that's otherwise slippery like a GT.
Yeah, great point. It's a moment of truth, Jason.
DDK looks like he blinks sideways.
I sensed the draft. What is that? I felt it in my bones.
I don't know.
Are you like from Men in Black 1? And like your eyes blink like the other way?
Yeah.
Like lizards.
Yeah.
What? They banned Pocket? No way.
Right as we were going to the draft. And
No fucking way. They banned Pocket. No way.
CZP a response though to Cosmetical's Pocket, and we're seeing it being banned away. But that means Holiday's open.
Also, I just did a little bit of research because again, it happened when I was sleeping, and then when I woke up, I had to get ready for the show. But the very final match of R1 today,
they actually banned Billy. Okay.
Versus Abrahams.
Surprisingly,
which explains a few things.
I think the Billy was actually that impactful, but
also it was 2-1. Abrahams was able to win one of the maps.
Yes, bro. I had the timer clicking in my head. I for sure cannot see my monitor from my bed. That's totally not what happened. I'm fucking an oracle. I'm a psychic.
Clear. But okay, we're gonna get the first pick from Abrahams. It's a Holiday. This leaves Buff Endurers open for Doorman plus.
Hey, we actually get to see Holiday. Holiday just goes unbanned first phase.
And the +1's gonna be Mirage.
Buff Endurers still going Mirage. First pick, Archmother's Head.
And they don't pick Doorman.
They believe it.
Surely not.
But they went Pocket last time, so they're gonna have to go for a switch up here.
How does this make you feel, ZP?
Really curious what their switch up is going to be.
Actually, I like the
Frontliner
by the way.
or still tempo? No, they go Sinclair top 2. Holy
so they have their own lasso for themselves. I didn't hate
Buff and George drafting their own shit, bro.
And the adaptation
again, this is part of why Buff and George is probably the best team in the world right now, right? Like they have their own style.
And be more of like a flexer, like a.
We all know this is your gamer, no bad here. Yeah, this is my my man cave and my multi-million-dollar mansion. I just took my my golf cart over from the east quarters over to the west quarters. In my fucking mega mansion.
I'm still a little bit skeptical.
I had my masseuse prepared in the east wing to
Doorman Holiday is also really strong lane power.
Rehab my leg before I came back.
Venator, who's still like one of the premium position ones.
Doorman Venator Holiday. This is a really strong top 3, by the way. No frontliner, but holy, this is nice.
Like it was an Abrams-less game overall.
I see. This is your second house in your property. Well, you know.
If you need
according to the government, it's all one.
First pick post mid-stage bans, if you even think that.
I can't even pretend to be posh. I just like I can't even. Just makes me feel gross. Just makes me feel icky.
If you're trying to go in for a lasso and you get caged,
like a warden, okay.
And you can't ult, you're just kind of standing there like, oh.
So I think Buff and George really like the pseudo tanks. I don't think they like big juicy frontliners. I think they like the bebops, the wardens. Calico's not like a tank, but like fills that role of like a frontliner. And they banned Mo.
Maybe get rid of the bebop.
They do not want to face the Doorman Mo. That combo is too spooky. Too fucking spooky.
Like a Zergy Warden, when it does best, it has a rem. So that's what I was kind of thinking along those lines. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Man, on paper, especially if you were just to look to last week, this would feel like the most.
So they steal the biscuits from Hams this time. Okay.
Abraham's draft of all time. Also, yeah, Abraham's had second pick mid-stage ban, not first. But for Abraham's, in theory, you can get Abrams here if you want something frontline. I mean, without the Billy being on the table, presumably they're going to get.
Yeah, here's the. They go silver. Okay.
Wait, silver's still available. What
yeah.
Hams go for silver. Did not get banned second phase.
It's just like the guaranteed first pick.
But silver again when unpicked last game, unbanned. So.
Oh yeah, it's like premium picks.
I want to see like an Abrams as well.
They love in the Infernus, bro. They run that Infernus back.
An Abrams, and I feel like you gotta. I don't know. Actually, Abrams. I don't know. I don't think Abrams has some ability you need necessarily.
So I think it's just safe to say double M1 is back, bro. Like everyone's playing double M1 again
with this for Abrahams if they wanted to go that route.
I think it's because pressuring. Side pressure. Whoa, Dynamo! Holy fuck! These guys are just. These guys are playing their own shit. I think just side pressure is a lot more important again with the new earn bounty change for first earn. I feel like the Walker for earn handshake is actually like very, very worth it. So I think having at least one M1 be able to like play in the side lane and push, and then another one being in the earn fight if you want to contest. Yeah, they're just playing whatever the fuck they want. They just went Dynamo Drifter 5-6. These guys are wild, bro. These guys are like, yeah, we're just better than you. We're just gonna play whatever the fuck we want. We're just better.
Rem unpicked also, by the way, for recent Rem priority.
Pairing, I always kind of want to see what Drifter wants Viscous though.
I can see the vision, ZP.
It almost feels
and they go Dynamo with IV so up. Like they have so much cancel for them. They have lasso. Like they have someone. Can you gut shot Dynamo out of his ult? You might be able to do. Like they have Furnace ult. They have so much cancel for this Dynamo, bro.
I do think Dynamo's undervalued right now.
Bro, you have.
This is insane.
The darkness out of Drifter, and then you just hear the metal clanking of a Dynamo running at you. Also, I mean, to be fair, right? If you look for a lasso, that Drifter ultimate.
Here's how much value the Sinclair's going to look without like stronger laners this game. They have a lot less tempo this game. Is the one thing. They're now playing more like team fight orientated.
To like shut down, I feel like this lasso
with like the Dynamo, the Warden.
I also like
it's gonna be hard to play those.
So this is not as like tempo heavy as their last draft.
So like, yeah, I can see some cool stuff here for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, it should be fun.
I like chat catching up to this and just all being surprised at the Dynamo, but wait until they see the Drifter.
I think they also get upscaled though.
There it is. Oh man, this is, I don't know. I think it's, again, if, as EP said, if Buff Enjoyers make this work, it's, I mean, you're going up
like
against
Venator, Doorman, Infernus, Holiday scaling is a lot better than it used to be. I feel like they look to get outscaled.
Buff Enjoyers, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
like Mirage is the hardest scaler, but like Warden falls off at about like 40 to 45k. But like, is the game even gonna fucking go that long? Because they just won a game in 23 fucking minutes. So
you're correct.
Does that even matter? Probably not. Probably not. This is insane. This is crazy.
Last week would have said insta-win the Abrahams, but the recent wins from Buff Enjoyers give them a lot more credibility of saying we can make this work. And I mean, okay, think about how things are going to work in terms of team fights. Like, yes, half your team is going to get blind. Half you have to play actually pretty carefully around the Dynamo. You pick the Sinclair early to get, you know, the potential of a Sinclair counter pick off the board, which actually lets you pick the Dynamo in the first place. Otherwise, you have to last pick Dynamo because of the worry of Sinclair being picked on the other side, where it's most brutal counter pick in the game. In terms of lane phase, Mirage, Sinclair, you know, Viscous, Warden, still really, really good laners. Although on the opposite end, you got Silver, Doorman, Holiday on the same note. So it's not like Abrahams has like a weak lane phase by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I mean, I guess the wild card for me here is like, okay, Dynamo, Drifter, how is this going to pan out? Because they're frankly heroes we haven't seen that much in top play.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a team to do it, it's Buff Enjoyers. So,
yeah, you have 100,000 channel points. Where are you putting these points and how much? And don't give me that 10% rule.
No, I'm not.
I feel like Ham should win this game, but like, dude, I feel like Buff Enjoyers are just better. Like, I just don't want to doubt them, bro. Like, I can like, and this isn't a bad comp. I can see the comp working, but it's just like they just outplay. Like, if they win first turn, I feel like the game's just over. Is with Buff Enjoyers right now. Like they're just at that level. If they win first turn, game's over. And for first turn, they're gonna have Dynamo ult, Warden ults, and Drifter Blind. And Drifter Blind is fucking chaos around turn. It just causes so much chaos.
I mean, I think I kind of hate that we always talk about Buff Enjoyers, but like, what team would pick this roster? Like, who would pick a Drifter and a Dynamo in a game like this? I feel like it's only them, and I think that's what makes them so deadly is they can just pull out. Obviously, they haven't won the series yet, right? But if they win this match, it just goes to show and is a testament to how damn good they are as individuals, as a team. They can throw out the most wild picks against you and have thought about how it's going to play out in the series and how it's going to play out in that match in particular against the comp they're playing against. I don't know, man. Like this would be wild. And I think if they win with this one, it just shows that they deserve to win the NSO, the Night Shift Open, to be the best team in North America, but also the best team in EU. It's just crazy, man. And I think this has a lot of potential to be hype.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing with Buff Enjoyers is that they seem to really understand the game to the degree where, you know, they set the meta. They've shown us time and again, oh yeah, you can play Warden. Oh yeah, you know, this is actually really sick. You know, and they kind of show you how to play it. They've got such a good read on the game. It's I think I made this point last week when I was casting that what's really interesting about Deadlock is that I think, yeah, we were casting together, Jason, and we were talking about the GOATS meta, where I was making the point that in the GOATS meta in Overwatch, like clearly, you know, I wasn't around, but like my understanding is that you kind of had to do that if you wanted to win. Whereas with Deadlock, there is enough skill expression outside of the conventional picks that you can have something that is S tier, but if you have like a team and individuals that can kind of optimize the playstyle around that thing, that currently there's you know, you can make it work. Like you don't have to do everything cookie cutter the way that the meta is defining it. And speaking of defining things, you guys are going to be defining how this cast sounds as Buff Enjoyers are looking to win with an unruly.
So Hams, there's a chance Hams have better lanes this game. So
yeah,
if they get a lead early and they can actually convert on that first turn,
we'll
see what's up. We'll see what's up.
But also, I don't think the Abrahams draft was nearly as stacked as this one is. I may be wrong. Again, this happened when I was getting ready for show because R1 went right before show. So I guess we'll see. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one way or another, but on paper, going at least within the total data of the last week, I feel like if Abrahams was going to force a map 3, this would be kind of the draft they'd be looking for.
I mean, this is like the worst case scenario, I feel like, for Abrahams, because if you win, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I mean, look what you're playing against, a Drifter and a Dynamo. If you lose, it's like, how'd you lose to a Drifter and a Dynamo? I feel like there's no winning for Abrahams in this one, win or lose.
Yeah, also, how do you win 5v6? we're straight up missing a player, so it seems.
Okay. Probably have to remake this one. I saw a comment in the chat saying
somebody had to load in.
Get your belt out to start the game, and I mean he got his belt out.
He
started the game a little bit too early. We didn't have all 6 players in.
Well, as you know, there's only one belt in all of Deadlock. I actually have to fly over to England and take the belt from Lightbringer before the belt can be used.
What a thing to be known for by Lightbringer.
If Lightbringer
having the belt
with a Lightbringer branded belt, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm just saying. You gotta work on it. Maybe art a little bit. Hit up Kalaris if you need some help.
There's gonna be some fan out there with a get the belt Lightbringer. Let's go. What? Okay, there's terrible traffic or something going on outside. I don't even know.
Everyone wants ice cream. That truck is popping off, man. What am I doing here being a caster? I should start an ice cream truck in Italy. Oh yeah, they don't have air conditioning for the ice cream truck to keep the ice cream cold, so that wouldn't work. We're starting the raw.
Okay, Jason.
Obviously missing a player. But this is, I don't know, man. Like this is such a weird thing, and I think DDK said something really interesting. The fact they don't have to play this very set in stone meta. You can come up with new things, and I think that's the difference between, not the difference, but one of the differences between Overwatch and this is that it's a MOBA, man. There's items involved, there's skills involved. I think this is a much more difficult game to play overall, that you can have things like this happen.
Oh, bro, we're already having delays, and we still have melee creeps coming up later, bro. Not like this, man.
Overwatch, I feel like you didn't really have
not like this, bro. Not like this.
You online quicker, and maybe you can use that to help snowball, but it's not like you get like Sonya was in game 1, becoming Thanos, being 5-6k ahead of their opponents, and no one being able to 1v1 him anymore. But yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, also looking at the last draft of the day that you had from Buffingers in R1 tournament, they're running like GT with Mo and Krill is what they had. So, we lose out on the Mo and Krill because it gets banned. But people are saying like Abraham's got a similar draft. I'm looking around. I don't know if they got, what was game 1 here? Like, I don't think they had a draft that on paper was this stacked in the entire series. So
it was, Abrahams had in game 1 Holiday, Rem, Silver, Geist, GT, Shiv, versus Buffingers, who had Viscous, Venator, Mirage, Sinclair, Dynamo, Drifter. So they did run like Dynamo Drifter together with Viscous. So they have
like cramping
5 of the same heroes.
Leaving this one position so long. Oh, we're gonna draft again. Cool, I'm in. I'm down. Let's do it. So let's do a new fucking draft. I'm in.
But I think GT, Shiv,
I'm down.
Not being there is pretty big differences.
Yeah, I mean, big differences also. I mean, the fact that Abrahams was able to pick up Silver Doorman is like a really, really big difference. Yeah, Buffingers, they did win a game with Listic on Drifter and Hoot on Dynamo. So that happened right before show today. But Abrahams had a much, much stronger draft that we see here in this last game before. Like, I'm looking between the two. Abraham's definitely coming into this game with like a better, I think, draft on paper than what they had in game 1 of their last game against Buffingers and R1. Also, we're starting the lobby. Like, we're literally just waiting on the players. This is where
start an air conditioner installation business in Italy, you'll be rich. Yeah, but we went over this, man. The power grid here would not.
Is that why? Is that why they can't have AC and EU? Is it literally the power grid?
The heat's so high, people
that is so stupid.
Even my own apartment, I can't even run an AC.
That's so fucking stupid, bro.
There's not enough power coming into the apartment building.
That's
actually
wild.
Go to the power company and pay them to change the wattage or whatever. I don't know, it's crazy stuff, but not as crazy as this game's gonna play out. I'm telling you, it's gonna be insane to see. Again, Listic being back on Drifter.
That's like insane to me. They don't have the power to supply AC.
I don't know, man. Like we've already seen them be
I mean,
successful
I guess,
before.
bro.
We've seen obviously Downwood
I
be
guess that makes
successful way
sense.
back in the day.
That is absurd
with
to me.
a certain build that he would run with the
But I am
Pulse.
fucking, I am
But
NA
it looks
boy,
like
so
we are
I do not,
about to
I
start?
do not understand the ways of the
understand
ancient
correctly.
architecture
the
and
game has started.
not architecture.
Are we in that game though? That started. That's the real
That is a very, very good question.
I'm blanking on the word.
As opposed to
Infrastructure
sitting here and just
of
speculating.
ye old EU.
What's going
Wait,
on?
was that a no? We're not in the game and they started.
We're waiting for a feed of some sort. But what was I gonna say? Oh, you're asking about the what I was going with channel points. I went all in on Abraham's here because I feel like the odds were too good.
You went all, so you broke your 10% rule, or you were doing the theoretical 100k points.
Yes, because well, I mean, at the time the return was 7x, but
Playing all about the returns. I can understand, man. And obviously, I think our predictions.
Oh
are
my
going
God,
towards
please
buff
don't do
enjoyers,
the
so
game.
there's definitely a lot of points you could win here. But keep in mind, guys, you still have the North American
Please,
portion
I
of the
just
show to
wanna
come
watch
after
the
this.
video
The show is
game.
not done after this series finishes.
Please.
We do have Melee Creeps looking to reclaim their title as they play against Bird of the Clock here in a best of one. The winner goes on to play against FPS Lounge and ZP. I didn't have the honor of casting that match last week.
Have they said who MLC
my
6 is
God,
going to be?
It was insane, and I didn't really
I'll
expect
check Twitter.
FPS Lounge
Let me
to
see.
bounce back like they did.
Let me see.
yep. Well, hang on. Right now, I need to see if we need to like stop the game. They still might be playing the game. Like, okay, we're gonna throw it a break as we figure this out because something really weird happened in the lobby.
Ay, ay, ay.
We will be back when the game is actually ready to start.
Okay. Dude, I get so much sick Deadlock art in my feed now on my my Teasm account. Oh, Melee Creeps. Have they said anything? Have they said who's playing? I'm assuming it's just going to be League again, but nope. They haven't said anything since announcing they weren't going to Guildhouse. Okay. Well, junk. I'm assuming it's just going to be League again, but who knows? Who fucking knows, man? Who the fuck knows? All right, back to Steam Machine video. I'll keep an eye on this.
Today's blog post with the press, detailing the queuing system for purchasing and the pricing. It included lines like, quote, "The price at which we sell our hardware is a direct result of the cost of these components. We found we couldn't source some
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'll do it between the EU and NA break.
of our components at all."
That's like a longer break, which helps more. Going every like 5 minutes is kind of whatever. I'll do a big ol'
at
big ol'
any
break
price,
once,
end quote. That's not a surprise,
swap
but
over to NA.
it sets the mood. We have a 3.5
And then fucking Melee Creeps, I could, like, as we're loading into the game, I'll get like 20 fucking minutes to lay there anyways, so I can just wait for that shit, because these guys just don't know how to load into the video game, so.
hour-long documentary covering the
That would be
collapse
fucking
of personal
perfect.
computing and the pricing, and that pricing is affecting Valve here as well. We'll link it below. Valve put some spin on its explanation of why it wouldn't subsidize the machine as well, saying, quote, "When companies sell their hardware under cost for competitive advantage or buy exclusive content for it, they're doing that to build a more closed system, one where you don't get to choose what software you want to use. We don't want that for PC hardware, and we don't think you should want it either. You shouldn't
Open
feel like
source.
you have to buy
Everything.
Valve hardware. You should be able to view it as just one option alongside all the devices for playing games," end quote. This is making the best of a bad situation, but we could also imagine Valve getting criticized for undercutting smaller manufacturers at $600 at a time when it's in a lawsuit over alleged monopolization would harm the credibility of its defense. So their choice of publishing it this way makes sense from a legal standpoint as well. With the actual prices of the Steam Machine, we definitely don't think they're in any danger of looking like they're unfairly undercutting people. Most of the rest of the post explains the complicated queue system Valve set up to combat scalping. If you sign up before June 25th, you get a random chance to be put in a randomized reservation queue, not chronological. And the overflow
Wait, it's not chronological? Hello? Wait, okay, wait, no. That actually makes sense, because they're doing that to disincentivize resellers.
More though, because the game.
Oh,
is
good meme. We're back into the game. The timer meant
Jason will
nothing.
see
They
if
fucking lied to
Abraham's
us. It's a
can
classic.
Bring this match to a map 3, or can they make the Dynamo
They just fucking
Drift
lied
work
right
for
to our
the second
face.
time today over the entirety of EU?
Good thing I didn't go lay down.
That's what we're gonna find out here as we do see Drifter.
Okay, we're gonna have Drifter, Doorman. No, Drifter, Viscous. Wow, this is a spooky lane. This is a squishy fucking lane, bro. If this Doorman gets going, this is spooky. And they're actually gonna swap insta to get even more poke into this lane. So they're gonna go in Furnace Holiday. I like this into the Drifter Viscous just so they can just melt these little itty bitty HP bars. But Buff and Dwyer's going no. Buff and Dwyer's going no. We will not be doing that. No. And they just swap lanes.
Tier heroes. Well, maybe not S+, but I mean, as the Dormant Holiday.
Dude, this is so funny. I wonder if they're ever gonna do anything about lane swaps, because like you really could just keep swapping perma if you wanted to. Look, they're doing it again. Look.
Yeah,
that's just ridiculous,
also, again,
bro.
You're seeing the jockeying for
I'm
lane
telling you,
position. This was a
fake
really big
swapping
deal
will
last
be
game,
meta
and
at some point. If enough teams start doing, like, look at all this, look at this shit
both
show.
teams
Look
are
at
looking for what they perceive to be the ideal lane matchups, and as a result, seeing a lot of mobility.
bro, what the fuck is happening, bro?
Teams just continually swapping back and forth.
They're just like, no.
Mid and right, as opposed to.
Dude, this is ridiculous.
It's so weird seeing Hoot on Dynamo, man. Seeing like Hoot on Kelvin.
Yeah, Hoot on Dynamo. I mean, like, who else would play? Like, I guess Vrake, but they have a Viscous, right? It makes sense who's playing it. Who can play fucking anything?
Also torn and so.
This man is a Swiss Army knife.
He makes it work.
I want to see Hoot's Dynamo build. Hoot always has unique builds. Silver, are we sure about that? Are we sure about this little gup? Are we sure? I think you just got your Venator killed, little gup.
Does Arzo get away with his life?
Arzo did actually laugh. Okay.
It's just barely,
Together almost baited fucking Arzo into death.
Paid there for the boot kick mid binding word.
Ooh.
Dynamo looking a little bit low, goes for the parry.
Okay, Together started moving. Kirby talking shit, and this boy started moving.
Price for it, and you know, very high impact lane here.
Look who's arrived. The goo.
Drops a bit of a splatter.
The goo.
And he's out. It's just a quick little splatter and back to mid lane here to help out Liz.
Kind of based.
And the pressure was put on. They knew they had Together alone. Looking
just splatter all over, then dip. You just like me for real.
What she was doing was pretty damn spot on here. Even Listic confident enough to go in 1v2 as he knew Vrake was coming back in from the left-hand side. Trying to put that pressure on here.
And then we got Dorman, Ivy into Mirage Sinclair.
Okay. And a Holiday. That's painful, ZP. I would not want to play against this combo.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deadly con, which again,
no, they're doing everything possible to avoid this Infernus Holiday. This Infernus Holiday is just hell.
Doorman, you know, it's not that Buff and Joyce has bad lanes here, you know, anything but, you know, I think Abraham's got some
better lanes, yeah.
Power and exchange too, and being able to run Infernus Holiday in middle.
Infernus, you know, Venator, Silver, Holiday, Doorman. Like, that's crazy.
Speaking of Holiday, by the way, you have the Sanya went all the way over to the left, a full 3-on-2 for a moment on left, as you know, we saw Vrake, you know, do some rotations for a gank earlier.
Yeah, and this Infernus Holiday lane just has perma push, so he can literally just go roam. Kind of overstays though, because now they're getting pushed into. But again, Infernus can use dash and just clear the wave.
He gives you sometimes.
No.
Okay.
I think every now and then Lightbringer cooks a little bit too hard, but you know, I don't think it's Lightbringer's nature to troll on things like that. But the Drifter may have won in another tournament, but a rougher start for Listic here in the night shift.
The Dwifta.
Well, if he does troll you, I know he's getting that ZP belt for sure. The one that you secretly
Alright, we're gonna see a gun spike rush on Doorman. This is very typical nowadays.
We do see,
Radiant regen on the Mirage. Interesting. Probably necessary in a lane like this. Same with the monster rounds.
We've seen like the lane swaps happen yet again here, putting mid lane to right. Trying to look for some more favorable matchups here. And keep in mind, like Listic and Hoop together.
Bro can't play video game.
Did win their lane in mid, and that was like
buffs in 30.
The point that allowed Buff and Joyce to somehow snowball, not necessarily fully snowball the game, but considering the lanes were swapping left and right constantly, it get them the edge early on.
Yeah, Hems do end up getting a 1k lead from that.
All right, off to the right. A little bit of a mark on to the Ivy, and again, Drifter.
Right, Buff and Joyce have first move on right buff, and Ham should get left buff.
Drifter played in general has been a rare occurrence, let alone, you know, being played by Buff and Joyers. So,
Foreman does have setup on this right side though. Everyone parries instead of punching. Oh, Drifter's so fucking dead.
That's one buff that's not going to be enjoyed.
2-0 buffs for Hams. Doorman gets spirit buff. That's kind of spooky.
Continuing the trend here with Drifter on night shift.
Yes, continuing the trend of Drifter looking like hot dog shit on night shift. His character is just undertuned. Like, can we just say it? The character's bad.
His team.
The character's bad.
Help Abraham's out.
You know what he needs? He needs hard CC. If we get any level of hard CC out Drifter, it would help the character so much.
Sonya, who's going to be on the holiday. I'm not sure if we pointed that out necessarily.
Like, he has so much utility, but he just has 0 CC. Like, he has slows and shit.
On the 2 times we've seen him on Infernus now.
Oh no, it may be number 3 for Listic. He's just taking a trip to the Baroness Hotel. Gets a cute on exit, so maybe not yet.
Mystic Shot comes in for
terms
Taz.
of team composition that, you know, part of the idea behind this comp for Buff and Joyce has to be
the pain will.
Oh
my God, Drifter did something! Holy shit! Oh my God, Drifter Hero did something after Splatter did 10 million billion damage.
Into Singularity.
Oh my God.
Like one after the other would be my guess. For some
that boy cold. That boy cold. Obigame's way too good at Sinclair. It's actually disgusting.
It has like so many good facets of use. It can be aggressive and defensive at the same time, honestly. As Empty Dreams a little bit deep with the combustion.
Nice try from Empty Dreams, but
some big kills being had in the middle.
Not gonna happen.
Buff and Joyers. But the fact that you can use it to also like force.
Also, they
help stop
they prefer having Sonya on the holiday.
If like Sonya's trying to look for a lasso.
So
again, like,
holiday's their or Sonya's their holiday player.
Him trying to go in.
Even if they have the Infernus.
Safety. Like there's a lot in Buff and Joyers comp. Fun enough, even though it is a little bit wonky to do decently well against what Abraham's has if they obviously respond in a timely manner and sometimes a preemptive manner.
I also kind of wonder how much the look at this. Well,
get his ass! Get his ass!
Looking for Dynamo. Gets away from the binding word, and that is not
get
very healthy.
God.
And yet,
he's still dead. I got sniped by Arzo.
Together, it doesn't matter though, because
Arzo purified that.
I think that was a shot of Iridamini.
Interdimensional boy.
But something interesting on the silver pick here versus the Dynamo is that
Hands get the early lead this time, up 2K so far.
Reckless abandon.
They're gonna get Guardian pushes in here in a sec.
Difficult with Singularity being a threat, but out of the hotel. Fall through from Listic here.
In the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
Baroness Hotel actually and catches out Tass here. Tass is very low.
Killed them both. Oh my God, Drifter Hero is doing things.
And he goes for the melee, but the parry comes on through. But
wait, oh my God, Drifter is ultimate doorman counter. You put your lead on them and you can follow them, TP to them after the door is closed. Holy shit. Doorman counter discovered.
The game here so far, as far as some of these
Forbidden tech unlocked.
Empty Dreams gonna get down mid Guardian. Where, by the way, we didn't even really talk about it, but it's not Sanya on the Infernus this time.
Raid goes knockdown. Does Raid beat knockdown this game? Really?
Goes for the
We're gonna rush knockdown this game. I guess it's good to do Infernus IV
here.
Holiday.
You know, you see Sanya on the Infernus twice today. All the maps Abraham has played, and comes down to the wire here, facing elimination. It's like, no, we're gonna change.
I'm starting to wonder if like
the Infernus instead.
Some of the thought process behind rushing knockdown too is it guarantees a splatter punch.
Maybe
I'm starting to wonder about that.
If they're running Dormant Holiday together, is that you would probably
because like you guys will just not stop rushing knockdown on this. They just will not stop.
The light can curse being
they refuse.
My Obicam is just gonna
like it has value this game, but like I wouldn't say you like need it this game.
Still have a 4K lead,
especially like this early.
It hasn't felt like it's a 4K lead for them. If I'm
what do I know? I'm a fucking noob.
It feels like having going the way of Buff and Joyce in the last few minutes of time. We now also have the Sinners up here ZP, and that's where we're gonna see.
Oh, guys, -4.
As Abraham's flexing some extra.
You convince me I'm playing Drifter?
No. Sure
Never do not play Drifter. Don't do it. Don't put yourself through that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself, bro.
Pressure from Sinclair, most notable.
This hero is fucking junk.
In the game, and I mean together, getting kind of low, but
you get behind on this character, you feel literally like a minion. You feel like a glorified minion.
Yeah, gets on the zipline. Elsewhere, lasso in onto Listic.
Oh my God, Obicam hit another stolen lasso. This guy's fucking him, bro. Is this okay? This might be the actual counter though. If you're good at Sinclair, like being able to steal lasso seems kind of insane.
So just
this might be like actual tech.
And it's working out pretty well. He's at +9 already.
So far, he has better lassos than Sonya. So.
And the big man gonna be getting caught out.
Get out of there, Professor!
Use of the Dust Devil to actually knock
Hoot's build
together to save Hoot.
Infernus went in.
Combustion going off out of Empty Dreams. Not sure what's caught on to necessarily.
Knockdown. Hey, knockdown saves him.
To help survive the initial burst
I don't know actually. He's burning. He's burning a lot. He's on fire.
Oh, no wolf, no problem.
Recharging rush for Hoot. Okay.
Spent running, but you go back.
Show me Hoot build. Show it to me now.
All you need to finish things off there.
I want to see.
Also, I think Listic getting chased down again.
The Swedish boys build.
Hoot
is Swedish, right? I know he's like Nordic.
Gets the shot on the cosmetical towards the right. One more for good measure, right thereafter, and. You know, overall, the difference to me, Jason, this game, Abraham's coming out ahead on a lot of these small-scale skirmishes relative to what we saw in the previous game.
Goes Headhunter into Returner.
Said,
Okay, and he went Rusted Barrel for line.
Hit
Makes
the power
sense.
spike
Makes
for
sense.
Buffendors, which is when we get into some of the earn fights.
Curious if he goes
are they gonna be
Rapid
able to make
next,
the Eternal
or if he goes
Night
Healing Booster.
Singularity combo a thing?
I'm curious to see.
See
Oh my god, he steals the cap. This guy's pro. This guy's fucking pro.
Have gotten more kills, but Abraham's in like recent times have been able to continue to. I mean, they're up to 6K, like 10, almost 11 minutes.
40 dudes. Headhunter again for Empty Dreams. I think this is just core, bro. I think Headhunter and Infernus is just. If you're gonna be going hybrid, is just OP.
But to have
I think it's
kills and to also have this kind of lead for
now
Abraham
the
really
hidden
their macro
Indiana Jones relic tech is going recharge rush with it, but I'll put y'all on. No one else knows yet. I'll put you guys on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, for Venator, you've gotten probably one of the best starts imaginable here, and all right, once more pressure here on the hoot, gets hit with the boot kick.
Run!
No, 200 HP, there's nowhere to go.
Dude, you know this is a chud-ass character when even Hoot looks like looks like chuddy on it.
I feel
Until
like,
you get Warpstone, bro, Donovan feels so fucking bad. You feel so slow. You feel like such a chud. Huh. The Drifter character got shit on again. Huh. That's fucking weird, man. I wonder why that happened.
Getting caught out quite a bit here now, too. I mean, Hoot's been, I think, on like 2-3 deaths in a row here. Listic, he falls again. And Abraham's are setting up for something they've done in previous
games. There's also a Headhunter Runch Believer on Ivy. I think it's just
push the right-hand side this time.
too good. Headhunter is too OP. Too OP.
Rotating on the left-hand side to try to deal with any extra kills coming their way. But they're up 9K, 12 minutes in, and the first turn has spawned on in. And that's going to be easily 15% change here. So it's going to spawn on Buffendor's side of the map. Maybe the play they're looking for to use that singularity.
No mag size, though.
Resists if Abraham's go for the contest.
But the lane he was playing, though, like, I can understand.
Looking to get this one in
they were just getting giga poked and giga shoved. Close quarters, close quarters just get this game for him, too.
But Abrahams are going to be aggressive here once more.
Might just need the monster rounds, who knows? Maybe just sell them later for tip mag or for the slot or whatever. I was watching, Professor Kill. I was watching, FPSL scrims the other day, and they were playing Gun Ivy with intensifying mag and shit and heroic. I was like, oh, interesting. Doing pretty good damage too.
The map. I mean, things just continue to go bad here for Abrahams. The binding word connects, and this is going to be Venator dying. Post farm player. No. The airdrop. Wait. No, still a death.
Ozo does.
I'm not sure. Maybe they cancel the fight form at a same.
Let's try from Saint though.
Arzo drops back down and dies.
Oh, he got slowed so he couldn't get the bounce up to the bridge.
This is looking from bad to worse here at Abrahams, especially if Saint gets caught here. I mean, there's nowhere really to run.
Oh, good parry.
Gets a nice parry, but Obikim is doing God's work in this game.
Guys, they're running the urn. Hey guys, I don't know if we should be turbo-inting as they're doing the urn, guys. Oh my god, the Drifter character is gonna die again. Oh my fucking god, this character's junk. This character fucking sucks. Okay, together single-handedly saves them from losing urn. They might even get urn steal now.
Silver's dead in this game, but as a character,
oh, never mind. And then Sonya came in.
On the respawn, so it looked like Abraham's being in the process of throwing the
oh
game.
My god, what is happening? Look, I got parried.
Back in, courtesy of Together, and what an
okay, Buffendors get the urn back. But this urn is ticking whoever is holding it now.
Away too.
Dude, it's so chaotic.
By Buffendors, I think that was rigged to get it and run it away. I think Tass had it for a split second, if I'm not mistaken. But oh my god, like what happened there Together?
By the way, Mystic Shot plus Crack Shot is just disgusting. By the way, it's a disgusting amount of damage.
Easy transition into most likely a lead.
I mean, that parry attempt in the Listic pressing Q may have been the difference. It's
brother
going for a ride here, courtesy of Sanya.
Can we run him into your teammates?
Way back. Here comes the barrel into the stone form. Displacement all aboard.
If Zergy, okay.
And fear may have not been shown, but Zergy gets shown the door back to base. Deadlocker out here still. Pressure being put by Abrahams, forcing Buff Enjoyers back.
Dude, this urn is
yet
just
to be turned in, and what's the scores going on the outside? Listic
urn is never ending.
The hotel Tass.
Dude says, "Fuck you, I'm going." Oh, that was the most chat shit I've ever seen. Holy shit! Who has ult, by the way?
Thrown into action as
Together, will get a walker for this though.
Being taken by Together.
Buffjors do get the urn.
Zergy gets to mid.
Oh my god, together didn't get it. Oh my god, it's a disaster again. Oh my god, Abrahams are throwing the game at. They're throwing the game at Persian again. Oh my god. Oh my god, the fucking value. The assistant plus it first all is too insane. It's actually too insane.
He gets 1 kill on Asanya.
Oh my god, Abrahams threw the whole game again. Oh my god.
Another time to keep this fight relatively equal.
Bro, what were they? They were up like 8K in this game? Oh my fucking god. Nice shot. Holy shit. Okay, it's not like over, but like Buffjors are back in the game, which is scary.
Jason, this game has been incredible.
Who ends up going compressed cooldown on the ult? So I think he's gonna go he has rapid plus that for his spear spec, I think.
You throw in the final shot.
Very interesting. Again, Hoot always has unique stuff.
And the action has been non-stop, but a much better showing from Abrahams relative to map 1.
Yeah, and I think the worst part, funny enough, for Buffjors,
bro, I can't believe this game's even again. I can't believe they threw Enter again, man. I can't fucking believe it, bro.
The roster, but imagine those kills going to Cosmetical or Zergy. I mean, Zergy's been quietly continuing to
They were up so much, bro.
Too many of these fights, but his counterpart Arzo is at 19K.
Fucking junk. Yeah,
that's
fucking
the one worrying
junk,
thing
bro.
I've seen for Buffjors now.
Fucking Buffjors, best team in the world. Bullshit,
I mean,
man.
Arzo
Oh
pulls
my
out
god.
the ult, and things simply die. You know, crossbow out.
Buffjors also go 2-0 on buffs.
You know, doesn't
They
matter if
get
you're at half
gun buff on
HP,
Warden.
the rest of it's going down in one shot. So Arzo is a huge problem. Sanya has been doing a great job of actually setting a lot of this up where, yeah, sometimes the lassos got Uno reversed, courtesy of Obakim. But I think overall, you know, Abrahams has been playing a more brawl build a lot more coherently.
I'm loving Sonya's build. I'm loving this.
This got the rescue beam picked up by Saint.
Deck Shelf plus extra stam with the Veil Walker.
Walker Holiday.
Juicy.
Actually, just go straight for the Walker.
Juicy. Please get this. Please get this. Please don't leave without getting this. Please.
Together and Sonya.
They're blind as fuck. Okay. He will get it.
At a stolen Baroness Hotel throws.
Doorman gets a taste of his own medicine from the Sinclair.
Once again.
Didn't get his ult off either.
Out of this one, tries to use the cart. Actually pushes Hoot away, which is not just a bad target, but here
and ends up sending Drifter to the Baroness.
There's no vacancies left anymore.
I need Empty Dreams to be fucking giga pressuring here, bro. It's just Goo Boy. Please, just giga push. Please, 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 please. He's backing up, bro. Empty Dreams, please, bro. Please.
What we're seeing is
he maybe has to buy or something.
Running away at low HP, but also Fortitude, so you know, doesn't necessarily have to go back to base.
He might be playing for a spike, I guess.
Do some boxes and get back into in a moment, which is, I mean, this has been the Doorman build of choice for a while. Is that you use Fortitude for higher
40 dudes.
uptime,
40 dudes is so good on Doorman.
You know, you can continue to
infinite door glitch.
Presence around the map.
Always the door on the map.
But man, again,
Drifter has to get the 40 dudes.
To a little bit of a lead,
go snatch.
To spawn. And I think you kind of go back to the question of what do you do about
Drifter's
Arzo,
about to
because
become
Arzo
giga
is
useless.
A massive problem at the moment. Should Arzo show up to these fights?
Yeah.
I feel like there should be giga. Like we're going dispels. Should we not be getting counter spells this game, by the way, for the blind and Bunny?
So they're more about taking down the, you know, quote unquote.
Yeah. So Hoot goes disarming instead of rapid, compress, and then goes. I think warp zone is 4. I feel like every game you need to go this. It has the resist, bullet resist has a lot of value in this game, but you should for sure build in your vitality spike, and then you just go healing booster last year. I kind of like the disarming though over the rapid. I don't hate it. I think it makes sense to me in this game. Disarming into silver is giga underrated. Forcing silver to buy dispel magic is really good. I think it's really underrated.
Pretty far assistant all the way back there. You know, not the most compelling matches.
We'll have ult for this. He also has some ability range now.
8 miles in the other direction. But so the Urn fight transpires. Abraham still posturing way more aggressively. On
Weapon shielding this game. Mr. Empty Dreams also gets a slowing hex. He's a mystic shot enjoyer for his gun spike with the headhunter.
And setting this one up.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I was gonna say, Together's getting real aggressive here.
So Obakim steals form. It's getting to the point in the game though where the form is a little hard to use. Yeah, Drifter, you show him, Drifter. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're blind now. Oh my god, they actually killed Ivy though. Holy shit, this character's so OP. Oh my god, Drifter's so fucking OP.
Let's stick it under the gun.
Somehow he's not dead yet, but he will die.
Mobility limited after, and okay, flame dash coming in here from Empty Dreams. Looking to light things up. Still good HP.
Oh, Magic comes in.
Singularity
So I guess then he just called me the fuck out. He's like, oh.
Continues. Still 5-on-6. Saint.
You sure I shouldn't go Dispel? You sure, bud?
Right now, who's just,
this guy's got disarm. You sure?
A wide berth.
Just made me look like a moron.
Just because of what Singularity can do. Quantum gonna be forced out, and maybe the fight just ends here, Jason.
Sometimes holding the
didn't end up
Singularity
killing
is more of a
anyone
threat than actually using it too. Especially when you start running
I'm
up
just
players,
salty.
even the Warp Stone.
I'm just
I
upset.
do like the Disarming Hex pickup too. As you saw, it forced it to Dispel Magic out of Empty
Curious
Dreams.
if who's even gonna go healing booster here, if he's gonna go a different 16.
So bought some time.
I'm giddious.
I think this might be actual go time here for the Urn to be turned in. I mean, this lead is starting to.
They got the black hole
once again for Abraham's, up to 5K now, 21 minutes in.
No lasso for a bit.
Bringing the Urn towards middle.
Oh, lasso!
Sonic gets somehow knocked back.
Dude, this is just the count. This is just a holiday counter, bro.
Yeah, I think
it's unironically like the Sinclair just looks way too good. Oh, they're gonna force mid. Oh, they're gonna rip mid.
Knock back in that situation.
This Dynamo can get canceled though. A lot of cancel for the Dynamo here. For the black hole.
They're gonna be moving on in, but the mid boss, it's Dynamo's
Did you have
playground. You're
cube,
gonna have
though?
to play around the
We'll see.
Singularity. In comes together.
Very
to
interesting.
The side. Last stand coming out. No fear shown by Zergy. Rejuve Crystal is down. All charges up for grabs.
Oh, who played it perfectly?
In on the middle.
Who played it perfectly? Waited for the ults to come out. Waited for the stone form to come out. Oh my god, this hoop guy's pro.
Against a Sinclair and a Dynamo together, you have Singularity into a Rabbit Hex. You can't do anything.
And then he gets saved with the cube quantum. Oh my, this hoop guy too fucking pro.
They lose
too fucking pro. This hoop guy.
And they get themselves 5 or 4 kills.
Oh my god.
And they have an Urn to turn into. This is a.
Yeah, I think Buffendorf
is
a better team.
Lead now right now, ZP.
Yeah,
and Sauna's trying to get something out of nothing.
I feel like these guys are a little too pro.
I mean, that was the perfect call.
Post Singularity, Abraham's just getting cleanly swept out of the fight, and
they have Rejuves here if they want to force the Urn. They don't have to though, because they don't have ults for a bit, but they might just abuse timers here.
Going the mid boss.
Hands do have a zip though, so they may show up. Ivy and Dorman are sending it. They quick zip. I mean, they get here, but Cosmetical's here now. Dude, Buffendorf's macro is just too fucking clean. You can't beat these guys, bro. They get one advantage in the game, and it's just fucking over.
Uglies. I think Uglies would be nice, man. This is just...
No.
This is like the snowball we just had in the first game.
This team is disgustingly good.
Buffendorf's getting there and turning plus the kills.
They're too pro. They're too fucking pro. Like, they just turned one pick into mid boss. They babysitted the Urn, and then they got Urn turned in. Well, Abraham still had a zip. They used the quick zips to get there on time, and then they TP Cosmetical in and just blow the whole game open. Like, the game's just over. Game's done. GG.
I mean, look at Zergy. He has 7.7k.
These guys are too fucking pro. It's disgusting.
Yeah, he's ready to go on a shopping spree, and I mean, Abraham's the entire.
Opening might overcooked with the
ones being super aggressive now, having to play against
the Lycan Curse steal, but first assault though.
Finding where they're gonna come in, countered. Curse of Dispel Magic. Lycan Curse about to fade.
Kim will. Oh my god, the bunnies.
Time to get a little bit of a piece of.
And then the assistant. Oh, Kim's too good at this character, bro. Oh my god.
Viscous rolling on in, having a ball.
Knockdown on the Silver. Silver should be dead.
Together under the gun and simply bursted down. A full team effort from Buffendorf. Swapping on the together. All Rejuve crystals have been used, but used to good effect here, Jason.
It's not like they got in the walk rush. I think Abraham so far have one out on this fight because they get all.
Urn spawning in 25, by the way. They may not want to. They may want to back up here, but they kill Frake.
They get a kill on Vrake on top of this. Abraham's, I would say, a massive win actually off the back of the Rejuves being taken by Buffendorf.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a situation where Buffendorf. Ideally, you want to use.
I wonder if Hams are going to force this left side. I doubt it though.
Advantage after, but the Rejuves.
Well, Kim's got the flank.
Yeah,
oh, we did not know those guys were there. That was not a flank. He was just vibing over there.
That's Venator territory.
Yeah, no idea where those guys were.
Like juked them out. He was in mid lane.
Or he got pinged by
going up one of the ropes.
Ivy? I don't know.
And he juked back to this position and tried to sneakily get back to his own side of the map.
Okay, long timer here, right? 30 seconds on the Sinclair. They could get drop off with this. They have pushed right side.
In the hands of Saint running across now.
It's doable.
And with the man advantage of Obikin being down,
this would be absolutely massive for Abrahams if they get this.
For Abrahams.
I'm curious when Hoot's gonna pry with Unstop in this game, or if he's gonna go it at all. Like, I would heavy pry it, but Hoot's kind of pro, so he might not need to.
But Dynamo's nowhere near the Urn at the moment.
But the way he ulted in that mid pit, like, he might just be too pro. He might not even need Unstop.
Realistic. Still, they can stall out. 4 seconds on Obukim.
Zergy sends it.
Waiting on the flank, Eternal
Big
Knight
cube
ready to
here.
go, and
Really
the
nice cube
contest
just to
is
stall
gonna
time.
happen.
And then Zergy gets his ult
Eternal
off
Knight
now.
is out. Hoot gonna be looking for the singularity.
He's actually just gonna hold it. Zergy don't give a fuck.
Cosmetical down
Oh,
early. Ern goes with Abraham's.
he was he was sliding down the stairs to get max bullets off because you get infinite bullets on slide, but it made him go off the point.
Is the fall through gonna be there? Obukim throws in the vexing bolt.
Ult doesn't really result in a lot. Hoot's kind of low now too. Zergy ult comes in.
To Hoot, who's gonna be
Rescue beam quantum keeps him alive.
backed away as Together just plays the door.
Okay, good shit from Hams.
Kind of surprised it actually.
They abused the Obukim death timer.
Exchange. Looked like Abraham's completely.
Well done. They're making a game of it. Well done.
Net them kills, but still, Insane Empty Dreams going down. Cosmetical maybe dying a little bit early in that fight. He actually got hit like a really sick back-to-back dust of onto 2 players. I think it was Arzo and Tassi caught twice. In the end, Abraham's, they have equalized things at 137 apiece after being down the rejuice. I think they really deserve credit from pulling that one back too. Like the fight they had in the left lane, Walker defending it, I think allowed them to completely catch up, taking all 3 rejuice, taking kills, taking the urn off the back. And yet Buffingers are still looking for another fight. Dominique comes in once again here.
Hoot gets caught.
Arzo able to get away from that cage, but his charges still have yet to be used.
Oh my god,
they
they already did a lot, by the way.
Huge damage being done. Even a follow-up shot as well.
The blind shot through the corner.
They have to use cube on the drifter.
Is enough to put Listic away. Super low HP, but no, he's able to get back.
He will actually live though.
But Abraham's able to brawl their way back into this game. And also,
Look at Macro from Empty Dreams here to push side while all the chaos is happening. Oh, great.
Getting the Soul Walker combustion thrown in for good measure.
So Furnace is online now. It's going to have his overflow. This is a very strong Furnace right now. Hybrid damage.
So they were in a tough situation. They give up mid-boss and
the Furnace is a
seemingly no problem, but
new overflow enjoyer. Gives him so many stats he loves, including duration.
Never give up a clean pick because I think what we've seen team
Furnace loves the new duration. Loves these stats. These are everything he wants this late in the game.
Has singularity still up and available.
Loves it.
Yeah, and I think like Abrahams have shown though.
All right, Hams are back in it. Okay, I was wrong. I thought the game was just fucking over. They kind of trolled.
Like on that left lane Walker.
Buffingers kind of overstayed pushing this Walker. They were trying to push their advantage with the rejuve, but they got punished pretty hard.
Like the Stoneformer combustion. Buffingers is just not really able to siege any of these walkers down. And
BRS or BSR do it every time for the drifter.
In this game, 27.5
counterspells are coming in now.
We were on Zergy before.
So it's going to be a little bit harder for
he had 7.7 thousand
Obukim to get his bunnies off.
He's had to really itemize.
It's also like underrated into splatter.
Items
if you just need to survive at like some burst damage. Or like late into a fight if you're just like 1v1ing the Viscous.
To prevent the lasso. That is huge. And that's a big cooldown now down here.
Yeah, for lasso. That's the other thing.
A point for Buffingers to go for the engage and get aggressive.
Also, by the way, speaking of
this is the other way around though.
Difference here. Just about everyone is dispelled.
I was talking about this side buying counterspell, but
90k is like a near universal buy.
This side buying counterspell is pretty good too.
Just be dead here. Wait, the rescue beat. Wait, into the airdrop. This
is
okay,
fucking chaos. Who gets caught?
Together gets back in, and who goes down in off the rotation. So just when you think Together's gonna
Listic's 1 HP. Together does die though. Holiday's not in this fight. She's moving over now.
A big boon for Abraham's.
Dorman can come back into the fight if he wants.
Still seeing Sanya in the hotel.
Oh, look at the. Oh, they fucked up the card actually. I thought they were gonna get it off. I think Dorman got bunnied.
Sure why Sinclair's in play, but the Domini comes on out. Listic is gone. And Abrahams gets to walk away with the edge off that one there, Jason.
Do Hams force mid?
Is this a mid
yes, they do.
They have no ultimates. Zergy has got last stand.
Zergy can last stand in. They do have NATO here and bunnies. Like they have tools.
They also have Obukim there. I don't know. I feel like this
depends how many counterspells are on the side of Hams at this point.
Here for Abrahams. And they're gonna actually commit for the kill. Zergy's gonna come in for
they're gonna spread instead.
For the early harass. Obukim's there as well, so the Rabbit Hex could easily land.
Don't love Empty Dream's positioning in this.
Open things up with the Cosmetical gets the first rejuve.
But they get all 3.
Gets the third. Now, can they escape
wow.
their lives is gonna be the question.
I don't know what Empty Dream's positioning was there. Like he was like third HP and he was sitting hit. Like you're gonna just get like splattered or warden ulted like insta. If anything, he should have played for damage there, I think, instead of. Oh, Abraham's through the whole game. Oh, junk. Oh, junk.
Cosmetical, who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty, and the final cleanup is there. Not a single rejuve taken away from Buff and
junk, man.
Are still down, by the way.
Okay. Buff and George are going to force down some walkers here. They need slots. They are slot locked to hell right now.
I mean, this is 6 crystals in a row taken for Buff Enjoyers, and yet they're still behind in souls by 8k. You for sure know they're going to be looking for
bullying Mr. Infernus,
picking up.
but now the tides have turned.
They can take down Empty Dreams here. They have to respect it. They don't want to lose any more rejuice.
I think
here.
he's stolen from Assault.
Walker is finally going to go down. Finally, the flex slot opened up here for Buff Enjoyers.
They kind of messed up their waves a little bit here, but I feel like this should help Zergy.
Spell Magic's come on through. He's got Cosmetics, not even a one-on-one.
Zergy's ginormous
here, and taking it together would be ideal for them.
Yeah, no, this is fine. Leave the left wave, just play right side.
Hood has Singularity. He has Warpstone. He has everything.
Oh, that was a really bad block. Oh, okay, that was really scary.
Luckily, doesn't get stunned up there, and they actually do have the Singularity to hold on to. For
that was a scary quantum. That was fucking scary, bro. That was near seconds near disaster, but they ended up killing the Walker.
Wildly the other way is that there was a lot of latent income.
So who does not go healing booster? He goes great instead.
Available for Buff and Joy's attack.
I'm assuming he might go a DB here,
or maybe just barrier. I don't know. Get earned. So,
I'm not sure.
If we could look at the soul graph again, Abraham's
maybe Indomitable.
It has all gone away. The side
over unstop. I'm not sure. I'm super curious where who goes with this.
Jason.
All right, 2 slots is major for Buff and George. Absolutely massive. They also swing back into the lead for souls.
The melee creeps FPS Lounge from last week could be a contender.
Giga for them to get pickup.
I mean, do you contest
Holy Bod's gonna come in here.
But you do have Era Domini. Out of ours, is at 38k.
It's going to be uncontested. Hand's going to try to play opposite side here to get the Walker. This is the last Walker, though, so the resistors scary, so they just back up. They know that.
If anything, I'd say look to kill Listic twice.
I think why they're not committing to this, by the way, is because Hams did not, or Buff and George didn't show on this left side. So they only showed 1 or 2 on the earn drop-off reveal.
Like, stat-wise, you're still at a point where you can evenly fight.
So Hams did not feel confident committing for that Walker, even though they had numbers.
Like this economically, but the alternative
they could also get TP'd on, right?
Even worse. So
if they commit, so
defensively spooky. Final Walker and try and
Singularity. Oh, huge rescue beam though. Giga rescue beam.
Afar. That's actually cooldown wise a massive win for Tass, who gets a concussion trying to go for the hyperline.
That's so unfortunate for Buff and George, and so well done by Abrahams to keep Tass alive. I mean, with Singularity not there, they lose a lot of their power.
This word is scary as fuck.
Showing no fear up against this Walker.
No fear.
Half HP. The rest of Abraham.
No fear. No matter the odds.
Throwing him into the Baroness Hotel, but Vrayek is going to be there, so he's going to have a cube to get out of this one. Don't worry. Not to mention Abraham's have kind of given up ground around this Walker.
Yeah, I mean,
it slows down the damage,
but this side, nope, not
going
to
pick up waves too. Hams are going to try to force something on exits here, but they're not going to get there.
Yeah, they're going to be down 10k. 10k isn't.
Oh my god, Buff and George are just so much better than them, bro. They're just so much better than them.
Although, the degree of being.
Hams had every opportunity to win this game. Multiple opportunities to win this game, or like take hold of the game. And just Buff and George are just better, bro. They're just better. They don't even end up using a single rejuve, but they get 3 walkers out of it.
Singularity too, so they have a window to play with for sure.
Guys are too fucking pro, man.
I feel like if you try to play in this window and you fail, you're just handing over the series to Buff Enjoyers.
True.
Let's see. Obi Kim again, just constantly harassing towards middle. Just Spectral Assistant away. They're getting 4.5. He's got Colossus, Frenzy, Vamburst, Berserker, Surge of Power. I mean, he's kitted out his teeth.
Kitted.
Yeah, I'm about to pick up the Dispel Magic.
Kitted with the kit.
2 from
ooh, Blood Tribute.
We're just getting trolled by the
Giga Warden item.
There's like, yeah, next time queued up.
Giga Warden item, the Blood Tribute. I think even if you're gonna go Spirit Engage Warden, you should think about Blood Tribute for your gun spike. I think Warden is built for this item.
And how much damage he does.
Look at these stats. Look at this overstatted Chungus item. Holy shit, that's a lot of stats.
Actually stuck with it. He also has Ricochet too.
And then with the amount of bullet, life steal, and drain you get from your ult, like this health drain is nothing to you. Ain't nothing to me. Look at that move speed, bro. +2 move speed on Warden.
You knew the camera was watching him. He's like, look how big I am.
Sorry, that peaked my mic, but I'm just that excited.
The word fat finger there when it actually makes your character fat for 10 seconds. But
want to make sure character
anyway,
get good chunks.
Back up for your next fight. Not the biggest error of all time.
Siphon on the Venator.
I did sell him Interesting. So he actually didn't commit to it and went Ricochet instead.
Kind of makes sense because he has to like self-heal himself a lot this game. So
about as even as it gets. 35 minutes of the game. Abraham's
also
playing
inherently good into Warden. This fucking 5k Giga HP pool.
in one of the more unconventional drafts we've seen in recent memory.
It's pretty much only good until the
Looking
warden,
to end
so
the series here and now. A lot closer than some people may have
arguably
believed
good into Mirage too, yeah.
if they went from last week into this week.
Tank Buster?
How this fight gets
Okay.
is going to be so important.
Exactly.
Go off together, go off.
Coming up, buffs as well.
I've seen people do this. I don't know if it's
You don't want to
that
throw this.
great,
And
but-
you can see actually Abraham's managed to get both of the buffs. So a movement buff for Arzo, which is going to make him even more difficult to
like
to
Mystic
close the
Burst.
gap
I'd be
on,
down
and
for
gun buff
earlier in
for
the game if
Sonya.
you want to just start
And even
one
with the
tapping
lead,
people. But
Buffingers are still being cautious about this one. They don't want to be the ones
Depending all the way
to
for
be
Tank Buster, I don't
aggressors.
know.
They're trying to
Yeah, I
actually
don't know.
play like retroactively.
again, it's just good into
They
the
forced a
warden.
mistake out of
but-
Abraham's, maybe a catch.
And gives you a more upfront
steal
burst,
in the
but-
Baroness Hotel.
Yeah.
And actually,
Yeah, I
they're
don't know.
even potentially get a catch on the task as you saw there.
I mean, Tass is
I feel like
just
green items are
playing
just
around
so
a little
good
bit,
on
had the door up the entire time, going back and
on
forth.
silver.
It was
I'm
almost
like
he
an
was trying to
inhib
bait
this
some
game,
of
bro.
the
Inhib this
ball
game would
through
go
the door
sickle
because the door
mode
closes
on the
up
silver.
at that point. Speaking of fishing, Listic fishing with the mark, not gonna find it. It's said together. It's time to go and counterspell onto the boot kick, but the singularity doesn't land. Hoot doesn't land. It takes a guess. It is wrong. It goes to collision, comes on out, and that's a quick.
Yeah, that
feedback
wasn't
for Together.
that wasn't it, guys.
Courtesy
That
of Saint, but
that wasn't it.
singularity being off
That wasn't the
menu,
play.
Abrahams has a real opportunity
All right,
now in
Hams,
this
you
next
gotta-
fight.
We gotta do something, okay? Actually, never mind. Hoot has fucking refresher. Never mind, you can't do it.
He's gonna have ultimate back online here.
And Obi Kim already has ult together. I lied.
Not quite sure if
I lied.
might actually be
You can't do
taken
fucking
here,
anything.
but that is so unfortunate for them to actually lose out on the singularity, catching absolutely nothing. That is the worst feeling to have as a Dynamo, especially at this point in the game, considering mid boss is available or has been picked up here. Vrake might have.
Oh, drifted character almost gets one shot.
And as you said, refresher is available for Hoot, and he has used it. And he's looking for
Together
that key
gets blown
singularity to
out.
make up for the blunder from
Contesting the
before.
urn here.
Together,
Silencer
having to
comes
get
in for
out in a
cosmetical, by the
hurry,
way.
Still alive. Eternal Knight is popped, but overall, if Together's
And
able to get out
bumping
of the way,
doors.
Abrahams, they're going to complete a good
Continue to
disengage
get
here. Significant ults used.
So,
Urn
the scary thing
still
about this
in
urn
control by
is
Buffingers, but
Mid is up.
Together's
So yeah,
going
you see
back to
Hams
heal.
like posturing to get
lane
blue
on
prio
right is
here.
pretty
So they're gonna
pushed
get blue
in.
prio so they can
we'll see how
they
Abrahams
have the
plays
option
this.
to
They
force
don't
mid if
lose
they want
anyone,
to.
they get a lot of
Because they're gonna be
ults
late
out
to
of
this
Buffingers.
right?
But in turn, they're going to be a little bit late to the urn party. And now, looking at Sanya. Sanya right now is looking around for a lasso, like, kind of deep behind
This
enemy
is
lines. Who's the target
now we're doing nothing
for
too.
Sanya? This could be crucial. We look at the
We're
setup.
doing
It's available after the urn is
nothing.
just outright won by
This is
Buffingers,
not the
and
play.
does Abraham's
We
get
will not
anything from
find
this?
it.
They're
This
looking
is
for
not
the
it, bro.
picking
The lasso's not gonna land.
Over! Lands the lasso, but no, it bugs out! I think it bugged in this case. Or it got counterspelled. It was hard to... He didn't really
Probably
get
got
it.
counterspelled.
I think he
I
just
don't
used
know
the
about that.
railing.
But
to
like, was that
actually make
we're
it so it
banking
couldn't hold
we're
anywhere.
banking in the higher,
And the lasso just
we're making
gets
a
nullified.
37-minute urn on.
Hey, you know, a singularity for a lasso,
Like,
that's kind of fair,
hitting a
right?
lasso,
You know, you're
guys.
allowed to miss
Like,
one of those ultimates, so I don't think
nah.
refreshers on the cards here for
I
Sonya.
feel like they just bait mid,
Those
no?
open up
Like
the
you just
hub,
get
the
roar
wall
and then run
quicker.
at them.
And now with that down, man, who
But
is
maybe I don't know.
singularity
Like running
available?
up staircase into the dynamo's kind of fucking scary.
Not saying necessarily it's go time.
Into,
Look
like,
at the lead
G-
now Buffingers
into
have been able to build,
Bunny,
but albeit 38 minutes in, that's not
Warden,
that big of a lead, to be fair.
Mirage, Splat. Yeah,
Yeah,
eh,
I mean-
maybe you can't play staircase into this comp.
I'd love to get the angle. of
No,
that
I think
because
about it.
it's
Playing
just like the
staircase is
long
kind of
standing line.
scary.
I don't even know if it's considered a bug per se, but
Because they'd be
it's
coming
the
from
type of
urn
thing where
drop
you
off,
get caught
right?
on something
So like
there's
you
something
can't get
more.
like the zip line up here to catch them.
The trip to the Baroness has a taste of your own
Yeah, that's
medicine.
just does.
Obakim
Game's over.
gives the special service to Tass. But here it comes Together in the middle of the fight. Just
Listic does
ripping
die, though.
Listic's face right off. Together, turning things around. Back and forth. For now, a 1-for-1 trade. I think one you kind of like so far, but Singularity out for Hoot. How many did Hoot get in there? Certainly got at least Saint.
Nah, game's over.
Doesn't matter. Saint goes down, ours goes
Yeah,
down. The
game's
man
just
advantage
fucking
has been
over,
won
man.
for Buff Enjoyers. Continue to go for the chase here, trying to get a catch onto another player, but the mid boss
Yeah, just
is
go
still
mid.
ready to be taken, and Buff
Yeah,
Enjoyers
they're
is
just
going
going
to be
fucking
focusing
mid.
on that tasty meal waiting in mid pit. This would be 9 Reju crystals in
The
a
waves
row.
are
Their
hard,
bases are
but
looking
it
too
doesn't
healthy,
matter.
man.
We're
All
not
their
gonna be
lanes are being
contested here.
shoved against them. They have to be very quick about this one. Because the upside is Sonya. I don't really see a world is actually to contest this one.
Sonya
They
might
don't
YOLO
have combustion,
YOLO
they don't have
contest,
a
but
lasso, they don't have
then you just
anything
trying to
that
pull
contests
people
this
away
one,
like
and they're running
bait, but-
into
There's nothing to be done.
a Dynamo and a Sinclair. You have to get this one up for free.
Into a pause. 3 rejuves and a quick pause. But
It's over.
that was a wild sequence of events. And a fight where I think Hoot must have gotten 2 in the Singularity. Like, looking back at who died immediately after, I think it was a 2-man
Pause luck.
Singularity.
Pause
hit
luck.
Saint,
Pause
hit
luck.
Arzo. and that was enough.
All right, 8K, nice.
But also, look at karma when you start the fight with Doorman getting sent to the Baroness, and how things just end up miserably. But Obakim's lagging is the assumption for the pause. So we're gonna chalk this up as a tech pause. That will hopefully be resolved relatively soon.
Could be worse, Obakim. You could have your power going down all day for you. Yeah, crazy game, honestly, ZP. It's been so back and forth.
So
we actually see, I don't know if we can in the pause, like the soul graph again. I'm sure that's something we can see because it was kind of ridiculous how back and forth it's been. It felt like Abrahams have had the lead for the majority of the game. I think we have a replay of that lasso. Yep, just get stuck.
Little replay.
Yeah, that honestly, that lasso getting stuck is kind of tragic because I really think that could have been the difference maker in this game. Like, if Zergy dies there post lasso, you're talking about a very, very different sequence of events. So
I feel like you just I don't think you get lasso. I mean, the lasso connects, but I don't feel like you don't pull them out because of the terrain that's around, because you're so low and he's kind of like high with the railing. I don't think you're really going to be successful in that lasso. Or I mean, I could be wrong. You've been
time you are
spamming
like,
on a holiday.
As someone that's played holiday, like that will usually go through. It's just there's like weird cases where even though lasso will normally go through, sometimes like you'll get the right set of circumstances where it won't. But from the player end, you still kind of always go for it there. You just never know if it's going to bug out or not. And this, I mean, pretty impactful, unfortunately, for Abrahams, for that to go down in that way. Like, that's probably, I'm thinking back in the past, that maybe the most impactful we've seen, like, that interaction with Lasso have, like, this swing on a match.
Hopefully Kim's internet comes back, because this has been a nail-biter of a game, honestly, ZP. I feel like we haven't really seen it
more
happen
replays,
often.
more.
We're due to get a replay of the singularity.
They should show the
here
mid
in
bosses.
second.
Like the mid bosses
See how
determine
many
this whole
did in
game.
fact catch.
Nice
Yeah,
catcher move. We didn't get to see this angle.
Is it
That's fine.
And it was Ivy there. So yeah, two-man catch. Nailed it perfectly. And those are, I mean, we've been asking how are they going to deal with catching Arzo, and well, there you go.
Oh, can we see who's built? Did he end up going unstopped? Did he end up going in dumb?
People already going as like, is this EU's Ido moment? Now, bear in mind, we've kind of communicated to teams that, you know, for us, the max pause is within about like 15 to 20 minutes, unless, you know, we reserve the right if we hear that it's going to be resolved soon.
I mixed production and
we
broadcast
can
into
fix
one.
it a little bit more. Like, it would be a reason to believe, but we're not going to go too much beyond that. So I think the pause started about like 3 minutes ago. So around 7:30 Eastern, at least from us on the broadcast, is when we'll be looking to unpause.
Slow
the soul difference here. Just constantly bouncing back and forth, and I mean, you could just see like they had to fight back like a 14K deficit.
I don't know if you can actually show items during pause.
Like a 10K
if you're in spectator. I don't
like
know if you know.
Deficit, and they kept turning it back towards themselves.
I think you can, but
it's been so tough, I think, for Buff and Joris, considering they're. I mean, you can see in the way they've been playing, they're unconfident in trying to go for a push in towards Abrahams on like an equal footing. Even with Rejuve crystals, we saw that they were punished, and that's where the swap happened yet again in terms of difference in souls. Can we maybe get like a golden statue check-in? We just kind of go through the whole shebang here with what we have.
Pretty even with statues. Look at the director.
Hit every single.
Look at the fucking old bot stealing all the statues.
Listic at the moment. And it looks like we're back in the game here. Oakham's reconnected. No idle moment in ZP. We're gonna find out.
No idle moment. Skin him up.
I mean, I think this one, you know, if you add the win percentage graph, it is likely, you know, 90%
indomitable
for
Viscous
to run away with it. I think some of the team fights.
The whole idea is so you can
like
always be able to get your cube off, your best cube off, just in case.
Still, you know, dependent on things like landing good singularity, etc. To where there are a few cases where Abrahams could swing this back, but playing around a clean 3 rejuves is one of the most difficult things in Deadlock, especially now that we're about to hit the 40-minute mark. So
show me hoot item.
Yeah, right now, Buff need to clean up these waves, man. You saw the base guarding go down the left-hand side due to the wave. They obviously want to maximize the use of these rejuves.
Oh, they showed me for half a second. He has refresher or something.
You know,
I got fucking baited.
Dot your I's and cross your T's here if you want to close this one out. Even though you do have a 29K lead, it's so late in the game that 29K does not amount to that much. And again, they've shown resistance to trying to push in towards Abraham's here, and you got to look for a pick. And Obi
Diviner's buy from Obi Kim this game.
I think on this game on Sinclair.
At this point in the game, we're gonna be stealing like
so many great
Doorman,
He's hit a
Lasso,
great amount of
or
hotels as
Inferno. So you got to be like going
the
in.
MVP of this match in particular. And there we go, Lasso. Of course, I talk about he's gonna miss
That's
this one.
That one wasn't even close.
I mean, it's 15-second cooldown. Fucking rip him, bro. Who cares?
On you. And,
Let's go for the YOLO Lasso. Why not?
Either way, it's a short cooldown. Like, really.
Healing booster
really
finally comes
cooldown.
in for Hoot late game.
It's
back up.
So Hoot waits on getting the healing booster till he has
this is
max
him?
3,
I thought
I
this
guess.
caught.
Max heal, if you don't know.
It's more of an
Heal
expense
is
paid
3.
trip without the usual.
Mirage, Exodia
checkout
is
service
online,
that
Silencer,
Format is known to
Inhib,
provide.
Escalating Rico.
Back to basically 8.9k to spend.
Who does have on stop? Okay, he also went counterspell.
A lot
Okay.
of money. Spellslinger picked up for Zergy too. Boundless picked up for Cosmetic.
Got
We're
his,
hitting some
got his
big
alt
power
items.
spikes here for them as the rest of the squad continue to push in towards this
Counterspell's
mid
really interesting.
lane guard or base guardians.
Here's this for Lasso, right?
And Singularity is going to be up in just a few seconds.
Make sure you don't
Refresh
get
yourself.
lassoed before a fight
Double
starts.
Ultimates out of Dynamo here for Hoot. And this is where things get really scary for Abraham's here. Getting caught by one's already bad, but the fact that you can back it up with 2. You get a catch on Arzo. I feel like if you get a catch on Arzo and maybe together this game's over for Abraham's. You have
Who
to
doesn't
keep
give a
these two
fuck about
players
a
alive
stomp?
in particular. Together's been putting in so much work trying to kill off Squishies and Listic.
Merc back for Zergy. Holy Zergy is
Now
Thanos.
under siege. 3 rejuve crystals still up for another minute and a half. And for Abraham's, again, fighting this is
Again, like,
very
Warden
tricky,
isn't like a
especially with the
turbo
singularity
scaler,
in the
but it's the
cards.
sole difference that always matters with
onto the
with
second
Warden.
shrine, and
You
for
just
Buff
stat check people,
Enjoyers,
right? 6k up
just
on
wonder, how's this gonna
on
pan
Arzo
out?
on the Venator.
Abraham's, you see how together going in.
Who
looking at
whiffed,
one
but he
rejuve
does have
crystal
another
out
ult.
of Zergy. Hanging on to the
Yeah, and then he
singularity,
gets
still
second
gonna
one,
let it
doesn't matter.
fly, and it's a big one. Pulls in multiple members of Abraham's. Zergy and Listic
Dude, I
on
swear
fall
Hoot's like
through.
whipping the first one to bait.
Jason, this one may be
I
over
swear.
as Buff Enjoyers with one of the more interesting
Like,
drafts we've ever seen.
it's
Taking
just-
out stage
I don't
one
even know.
patron, and frankly, they got no reason to leave.
Don't worry, Hoot. We didn't see that first Singularity. It was only the second one that really mattered. First stage patron gone, like you mentioned. And the rest of Buff Enjoyers swarming over the patron. This is going to be another win here for Buff Enjoyers here. Night shift number 44. They're trying to finish off the last couple of members, get the kills before the win. That's what it's all about. Even a Fairness Hotel being thrown in onto Arzo once again.
Yeah,
Buff
Buff Enjoyers are just
behind
too good
for
at the video game, bro.
majority of the game. They getting 9 Reju crystals
They're
in a row. and
they're
they
still
finally
too
close
good
it
at
out with a
the
very
video game.
unorthodox composition.
And this
As
time,
BK said
I
before,
accepted that.
There's no goats meta. There's no set meta, set way to play this game.
This
here.
time I
Buff
was like,
Enjoyers
these guys
continuing to
too
prove that
fucking
to be
good, man.
true.
Yes, yes. For Buff Enjoyers, it doesn't seem like there's anything that's really at risk because the team, the cohesion, and the skill is so evident, and they do it again, and in such a fashion as this. I think
I
it's
love
really
losing
impressive
100k
because
points
this
against
draft really
Deadlock.
shocked a lot of people. I even saw tweets about this draft, but Buff Enjoyers seemingly the generational talent in Deadlock at the moment. What was most striking for you in terms of how the draft actually played out? Now that we got to see, how them go toe to toe with an Abraham's draft, which was S tier, it felt like.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, I think when you look
This
at
was
the
like such
overall
a flex
game
day for
and how
Buff
the
Enjoyers.
scores were going down, I think it was
They're
all
like, yeah,
reasonably
we're
that
just better.
Abraham still had the
Yeah, we're
better
just gonna
draft.
try out some shit we've been thinking
However,
about.
I think Buff Enjoyers proved that some of the heroes have been lesser used in recent times. Definitely are pretty competitive, and the different.
Big facts. If we don't count Drifter. Dynamo playable.
That the
Not insane, but playable.
That at times kept together a little bit in check because
I think Infernus got a big big bump today too. People,
into the opposition when a Dynamo's here.
I think people were not thinking about hybrid Infernus enough. I think this headhunter shit is just really good. What the fuck is happening, bro?
a little bit of how freely both Empty Dreams and Together could play in this game.
I'm gonna get my screenshot and then I'm gonna pull my leg up again for a bit before NA starts.
Going for that melee was, miserable. And I mean, without that parry happening, this game could have been way more one-sided. Like, this was a key moment of swinging things around from Together. But yeah, overall, some of the pressure you got from Listic on Drifter was interesting.
He fucked up the rest of me, so he had to fly him. That's so funny, but it worked out anyways. He's got
someone and just followed through the doors. So, am I sold on Drifter? I'm not sure, but it certainly didn't look as bad as some people may have thought.
See Sanram's rest of the game. Rescue with Gigabyte this game. Suppressor's probably goodbye. I wonder about the early duration. I'm curious if he maxed Thorns. This was an insane ult.
Ask you or sort of exclaim that. Buff Enjoyers, you know, again, it's an interesting composition that they ran.
The
Sinclair, you know, oftentimes, I think it was a very
like,
early Sinclair pick in the draft. You know,
I swear Hoot's just like whipping the ults to bait, no?
Against the opponents picking certain things, like maybe discourage them from getting a pocket or something like that. And sometimes it's about like protecting like your ability to pick something like a Dynamo so that they can't counter pick with a Sinclair.
Yeah, right. We saw it for a while, right? When Dynamo Kelvin was good. Like what the read to that was picking Sinclair in top 3, and then you can just guarantee that you're not going to get counter picked on your Dynamo later in the draft.
So long, or really ever, maybe. This actually looks really legit as an approach to the game. Like, what was your thoughts overall once you saw it play out? Because VP obviously gave his answer. I wonder if there's anything else that VP didn't pick up on that you did.
Well, it's just kind of crazy to me that you can let a Holiday go through. You can let a Dorman go through. They had
like the amount of picks they gave away, and then just still just
counter, and it worked.
They just outplayed them.
Well.
They just
played his.
It wasn't even draft. It was like they just outplayed them.
But with the way like the whole game is going, it wasn't an easy win for Buff Enjoyers whatsoever. I mean, together I think was the, kind of the glue of the team. He was constantly being the threat on that silver. He was able to just destroy Cosmetical if he could ever close that gap. He was doing the same to Listic as well after we saw that parry come through from earlier in the game. Arza was doing some really good damage as well with the Era Domini, but Buff Enjoyers had to work extremely hard with, I think what most would say is kind of like a suboptimal composition, and yet they proved you can still win with these comps. And I say suboptimal because I think you look at it, if this is anyone but Buff Enjoyers, you say this team loses.
Probably.
100%. Wow, 30,000 clean 30,000 objective damage.
Look at the healing. He went healing booster so late and still
I think showing some of the.
Here's what his build order was here, right? Like I don't think he maxed off. He probably maxed on
not just
4th.
A tanky M1, but one that can really tempo objectives. ZP.
I would assume. Maybe he doesn't max quantum anymore. I'm not sure. I'm curious. Boon distribution for Hoot this game.
But as you get into the late game, you know,
Holiday still did crazy damage. Dorman still did crazy damage. They just got outplayed, bro. They just got outplayed. Furnace finally looked kind of meh.
Is giving you more impact.
Empty Dreams and Furnace wasn't looking too good.
You know how Era Domini impacts fights at that point, but
don't know if I love the duration buy from Saint, but it might have been because he was
where you're dealing with this
maxing thorns. I don't know.
HP beast that is really painful to actually
30K
DPS down.
object damage for Zergy is
who's gonna actually do enough damage to take Zergy out of the fight. And actually, like, getting together that level of damage is pretty difficult, especially when you have Obakim playing interference with both Rabbit Hexes and repeatedly
Mystic Shot.
just stolen Door Mantle. It's like,
oh my god,
yeah, it's wild. Production.
666.
We see that.
Monka.
That's a little scary.
Monka.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think you
all right, Buff Enjoyers
points there, and the amount of utility that was there. You know,
game, bro.
The extra capacity to keep Zergy alive, whether it's through the cubes or the quantum entanglements and so on. There's just a lot of tools to really make Zergy even more dangerous later on. So yeah, this worked out really well. Is there anything else to add to this now that you're looking at the stats, Jason?
I'll give him a screenshot from last week. I did watch last week, but I didn't watch it live.
I think like one thing we didn't really touch on too much was like Vrayek did actually a really good job in positioning. I feel like most of the Bareness Hotels being thrown up by TAS, Vrayek was there to just cube someone, like whoever got thrown into the Bareness Hotel to keep them alive. And I think Vrayek deserves a lot of credit as well. I don't think they get as deep into that game without pretty much canceling out that ultimate the best they can.
I don't like
one thing to note about the
I just don't like it.
And that binding word,
like
I think
no inhib, no inhib, brother, no inhib this game. Really? No fucking inhib. 32k healing, 21k healing, and everyone else is above 10k. No fucking inhib, really? Really?
That binding word with the silence.
Good spirit burn by.
Spell magic off like right away. Then you can follow it up with like a knockdown.
Lucky shot,
I
bro.
feel like that alone makes Warden.
Okay,
so
the Siphon lucky shot, like Siphon, I can understand into the
other team.
Into the
actually,
Warden.
If we go back to the stat screen, that was the thing I was going to point out is that Dispel Magic was bought by everyone except Saint. And the reason why Saint's not buying is that, well, your Ivy, you got Stone Form. Everyone was buying it, and in large part, it's because of the high value against Binding Word. If you get hit by Binding Word, it is miserable and you're probably
this didn't buy one either.
Also,
again, he can cube himself. Win Indomitable instead.
Drifter. Like,
Indomitable's super
interesting. Like a very S-tier pick. Item-wise for Abraham.
I guess you love these stats in statistics, right? And then you can go reactive earlier in the game.
That you had coming out from the Buff Enjoyers side. But yeah, just to look at it, 5 different.
I mean, like, it makes sense. Lasso, Dormanol,
person not needing it because, well, you're Ivy. You
Ivy,
need to buy that item.
Flight or Golem, Inferno Assault.
Yeah,
like, kind of makes sense.
Not a cheap item either. And something else actually is that Zerky was also making Warden pickable or look pickable and was winning with it before Warden actually got buffed recently. Because in the most recent patch, Warden actually did get some buff. I think like to his to his gun damage and also his ultimate damage. Like he just got some all-around buffs. So
True. Okay.
Kind of cool.
I'm gonna put my leg up. It's gonna be like 10 minutes before NA.
Playing Warden a little bit more.
I will be back. I'll be back for NA again. I can literally
Jason, you were
see.
That
I can see my PC from there. So
Sinclair.
I'll be right back.
Go on. And it is.
OBKM deserved MVP. Sinclair looked clean as fuck.
Even
his lassos were too clean.
OBKM's performance in this map alone was series MVP worthy, is what I want to say. I don't remember who was playing game one, honestly, but the Sinclair stood up that heavily, and how good he was at stealing the right ultimate at the right time, the harass he was doing, the kill streak he had early on. Like OBKM just put in some serious work in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of all game long where you're getting it from lane phase, where of course Sinclair is naturally still one of the better laners in the game, but also I think back to key moments that we had in this game, particularly the mid boss. Like to me, Abraham's lost this game at 2 points. One was the mid boss where they had Hoot dead. They were up, one player total, and part of the reason why they were losing mid boss there is because of OBKM coming in with timely rabbit hex. And then of course the other reason why I think they lost the game, which is a bit unfortunate, is that Sanya had that lasso that wasn't to be, that got stuck on the railing. But all in all, OBKM was a key part of a lot of the plays that made things work for Buff Enjoyers this game. And in a way, potential man no longer, because the potential got realized.
It's so cool to see as well, because we talk about how versatile the whole roster is for Buff Enjoyers, and OBKM, is someone that had played a lot of supports, getting stuck in support jail, but then showing that when Holiday was very pickable, like early adopter to Holiday, looked incredibly good on Holiday, very very different to the classic support, like very high movement, very very active, and then just showing again, like Sinclair, I think a hero that I think many would say is maybe the highest skill ceiling hero in the game, like one of, if not the top one. And so let's check out the history here of EU. I mean, it's a history of domination. It's pretty brutal actually at this point from Buff Enjoyers.
You're looking at that, you're just like, damn, Loki W fell off. It's like, no. It's actually just Buff. It's the same team, just different icon.
Yeah, it's like a one little, win from Leviathan, kind of just besmirching their good name. But other than that, yeah, this is looking dominant. We're looking like we're kind of back into maybe an era.
Yeah, I mean, the Abrams era, from like 14 to 27, was pretty dominant. That was also when like Buff Enjoyers kind of called it quits, right? And then we had Loki reform. They picked up Listic and Shark initially, and then they eventually brought in the rest of the boys. Yeah, maybe create a legacy for themselves yet again. I mean, thinking back to Fight Night, it was all about VP or Buff Enjoyers back then, and 7 out of the last 8 wins here for Buff Enjoyers, with potentially another win in R1 as well coming up this week. Like that, I mean, they've already created a legacy, and they've already proven to be the hardest team to beat in EU and in A, and it's just a matter of when will a team figure them out? When will a team beat them? Or is it just you have to depend on them to beat themselves and break up?
Also, if we could go back to the screen for a moment, just one thing to note on the Loki W / Buff Enjoyers journey here is that up to 33, when Loki W comes on the scene in Night Shift 30, and they have Empty Dreams on the team. And they lose at first, and then they come in, they win 32, 33, and they're looking strong at other tournaments going on the scene at the same point. Then they finally, make the change. They get rid of Empty Dreams, bring on Zergy. And it's a long adjustment period where from 34 to 36, they're out of it. But by 37, like Zergy is attuned to the team and everything is going well. They win 3 straight. They drop 1 to Leviathan, and then from there on out, win another 4 straight. So it's, it took a while. Like I mentioned this just in terms of, them having the slump and the rebuild and everything else, because I think sometimes people forget when you see a brand new iteration of a team or a change up that, it's not always clean, but in this case, the long-term result is definitely worth it.
What are they doing with this?
The aiming skills there, all suspect. No, that was a great rundown, ZP, and I guess I need some more practice there, some more Kovacs. But yeah, this is a really, really great team, and I just love the way that they're winning right now, able to do it with such interesting drafts and really showing this, I guess, the whole Deadlock scene, what's possible. Next, we can look at what action is coming up, because that is, of course, closing out our EU portion of the day with the NA remaining. Melee Creeps against Bird with Clock to kick things off for a chance to play in the money match against FPS Lounge. And what do you guys feel is going to be going on in that challenger match? Are we feeling good about Bird with Clock? They look pretty strong, but it is Melee Creeps.
We have a big wild card because for Melee Creeps, League was a sub last week. And honestly, I called them out on broadcast, and I think I have to apologize a little bit in that, when Melee Creeps did the Melee Creeps Academy thing, usually those things are a PR stunt and you're just going to get another veteran from the scene. Apparently, per Saya, they're playing with a new 6th player today called Vinyl. And they came up through tryouts, relatively new face to high-end NA competition so far as I know. So Melee Creeps, this is a new 6th player that's basically taking the spot that Ranger used to have on the team, which of course used to be the spot that Scout used to have on the team. So that is the history for Melee Creeps, and we'll see Vinyl's debut today.
All right, well, that is a wonderful way to segue into the break and get the North American action started. Thank you so much, Jason and ZP, for covering all the EU action. It's time to move on to maybe better casters. I guess we'll see.
What the hell? Can we get a better host too? Damn.
Score big this summer of Dash Pass with up to 40% off on DoorDash. From checking the score over an order of fries, to debating lineups over the grill, to feeding your soccer obsession. With Summer of Dash Pass, get up to 40% off on DoorDash.
Fucking Twitch, bro. I was like, bro, did my PC just... I was like, did my PC just fucking turn off? Fucking Twitch, man. Fucking Twitch. I'm milking the last 5 minutes.
Let's hide here. I see the enemy. I got you. I see the enemy.
Hello, welcome back to Night Shift. I wonder how many people stick around for EU and then also all of NA. I wonder what percentage of viewers do that, because you guys are the goats if you do it. But now, as you can see, as we switch regions, we switch casters. I'm here with Mitch and Jake. How you guys doing?
Guys, I'm on a streak. This is my 4th show in a row. That is actually crazy.
This is actually Mitch's body double. This is his like assassination body double. He's coming in.
I just use machine learning. Basically, had them scan all my tripe for the last 15 years of casting and just like spit out random lines to keep people happy. You know.
Sick. How do I do that? Oh, that's pretty sick. Nice. Okay. Well, Mitch, when is that going to end though? When is there like a combo breaker coming up or?
I mean, I'm going to do 5 in a row, I think, unless I get fired today.
Okay.
And then, a little bit spotty. I'm not going to lie to you, but I mean, hopefully over the next year or so is more consistent. That's my hope. I love being here. Obviously, you guys, when I get into a groove with the Night Shift, man, nothing beats it, honestly. And we've had fan-fudging-tastic games last week. Also, Europe today was great. So, and also like, we've had a little while since like a patch, really. It's like back on the 11th. So we've had some time to really settle into this kind of metagame, this kind of balance patch here. And it's been fun to just sort of dig in and sort of start to digest some of the new comps and even some of the random ones we're seeing pop up if you saw Buff and Joy's comp in EU. So it's fun. The game's still evolving, even though we haven't had a patch for, God forbid, a couple of weeks. So I'm loving it.
I got to say, Jake, I got to ask you, how does it feel to get to cast with Mitch? Because I feel like we're all fighting over Mitch when he comes back. We're like...
It's always a pleasure. I mean, Mitch and I have casted in Overwatch together and such, so we get to work together now and again. But always a pleasure having you on the show, Mitch. Always great to have you here in Deadlock. And as you're saying, I mean, the games have been incredible. We've been pretty blessed, I think, with the competitiveness and even the innovation. I mean, we saw Drifter and Dynamo just succeed. When I saw that draft, I was like, surely they've gone too far. Drifter like never works. Dynamo, it's really out of the meta, but you know, Buff and Jers, they're just a team that can kind of make anything work. NA, I think, has been closer than that. I don't think any team has been able to kind of get that kind of ahead of the competition.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket and see what we've got going on here for North America. So Melee Crews against Bird with Clock. You don't often see Melee Crews in the challenger match, but today we will see that because FPS Lounge may be stabilizing a little bit after the recent merger of rosters. And perhaps they could be the new super team in NA. We'll have to see how that one turns out. But first, indeed, guys, Bird with Clock and Melee Crews will be the first showing for a best of one. Any feelings on this? Where are the emotions?
It is, I mean, I'm curious. Curiosity is the sort of overwhelming emotion here because obviously Melee Creeps have made changes, right? We have sort of a player that, as ZP was talking about before the break, has actually come up through their quote-unquote academy program. Like, this is homegrown talent. So Vinyl is going to be joining here Melee Creeps for this week. And we poked around a little bit, tried to understand like what the background is, maybe what the pool is like. And we got completely different answers from Josiah and John as to their hero pool. But expecting to see like Doorman-esque type heroes. Apparently that's what Vinal's been working on here. So I'm very interested to see how that turns out. And I don't know how that affects Sire's role. Whether Sire's going to be more support focused again or still going to be trying to play pick, because obviously Holiday right now is bonkers.
Yeah, what do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I look at this team and I think, you know, this is really the standard bearer. So Vinyl, it's going to be, it's a tough team to kind of come into and join. But also in some ways it's easy because this is such a strong team with such good systems. You can kind of come in and you know, you have some room with which to work as a player to kind of show off your individualism in this comp. But of course it'll be under tough circumstances with them coming in the challenger match. You still got to consider them the heavy favorite over BWC, but nonetheless, anything can happen here in a BL1. You don't want to take it for granted, especially as a new player coming into this team.
Is it Vinyl or is it like denial? You know, like if you turn your head all the way to the right, you know, that's kind of like a D, you know, like sometimes people get funny with it.
Me and everyone in chat, I think all just cocked our head 90 degrees to the right.
I mean, it's that or venereal. So I will go with Vinyl for their own sake. Yeah.
Okay, you said it, not me. All right, let's go to the next roster. Okay, we've got Bird with Clock. I think, you know, this team is really dangerous. I feel like I mean, obviously they don't yet have Melee Creep status. I mean, that's kind of hard to achieve, but this is a roster that kind of feels like it could pop any week and kind of shock everybody with their level. Are you guys getting the same read as I am?
Yeah, I mean, generally, this team was really solid last week in that challenger game against FPS Lounge. And one thing that stood out to us is that Matt actually picked up the Grey Talon role, which, you know, we hadn't seen from them previous. Matt was, you know, a little bit more support oriented and actually farmed, like was a good plus 40, you know, by like 25 minutes into the game, and was pretty terrifying on that Grey Talon. FPS Lounge, though, they were able to make use of like the Calico, and they got Holiday in that draft and looked pretty good. Was also Yamato there. But this team is really solid. Still expecting them to, you know, be impactful. But yeah, they're going up against the big dogs off the rip. So it's a lot to ask from these guys.
I mean, FPS Lounge, our current champs, they had to make a comeback against this team, right, in the BO1. And so we look at last week, you think, okay, FPS Lounge are the champs. They did really well, but it could have all ended. It could have been killed in the cradle if they had, you know, failed to topple BWC in the BO1. So this team, you can't take it easy on them. You got to push the advantage, especially for melee creeps who are, you know, head in the clouds, thinking about going back to the challenger match, retaking the top slot. If you think you're going to get an easy one past BWC, I think you're in for a tough lesson.
All right, well, now it's time to get their fists up because we've got the Mo 1v1 coming in hot. I don't know, honestly, most of the times when we do these, it takes me about the duration of the whole fight to work out which person is on which like side, you know, so I don't know.
They put their names there now. Look, this is like a proper overlay, which is kind of lit. And they actually have their actual names here, which is kind of awesome. So I took a hit early, wasn't able to find a parry timing there. So, you know, Coach Scout's starting to lay that down, but that parry might end it, I think.
Yeah, big advantage. Okay, he's stretching the limits of the arena here. Nice escape, but that parry going down, surely it is a finish. Well done by Saya. He's kind of the GOAT of these Mo 1v1s. I mean, has a pretty sterling reputation, I think.
All right, well, I mean, I'm curious what you guys are going to expect here for the draft, because, you know, we start to see the two main bands. Instead of being, you know, the Pocket and the Doorman, it's kind of like the Holiday and the Billy. That's what that's where they were at. But obviously Pocket and Doorman are still top tier. But what do you expect to see?
I mean, I think we'll probably see Grey Talon go like relatively early in the rotation. I think they're just such a monster in lane, and as we know, if they can get going, they can sort of really be quite oppressive. And I think, you know, keep an eye out for Venator. Still your premier M1 carry. A lot of teams are prioritizing that. John is someone who really wants to be possible, and Matt's great.
Vino. Do they talk about Vino? I do not know Vino.
Like this GT ban, I think it kind of sets you up to pick a pocket. So BWC, I feel like
let me get informed on Mr. Vino.
You know, there's a lot of top prio heroes in the meta. You mentioned Billy and Holiday.
Is he in the MLC Academy thing?
Pretty relevant, but yeah, they will block the pocket. Without GT spirit damage, this hero can kind of get out of control and can kind of be a huge problem both in team fighting and lane pushing.
There we go. I wonder if
I look at Vino Deadlock and Autocrux to Venator.
Surely not. I still am skeptical as heck.
I feel like I've heard the name. He might be an MLC Academy.
For that. Yeah, get Vinyl their pick potentially here first. Melee Creeps actually really changed their style over the last couple of weeks. Sort of prior to last week, they were like aggressively banning Silver and trying to basically ban out all the powerful
video. I never ended up watching.
They were trying to get like these Billy Abrams.
I didn't end up watching any of these.
And they were getting rid of Silver, trying to make sure they had priority there. But it kind of switched last week, I felt, and they started going for like these more, you know, Doorman-esque, maybe pick-oriented comps as well. They were really trying to get that Holiday, you know, rolled in, and they were actually sacrificing the prio on getting John Venator.
I do not see Vino on these calls, but he might he might be part of MLC.
That was super.
Okay, so the ban Pocket, so MLC slammed the Doorman, gets smashed by Billy Mirage. Billy Prio still very, very high.
And I'm pretty sure he was either banned.
I don't know how correct it is. I feel like
that put him in an awkward spot.
He's definitely not first pickable, but is he 1-2able on Arch Mother's side?
M1 carry Prio is being obviously the first pick is, you know, seeing Dorman or a premium tank get picked up. And
funny thing is Mirage is just like fullback now.
Pick order again after we thought he was kind of cool.
ZP was spreading that misinformation. It wasn't even misinformation. It was correct. Mirage was not winning games. To say that made Mirage bad was so funny.
Incredibly powerful. That being said, this is a draft that's a little bit scary.
Mentor Holiday.
Mirage at times, you know, with somebody,
this top 3 is disgusting
like
for Melee Creeps when you consider their roster.
Pull you out of the fight, and then Venator being one of the few carries who I think can kind of tolerate the Mirage.
Here's who they're going to put the Holiday on.
DPS him at close range.
Saya or
so
I have no idea what this Vino guy plays. So.
And still, I think
I'm
there's
assuming he's going to be on sport
who's
duty.
going to be able to deal with the
That
Venator.
Calico, okay.
Of course, only half the
Calico ends up going top 3.
Calico
Prow's climbed a lot in the last like week or two after they gave her the melee shred on her gloom bombs.
Dorman and Holiday are just putting out a lot of spirit spam.
So her lane presence is a lot stronger now, has a lot more burst.
Again, this
and
is
burst that's not
like
tied to her
being
spirit,
heavily prioritized
which
here,
is another
and with
important
Abrams banned and Billy taken away, like your options for building like a really stalwart front line are becoming a little limited here.
Abrams into Melee Creeps makes a lot of Abrams ban into Melee Creeps makes a lot of sense. And then a Viscous ban, okay.
So a second round ban is interesting, right? Even now, I feel like we're seeing some of this ban priority shift a little bit. But Calico's great right now. Obviously, you know, she's always incredible at like, you know, stacking anything that empowers her melee damage because that's what the slash does.
I like the Rem pick here.
On stick and not on explode.
Calico Billy already have some frontline established. You can still go like a silver or something later here.
Spike. Rem was highly prioritized last week.
The bunny with block draft. Rare. I like the bunny with block draft. I'm liking this stuff.
3 kills, you know, with nap time, and one of those was a nap time pillow follow up.
Shift comes in. Scout is now coaching bunny with block. Yeah, competent on my YouTube video.
Melee creeps are a little light on.
No, I thought he was coaching whip, but he's in fact coaching bunny with block. Bird with block.
Shiv would have been missing today as well. I don't know. It's kind of actually Europe is kind of weird.
Back out of nowhere.
If that's things will settle there. What's going on? What's in the water over there? But
there you go, silver. Okay.
Shiv silver.
They're taking away more premier frontliners from Bird Clock because they took the Rem. They don't want to get forced into the triple front line. Victor is still up here though, so we'll see if people still think Victor is playable or not.
To go leaning a little bit more bullet damage heavy, and with Abrams out, it feels like Silver's the only option.
I think it's a multiple disable. You could think about it, but they go Geist instead. Okay. They needed another carry. Geist also checks a lot of boxes from here. Secondary or probably I guess Mirage would probably be P1. So yeah, secondary carry plus like a lot of HP and frontliner, which pairs really well with your Rem. And they go Yamato. Okay, so they get a ton of Rem value here towards the end of the draft. So much shit to bounce around to. A lot of burst on the side of Bird with Clock too. I like this draft. This is good.
You know,
this is good, Bird with Clock. I like it.
Obviously, you've got 2 separate options. You know, depending on what debuffs you're.
It's like, you know, little off meta picks with like the Geist Yamato. We've seen Geist come back a lot. We have not seen Yamato come back since the nerf. So
reduce the spirit damage.
And then Lash. Okay.
Both are good items. Like
so they go Doorman P6 for Melee Creeps.
To fold that in. So Venator and Lash means that we're not going to see John on that pick here, but again, it gives them like some pretty solid team.
I think it's a little spooky, man. A little spooky. Like they there's a lot of bursts on the side with Bird Clock to deal with like Doorman, Holiday, Lash. Like they could get popped. A lot of dive to get onto the Venator.
But with Geist and Mirage, like I do feel like these fights need to.
And then like these are frontliners that are considered like weaker now, right? Like Shiv has fallen out of favor. Silver has fallen to like back half of drafts. Billy could like they don't have a lot of answers to deal with the Billy except for the Doorman ult. Lasso does not cancel Chain Gang, so I guess Lash into the Chain Gang too. I guess they have some answers to the build, but I like Bird with Clock draft. I'm a rock with Bird with Clock. I'm liking this. I usually do not like Bird with Clock drafts, so I'm a rock with it. Now, what we've seen, yeah, I'm gonna go a little less points. I'm gonna go like there. Historically, last time we saw Bird with Clock play into Melee Creeps, it did not go well. They got absolutely 2-0'd and just dumpstered on after doing like what was a 4 frontline plus Geist comp that they played. So we'll see. I like this draft though.
Defensive ults out of Bird with Clock.
This is better drafting from Bird with Clock. Typically, you don't see this from them. I think Scout's influence is starting to pay off.
Too good about that. So I kind of like what I see from Bird with Clock. I feel like it's up to Melee Creeps to make those picks happen.
And lanes too. Bird with Clock have strong lanes, man.
Connections. I think in the end, I feel like Bird with Clock
should have a Calico lane going. Billy Rem, Geist Mirage.
The key question against a lot of these teams is how does
strong lanes.
Can you actually get?
You do different variations from there too, and still end up with the lanes.
Stifled from the beginning with a team's overwhelming pressure.
What does it fall for you, Mitch, in terms of these drafts?
Yeah, I think like what we see in Deadlock, especially as the game gets a little bit later, as it could be hard to like handle a lot of this like hard CC, get burst down pretty quickly. So I think like Jake makes a great point.
You Shiv, Saya, Holiday, very true. Very true. I imagine Silver or Shiv will be
groups are going to want to punish some positioning errors. I think they have some potential to fight around the urn. I think Death Slam is obviously a huge component of that, being able to get the Shiv in there. But Mirage also now with like the double Dust Devil look really quite disruptive. We've seen like the builds for Mirage change, and sometimes in a Geist Mirage setup, it's like the Geist that gets funneled more of those souls to be like outputting that gun damage. And you'll notice that Bird with Clock don't have a traditional M1 carry. right? Like they haven't opted to go for a Warden here where you justifiably could do so. He's also someone that's really hard to stop against tank here. Life steal off last stand, but they really value Geist's ability to turn a fight around with Soul Exchange, Yamato's Shadow Transformation, Kanako's return to Shadows, and Billy, of course, with his spike in resistances when he's using Chain Gang.
Yeah, Yamato's good this game, bro.
Like, you know, Jake mentioned the natural unstoppable that a lot of these guys get. This team
CC negate is
hard to really wipe off the map.
So their heroes
isolated
also
is probably going to be a more gainful option for melee creeps than to try and run headlong at them. They're very stout. They've got great
good Yamato
damage output and the
getting Yamato on 6 years.
Weather the storm of a lot of this initial disruption you're going to see.
Yeah, Jake, how are you feeling about the win cons? Do you feel like all the win conditions are kind of being defined, or did we miss anything?
Yeah, you know, I think a lot is going to come down to team fights as it always does, but I will say I do like the concept of like the rejuve or the earn fights for Bird of the Clock. If they can come in with the ultimates, like it's going to be really
Crown has a great thumbnail
with Billy plus Yam.
New thumbnail guy for Crown. This looks great.
Anybody who comes in
awesome.
For melee creeps, it's like who's going to be the one who stays in the zone.
Well done, Mr. Crown.
Fight. Yeah, I guess
I used to do custom thumbnails.
Which could
I
look
just
good
got
for her,
lazy with it.
Silver can, I feel like, kind of get scary against somebody like Mirage, hiding you around, stacking up, and
depending on what I was doing.
Maybe if Shiv has a huge game, this is a very different type of game. Like if Shiv is just so far ahead that he's dominating the enemy front line, then I don't think melee creeps really are going to have much trouble at all. However, I think if it, you know, is a little bit more questionable, Shiv's, you know, kind of playing a little bit more safely for his life, Billy and Yam could just as easily take that tide. So, you know, as always, I think whoever can have that, you know, better stats, better aggression in the front line, put your opponent on the back foot is going to be feeling good.
Sure.
All right, gents. Well, melee creeps against a Bird with Clock here for the money. Well, for a chance at the money match. We'll have to see who's going to take it. But on the cast,
Boo.
I know who's going to take it. It's going to be Uber and Jake. Have fun, gents.
Thank you, Dan. I don't blame you for thinking this is a money match, seeing melee creeps obviously here, but no. The tide's shifting a little bit in North America, and the ambitious Project FPS Lounge has come to fruition, at least for now. But melee creeps are not a team to stay down for long, and Bird Clock have looked scary, forcing a comeback in last week's Challenger game, and unfortunately getting knocked out there. But NA's looking good. These top three teams are very competitive. Looking forward to jumping in. Or speculated in.
So we're gonna see. Did I predict lands? Oh, I didn't. I was one off.
Right wire is
I guess
into
two.
the right port before we get started.
Billy Rem with Yamato Mirage, and then we're gonna do Calico Geist.
A little bit of early pause lock.
We're gonna get into Doorman Silver, into Holiday Venator, and Lash Shiv.
You know, they come into this as the underdogs. Maybe they're not going to see themselves that way, but I think it's probably fair to say for the community, most people look at melee groups like this team should be contending always for the title. Bird with Clock, they've been kind of outside that circle of trust, if you will, for their expectations to do really well in these competitive matches. And with Vinyl now coming into the team, this could be an opportunity for Bird Clock. It could also be a chance for Vinyl to show off.
Bro,
and
I don't know if this is bugged or like I feel like they got to promote the prize pool more, guys.
With that incredible
like they have not been promoting the prize pool very much lately.
Obviously,
I guess it's because it's 2,500 almost all the time now with the sponsors, but
intel on Vinyl is a little limited, but it wasn't assisted by John and Sire giving us two very different accounts
promote
of
the
what
prize pool a little more, guys.
So the consensus though is that very capable on a large number of different heroes. It was just Doorman that was specifically mentioned by John, so no shock to see that being picked up here. But like I look across melee creeps, everyone is in a very comfortable role. Ido, of course, roaming, going to be playing a lot of that pressure. Fistcake, we've been seeing, like I said, on a lot of Silver lately. Si's back on pick. John's on Venator. And Do, of course, is going to tear it up on Shift. So very good looks for them. Berber Clock, of course, I'm eyes on Matt here on the Yamato. Saw great talent last week from him. Looked excellent. Got banned out pretty much straight away. Melee Creeps has sort of zeroed in on that as being something they don't want to deal with. And I'm still wanting to track just what Calico can do now. She's certainly received quality of life changes, just some numbers buffs, especially
Vino's from Kawaii Crew.
Shadows. And we've got two teams that are pretty effective at roaming the map. It's just Burble to generate a pick outside of
interesting.
I guess, chain ganging someone.
Who do you put money on? I bet on Burber Clock. I actually like their comp. I think this is the Giga Yamato game.
They will want the game.
They found a lot of rem value too, late in the draft with the Geist Yamato.
Stand and hold their ground.
I actually like it. I think Barrage can free hit a lot.
Well, it's a lot of pressure, I think, on players like Ido, Saya,
and then Venal's,
to kind of
you know,
go out
subbing in. So Melee Creeps don't have their full six.
You know, Bird with Clock, in a way, they have like one incredibly.
I typically don't like Bird with Clock drafts, so I think scout coaching them is finally paying off. This is like, I like this.
I think things can be a little scary. So when they do commit, they need to get kills. They need to profit. You know, players like Shiv and Shiv rather, and Silver, I think are going to be kind of the key ones tested. We're going to step up, try to get those try to survive the engagement, and whether they can or not is going to be really significant in terms of the outcome of these fights, of these this match, really.
And I guess, like, you know, in the background of all of this, if you were here last week, you would have seen a pretty banger grand final game between Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge. It went all the way, and it ended up being
comeback from
in that best of 3 by FPS Lounge. Who,
Giga.
A couple of things that stood out to me about them is that, like, their preferences kind of line up with Melee Creeps in terms of what they can testing through that draft, right? So, you know, if Melee Creeps, big if, get through this game, they're going to be fighting for Doorman, for Venom, things like that. They're going to be you know, having to make some sacrifices in theory through that draft phase in order to sort of get them. We are waiting on confirmation here from Fishcake in terms of what the issue is. Obviously, a bit of banter going on in the game, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting in here. But for now, chat, we're hanging out. We are reading your comments every now and then. So, you know, happy to have a chat and hang out with you guys here while we wait for this game to get underway. But yeah, either way, I think, like, Burber Clock also might be primed to start to make a run because we've seen them only improve. I think that's safe to say. This top 3 obviously is pretty insular right now in North America. We are, of course, running like a what are we calling it? Like a pre-challenger match, I guess, to you know,
who's still watching
who
NDNA
actually goes head to head in this 1 versus 1. A lot of
qualifier.
Yeah, qualifier.
We lost Lightbringer.
Simply put,
07.
And obviously, work in progress there is a team that we're seeing put in a ton of work and hope to see them start to make their way into night shift proper.
It's the nature of the game, though, Mitch. There's no easy wins, especially in a game as early as Deadlock, right? It's hard to really, you know, get too far ahead of the pack. But by the same token, it can be hard to break in when you're dealing with teams as established as you look at even.
Oh my God, we can play the video game.
Right? A lot of these players, this core has been together now for a couple months. Right? They've been really building that momentum.
Does this VR chat mean from
much of the same? And from
I'm out of touch with the memes.
Trying to break into those top slots, it's not easy. You got to work quite hard to be able to kind of surmount that level of experience, team coordination, and just to believe like, oh, we actually can win. We can, you know, play with that confidence. Melee Creeps seems like Fishcake is back in the game, trying to get back into the Discord. It could be a challenge.
Restart their PC, but yeah, maybe the more important part than unmuting here in lobby is being able to jump in Discord and get ready to go. Burber Clock, of course, only in game chat. Have to respect that. We also can, I mean, I can squint and start to see some of these lane assignments as they emerge. No surprise, I think, to see the Venator and the Holiday over towards
oh my God,
it's underway here, folks. We get the R's in the chat, and this is our challenger game between Melee Creeps, who conspicuously have fallen out of that final best of 3 and have to fight their way back up versus Burber Clock, who is ready to take on all challenges as they themselves are chomping at the bit for a chance of recognition.
This match, a lot of stakes on it here. Calico, always a hero that I look forward to have a chance at an explosive lane, right?
I hate playing against Calico,
and I think especially,
but I think watching Calico is fun.
And NA in particular, I think teams
exciting hero.
A lot of respect to the laning phase. We haven't seen very many explosive advantages developing too early. And for Burber Clock, I don't know that they feel any pressure too. I think they may feel like, hey, we get deep enough into the game, things could go well. One player though, and this is the nature of the hero that I'm always going to be looking to in the early game, is Matt. You know, not in this instant, of course, but you know, the first few minutes of the game, finding those opportunities to roam on Yamato, actually show up to side waves, get some kills, or maybe bring players in to assist you in the mid, really, I think, sets the tone for the match, whether you're going to be able to really threaten kills with those power slash.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's just that once you skill into a flying strike, just connect one of those and it's going to be on for young and old. Catch up boosty here for Arctic. This is going to be Yamato and Mirage in mid here against the Venator and Holiday combo, which is definitely pretty what you tend to often see in this kind of setup here. It gets a bit frothy, of course, as Matt has been putting down a pretty persistent poke, especially in the direction
getting shoved in again. Dude, Arctic's Mirage has not been looking like
a bit of a beating
great
damage
last couple
wise
weeks
in this lane. Over towards this left side of the map here, we've got Ido on the lash. Certainly someone who can display just his mastery of movement in this game. Burber Clock are really shoving this.
Sounds like a problematic lane. Oh, a slightly awkward little ground strike.
Yeah,
seems like the lion's share of the small creeps do go to Burber Clock. I will say this is a scary lane for Shiv and Lash. They don't have the best creep D push, and Rem can give you huge problems with those little helpers on the creeps.
They're just gonna have Giga push if you're perfect clock.
Losing battle just in terms of.
Honestly, Gibbs have a good Rem game too. I'd say like his builds are really interesting, but statistically he doesn't do very good on hero.
Report on the right lane at the moment. It's been pretty back and forth stuff. Obviously, strive with a lot of that inherent survivability. Tanner threatening to boycott our challenger game. It's like, dude, we've lost him, so we need to get the young goat back in game.
And Dude's kind of struggling in this lane. I feel like this is almost expected. I don't know what you're supposed to do on Shiv here. With Lash kind of just chilling, looking for the ground strikes. Trading with Rem and Billy is pretty brutal, especially off the DC. It's a rough spot. Maybe it might be some sportsmanship. Tanner might actually let Do out of this. Do is in serious trouble if Tanner doesn't give him the escape here. I mean, maybe.
Oh, he does. Wow.
Yeah, he's okay. A little respect between competitors here. Nice from Tanner. Not that the kill in the first minute makes all the world of difference, but it's a base trip for Do. That hurts pretty bad this early in the game.
Yeah, don't really want to get chunked down, and this is obviously an opportunity. This does mean that like your
that's a dead holiday.
Flying strike we mentioned about connecting. Parry up there for Saya, but it's looking a little bit dicey, and a right click comes in for the Yamato, but it's Arctic that gets the job done. Pretty hard. I think.
Nate missed. Oh, good shot from Arctic.
Bit of aggression there from John. Thought there might have been a chance to take a trade here, but Arctic wisely.
That's so big for Arctic.
Oh, that grenade
That's
just came bouncing past him, barely surviving on this Mirage. And another hero loves some momentum in the game, loves a hot start. Bird of Clock, I think all signs go for them here in the laning phase. Obviously, still too early to call this advantage. More than a minor inconvenience, I guess, but the pressure continues to mount here, especially in the side lane.
Yeah, you can see that, Do, in order to find the appropriate DPS, so his Guardian doesn't get pushed in, actually has to, come forward, slice and dice at these minions, just that extra
he gets small camp 2 times in a row here.
From the little helper on the minions is huge pain in the ass, and
Billy's gonna be large. Arctic's ahead as well.
Then the wave gets away from you. Slice and dice here through for Do, back to the safety of his own tower, but has already taken over
trade there from Tanner.
Damage from that Billy. And kind of like you said,
Tanner back on the Billy. We haven't seen that in a bit.
For melee creeps, it's very hard to trade effectively into this lane. Obviously, a lot of crowd control at the disposal of the Billy. Those bash downs are pretty hard to avoid if Rising Ram is on target.
Yeah, I think you're looking to just lose this.
Like the melee life strike in this lane, just out-sustain them, go resto too. Like, your sustain is just so much better than these two. And you have Shove.
Very much aggressively looking for dives at that point in the game. Trades here in the opposite side lane. Also going well with Bird Clock, but this lane I think a much more stable one. Geist, very sustainable and hard to evict from the lane, but usually not much of a bully.
Obviously the heal bane.
Nowadays,
into the inventory for
guys used to be giga annoying to play against the lane.
Counteract some of that inherent healing that Rim is just going to be doling
dodge the fucking bomb.
Hey, the left side Guardian is full man. Definitely being chunked down. And we're going to see what the definition of winning well, at least for melee creeps, is going to losing well rather is going to look like in that particular lane. It's getting frothy though as well. Stride being pressured now. Fishcake
Dude finally goes down.
Face full of damage, and they're going to try and pursue this now as well. Nice baggage.
Shake won't die. They get good damage here though.
Of course, good intervention there. But we saw Do actually fall earlier on. Fishcake though is able to extricate himself, if only just.
Big double buffs though. Melee creeps. Be a little consolation prize for them, although Saya.
Bro, it's insane that melee creeps get 2 buffs here. Like, this is so illegal.
Mitigating that.
How the fuck did this even happen?
Problems abound. Fishcake.
This is like so illegal.
1 HP. Just take a base trip here. This is feeling the pressure. I mean, these kind of leads though, they don't matter too much. I think for a team like melee creeps, it's not that significant. Here comes the chain gang. It does pull Lash in.
Oh, nice bashes.
Needs a parry here, maybe to escape this. He's holding those quick melees so
Oh my god, so well played from Tanner.
Dagger is going to be enough to
Sleep gets him out too.
Oh no way, Billy lives on.
Oh, that was so well played from Tanner. Those bash downs were fucking clutch.
Gibbs also just a timely.
Does he still die though? One of them should die. They probably get double killed. Yeah.
Gibbs is down, and Tanner also falls. And that is Berber Clock lingering a little.
That is really bad. That dude gets a double kill there.
Oh, big lasso, very long range there, and it catches Arctic.
The reload timing.
Kill just yet though.
And Arctic is just getting pissed on, bro. He even got the kills early, and he's still just getting pissed.
Nice connection from Saya on the lasso, and any kind of advantage in the early game has just evaporated off the back of a couple plays. That double kill from Do with the heal bane, he's back up to max HP and has basically entirely recovered the lane in 1 play.
Yeah, I mean, now you're going to get another wave shoved in underwards that Guardian. Of course, it had to be a zipline boost to get that presence back up in that lane. But helpful. Souls funneled rather in John's direction. Notice he already
Center gonna die again? No way they threw this lane this hard, bro. No way they're throwing this lane. Oh my god, they turbo through this lane.
Tanner is down. Ida's able to finish the job. Nice little ground strike, and now if you're Gibbs, you're skirting around the edge of this situation, just trying to maintain some of their Guardian health.
That's fantastic, and Do got out of that as well. They were chasing him so hard, so desperate for the kill.
Nice
but
quick zipping.
in fashion, he slips away. This is a speculative dive on Saya. You don't really want to take it under the tower here, especially without a power slash, but still the hopeful lane, I think, for Burbaclock is here in mid, but a counter kill on Mirage with the lasso really gave John a nice little buffer of advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see like, also their Guardian suffered as a result of it. They fall behind there. Trap triggered there by Arctic. Probably doesn't want to have to reckon with that at a later stage. A lot of pressure here.
Has NATO, but it's a little awkward.
Escape for Arctic as he has to trend backwards here.
John ulted.
Very much in the mix, but needs to watch out. Those power slashes are going to.
Yeah, you need to not get sniped by this Venator, bro.
Crack shot there connects 300 plus damage.
Wait, what?
Down by the Holiday, and at some point,
I heard the Venator ult sound. Did he cancel it? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, set the enemies very low though. Yamato with ultimate could very well look.
Maybe it was the grenade sound. Maybe I'm tripping.
The creeps know it. Billy, now it's his turn to be under pressure. Like this lash build started to pay off. He has the spirit spike online. The damage is massive here.
Okay, big ground strike onwards. Tanner, the tag along had expired,
dude,
so the healing
Tanner,
not available, and that window was
this,
certainly
man?
exploited there by melee creeps. And again, honorable mention to the heal bane picked up by Do earlier on.
The Chinchilla is not safe.
This is tough. This is dangerous now for
the Chinchilla is not safe.
Guardian healthy, and Do can just rinse and repeat this. Drop down with his empowered ground strikes just from having such high altitude.
Gibbs is still Tanner, just go mid. He's like, I'm just fucking dead. Oh my god, he lived.
Really well played actually by Gibbs. He somehow survived that. The tower is going to go
down.
Yeah,
the Gibbs lived is insane.
See what the response is going to be. This is a massive one from
Send Tanner mid. I don't get anything. And now they're down 5k, bro. Oh
Dude's
my
on a
god.
Kill streak, leading the lobby and Souls has a
Dude is just popping off now.
To just farm up, especially with these 8-minute sinners that are so easy for a character like Shiv in particular to farm.
Losing well, Melee Creeps did a terrible job of that on the left-hand side of the map. And able to sort of win that lane out. Now, obviously, a timely moment here to go collect some of these camps. Guardian going down, of course, on his right-hand side of the map. Vinyl just has to really sort of accept this. Looks like a bit further down the lane was Silver, but Burbaclock very quickly able to pull themselves out of there, not expose them to any form of reprisal.
9 minutes, a little bit of a lull in the game. There's a lot of sinners to be cleared. I think both teams maybe want to relax and just deal with some of those jungles. But at the same time, the cost is being exacted. The exacted rather, the right lane. Guardian will be cleared, and yeah, stepping through that door feels a little risky up against Doorman. They don't want to chance it, but they will be able to hold onto their tower with that counter pressure.
Yeah, that's pretty important. And obviously, the further up that Melee Creeps on the right side are going to push them all, they can expose themselves to, like, is Yamato even rotating in towards that lane? So, got to be a little bit careful. Their safe zone is pushed back a lot further. Here in mid,
Guardian takes help up Burbaclock a lot, closes it back down to 3k soul lead.
And so far, not really much to speak of in terms of that action. A bit of a shove on the left-hand side there as John wants to get that wave rolling. 8.9k soul. So head and shoulders above the rest in terms of that early farm. Exactly why he's sitting in that lane solo at the moment. Fight for buffs, though, is certainly on. And suffice to say, Burbaclock have they've expressed themselves here.
Ido got it.
Much on that top side. Now you have to fight.
Keeps get 2 ult buffs again. Ido does die for it, so technically
nice
1-0.
little siphon there. Able to at least make it a 1-for-1.
The trade
Yamato sent it up.
Yamato coming back into this one with everything available.
Mr. Slash.
Silver ult does come out. Crucial little battle here. Silver looks to be getting overwhelmed. There's so many players fully surrounding Fishcake.
All right.
And yeah,
big for Matt.
Just can't come into that one. He's here at 10k souls, thinking about getting into a fight, but seems like he may think better of it.
How many pauses are we gonna get, bro?
Chase down. Depends how many daggers Do is holding on to, and Do DCs again. That is really rough.
So I hear having a brief conversation with this mid Guardian. I think even with Tanner on the way, there is no chance of intervening there. We've got a chance. We can have a look at the builds, start to see how some of these are shaping up early. Another Do DC has us taking a pause. Do obviously saw him get that solo 1v2. Granted, his opponents were low, but very, very important to come and
nice.
to pick up that kill. He
Look at Do.
Motoring in
King
terms
Do.
of those souls. Got that
reconnecting super fast
alongside the radiant generation. So already going to be pretty hard to try and drag down. There's a chain gang straight in mid. Sire looks like he's going to be punished for taking that Guardian. Might be worthwhile trade for him though now.
Definitely worth it, I think.
Guardians in mid. Ido's going to
Especially if
respect
they end
the
up
bash
killing
down
Tanner.
here though, and Tanner at about
I think
half
they
health
will.
here has to watch out because all of a sudden
Tanner's having a rough game, bro. He was playing the early lane so well. Now he's just chaining thing.
He's up to 11k now.
Yeah, it's a tough death for Tanner. I mean, he really needs to get more towards
Again, they're proud this Billy first pick, right? Like,
this
Billy needs to be taken over.
Without losing your life, but at one point with Billy, I think feels pretty good considering Billy wants to be ahead of game. He wants to be bullying. Mirage is getting legitimately ignored while the Predator just pushes the tower. But maybe he's gone a little bit too far. Should be a fourth stack here potentially. Isn't quite going to get that. But a couple heavies connecting here off the sleep, and Mirage is in real hot pursuit of this Venator, who actually may be getting away from this one. It's not a free kill.
Calco was bringing up the re here. Her extra
mobility. No, it does die. Calco game over.
Yeah, Stride is going to come in and snap up John. Matt, though, elsewhere down. That was in mid lane. Completely just stomped on by.
Oh my god, Tanner's going to die again.
By the looks of things, and Tanner might not fare much better either. Huge migration, rotation of players in towards mid here for Melee Creeps. Even though there's not necessarily a key objective to be fighting for based on where the lane was, but it looks like they want some early pressure there, at least getting the wave shoving towards that Walker, and they're death balling here over towards the left.
Death balling.
Yeah, Tanner is definitely getting punished in this game. We've seen what Billy can do with a little bit of a snowball. It's okay, Shiv and Ram have a little bit of a welcome party there. No one's going to look to force this too much because, of course, with Urn spawning, that will be the key objective on the map for both teams. Advantage surely to Melee Creeps if they get first control here, and they will. Denial just waiting on it. No contest from Berwick Clock. You'd think they would want to fight this. Yamato ult is coming up. Billy is close, but not quite there. It's a little bit questionable.
And you'll notice here that, you know, in advance, John gets a nice little shove here on this right side. So gets that lane pushing. Is going to be requiring Floz there to attend to it. Look at what Stride is looking for. There's an opportunity in towards mid. Is there a fight to be had here, though? Yes, Flying Strike caught on towards Saya. Great coordination here between
Saya lives, though.
But this might turn against them here. Return of Shadows has to be used. Shadow
How many times are we going to pause the game, bro?
Also actively, at a cursory glance at this screen, tells us that Berwick Clock are a little outnumbered here.
Yeah, I mean, that kill on Saya was so insanely close. And now what's really scary is that Saya is going to go heal up into the base and come right back into this fight. The big ultimates available for Melee Creeps, all collapsing on this position. To me, this looks kind of like a cleanup for Melee Creeps. It does not look good here for Berwick Clock.
Badu looking as terrifying as he is.
What is this?
No one really on the side of Berwick Clock able to contend with this right now. Yeah, the fact that Sire is able to slip away is pretty ridiculous. And these are two of the abilities we talked about earlier on, the Shadow Transformation and Return to Shadows, respectively. Very edgy nomenclature. But honestly, these abilities, in theory, should be staving off that sort of first wave of like hard CC or disruption that you're dealing with. But you got Fishcake who's in a great position, and Do is well and truly ready to fight. So I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I wouldn't be favoring Berwick Clock here, who probably will try and make use of these next few moments to escape. So it's funny when we get pauses in these kind of like fast-paced games. Teams actually have a chance to think about what their avenue is going to be as we get out of pause time. And look, yep, we're going to try and slip away. I don't think Stride's going to be so lucky, though.
Stride will die.
Get run down. I think it's nice that
Spec's going to let them push out here. They're putting two on this left side, though.
A lot of attention. Walker's just being attempted here, but it feels a little difficult with someone like Venator to defend, although the damage reduction from the Scarab is actually kind of mitigating this deep push from John.
Yeah, John has to be careful. I think he's now realizing that Rem's
does he? He just fucking turbo shit on Arctic, so...
Arctic got shot to pieces. And look, there's Sire.
And they got her. Game's over. Berwick Clock there. GG.
The urn falls flat on its face.
Down 10k now.
Get the idea, like shoving the
John snowballed, Do snowballed.
It's looking to try and force your opponents into
rough.
An exchange of souls makes sense, but man, they get nothing out of that. And you see too many moments like that, and you know a team like Melee Creeps is going to get too much of a lead off of it. They're so good.
And they're going to get the double steal here.
Favors them. They get everything
this game is just
for there, and
so impossible now.
Full double steal is really big when you're able to get it right off the respawn too. A lot of souls, a lot of permanent buffs, and I mean, Do also just bought Torment Pulse, which is an item I really don't see bought so much anymore. I think it's just an expression of how far ahead he is in this game. He wants all in aggression,
and like
he wants to be able to
what he's playing into, right?
And
Calico, Rem,
the stab check here,
Billy,
Geist, is not looking favorable. Matt,
Yamato, like all these characters are just gonna be like in your face fighting you.
He can start to bring this one back. Somebody's got to shut down this Shiv though, and it's not easy at this level of farm. He's built some of those key defensive tools. He's got the aggression on him as well. I mean, you have huge do problem in this game as Bird with Clock.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing for just staying alive and slicing and dicing through.
This counterspell by from Mido.
I like that here. Death Slam
Under that walker.
Shine.
I couldn't agree more. And this game,
maybe they already killed who was under that walker.
Dangerously like hanging in the balance right now. I mean, Bird with Clock have a couple more chances to get some reasonable team fights.
Yep, but it's looking a little cooked. It's looking a little cooked.
Short the spawn timers are, but we've already reached the point where it feels like Bird with Clock really can't take these team fights anymore. They've got a comeback earn coming in 3 minutes, and that's something you can work with, but it's a long time between here and there, and a lot of lanes to be pushed out, a lot of jungle to be cleared, and melee creeps battling for every last bit of it.
And Bird with Clock are distributed here. There's no one resource to be fighting around, so they don't really get to be a death ball. They are pretty desperately spread, trying to cover, like, you know, off lanes, keep their walkers alive and such. Which, by the way, they've obviously
17k at 16 minutes.
And so this comp for melee creeps that wants to sort
of
feast on isolated individuals is going to be great here. We saw with that pause time in mid, there's a player advantage. Melee creeps have 3 players there. They're ready to go. They are very dynamic, moving across this map, but always making sure they manufacture these pick opportunities. Sai's lasso is on cooldown right now. They might have run into a little bit of action here. Also, Rem and Calico can
bro, then that's the thing with Billy, bro. Changing is such a long cooldown.
Apple can. But I'd still be very, very careful about getting caught.
Like, I feel like you need to put compressed cooldown on it, and you can only really do that when you're like snowballed.
Yeah, you feel the presence of melee creeps here in the mid lane. Bird with Clock, they really would love to bait a bad dive, but Billy ult is one of the best ways to punish a move like that, and still 40 seconds, of course, down. And
ults, will he actually live though?
HP, oh, a little bit, maybe too deep for Saya, looking for that kill, but Doorman out is going to ensure that they're completely back off the play with no risk taken. Really well executed from melee creeps. They get the Yamult. I mean, not finding the kill is unfortunate, but the Yamult alone means in 18 minutes when that next turn spawns, it's not going to be feeling good for BW.
Obviously, that's a Veil Walker already picked up for Saya, so it's really uncomfortable, I think, to play into a situation like this where the lanes were in flux. Sometimes melee creeps are taking these forays into Bird with Clock's territory, and Saya is, well, undetectable until that lasso comes out. So they have to be extra careful about their positioning and maybe just
spawning in a minute.
Opportunities for that free farm.
This guy's dead as fuck.
There it is. That's the lasso. Now you got to respect
maybe he gets swap off. He does.
Oh, that time as well.
The homie's pulled up.
Never really goes
nice.
Oh, a bit of a misstep there.
All right, the homie's pulled up. John dead for a decade.
And the rest of the melee creeps just aren't there in
They're
time.
Gonna try to get the push in this left side. I would flip mid, flip the mid, burger flip the mid, burger flip the mid. Use the chain gang. Burger flip the mid, burger flip mid. Nope, they're not gonna do it. Okay, they're gonna push left side and not gonna walk.
The instant reactions to save the Geist and turn
that fight around. Do have a ton of tools to like deal with them on mid, like the Lash ult, Dorman ult and stuff, but
she can stay alive for an inordinate amount of time, especially.
I feel like you just have to get something off this death time on John.
It could have been inevitable there.
It's not gonna happen.
To go after her, especially. She's on her own. That does not mean.
They may not want to overcommitted as many ults they did on the pick there, because it ended up being like a 4v2. Like say you kept sleep here, you can maybe think about burger flipping the mid even more.
Power spike represented in Do being very well farmed. And then that will sort of cover them until.
And now melee creeps are going to burger flip the mid. Like
30 plus K souls. Here's an earn take, but mid boss is being considered.
They're reading them like a book.
The damage is a little low on mid boss. It looks like a fake, but considering completing, I mean, they have the doorman door here. They can play for this. As John steps off, though, signals the intention to look for the kill. Big Billy chain, though. Hold on, Tanner could be getting a nice start to the fight here if Matt can connect, but it's a little awkward. He's a little bit too far away. And now it's actually Yamato who finds himself being chased down.
Does get a walker for this, but
here by melee creeps.
They're gonna get 3 out here.
On the left side lane, Flossy is able to get a walker down.
Arctic way early tornadoes.
It is very disruptive, but it's not going to yield an
opportunity. He does get one though, actually. Respect. You know what? I was talking shit. Good job, Arctic. You actually got one.
Hotel stay for them and a call bell to greet him as he pops on out. So yes, that's going to be that rejuve credit burnt basically instantly. But Arctic at least able to get one for his troubles. There was an earn turn in from Bird with Clock, and they got that walker. So in terms of the soul exchange, it actually favors them. Now that they've got to be mindful, of course, of just the impact of this rejuve, and obviously, Jake, it's going to give melee creeps the space to get these waves shoved back out. They can correct this awkward macro situation they're in, just with the threat they're generating, but it will potentially split them a little.
Yeah, it's definitely massive when you're even able to take one rejuve away. I think, you know, for the casual viewer, it can feel like it wasn't that significant, but really can be game-changing. Although this pull back onto Matt, even with the save from Gibbs, is just not going to be enough.
W mom.
Great catches there.
Dude, my mom is.
The
I literally would not be able to do this on my mom.
That's where things can start to get rocky, right? You
Like,
start
my knee
losing
is
these
just
frontliners.
like you literally cannot take care of yourself
rejuves
when the surgery
there's a
happens.
consideration of looking for a walker push. Still, pushing the mid walker.
Like, say you're like single and you're not like closer to your family. I don't know what you do if you have the surgery. Like, you cannot do anything, bro.
Looking for better opportunities, jungle camps, little.
Like, you might have to get like a
can pick up here and there.
kangaroo pouch so you can carry stuff around while using crutches. I don't know, bro. It's like you were just
two peripheral lanes, right? Make sure
you are literally incapacitated.
Back towards them so they can't.
You can do so little.
Death ball in mid to challenge what would be a risky walker attempt. Sire is definitely playing with fire. Where he's positioned at the moment.
Oh,
but still, there's so much room behind this. We've got centers being picked up. Obviously, we've got 2.5 minutes still of rejuve left. Melee creeps don't necessarily feel like they have to group up and play as 6. They can go in, small, dare I use the word, goon squads of 2 to 3 people and play around any one of these pick abilities they've got at their disposal. Can't really say that more, can you? Like, it's just not.
Matt's just dead.
It's just not his in the way.
I'm not gonna stop you.
I think he dies with the ult.
Big all-in commit from Holiday, but he actually just baits the Yamo and runs for it. Power slash.
Holiday lives. Oh, Matt actually lives. Never mind. Run value.
And pulls back off the play. Melee Creep's still looking for more into this. There is a lash with a movement buff and an ulti here. So with a big death slam, there's definitely a fight to be had. Ido considering the possibility, but not trying to.
All things considered, Gibbs Soulwise is actually doing like okay with how hard Tanner started running it. And
with Vanille rolling up to assist and a doorman will catch.
They haven't got a single rejuve out. Yeah,
but
they only got the one at the pit that marked
multiple lanes of pressure that's coming down at this very moment. Hotel stay exposes Tanner to the call bell down, damage in the follow-up, and John on the right-hand side gets that important pick-off on the Mirage. That global presence.
But they get walker on the right side.
Didn't have it available anyway. Over the top, death slam.
Throw up. Will he die? He coves in.
Gotta make sure you get him before that soul exchange. He's a rejuve credit being burnt though. Floss once again, nice and healthy. Ido definitely on the wrong end of her ultimate, but there's other players to pressure this down.
The last one. Chain gang now with no rejuice.
There's yet another rejuve credit gone though. Vanille.
Yeah, this Billy's too behind, bro. It just doesn't matter.
Is still defended, but Burger Clock are low on numbers. They've been bleeding off players to respawn timers, whereas Melee Creeps have been getting them back straight away.
Still, honestly, not too bad for Burbuff Clock. Like, they get all the rejuves out. They still hold this mid walker. I don't think the push is going to come in. So Melee Creeps are going to have to settle for a nice jungle clear. When
ended up not being like the greatest rejuve from
Burbuff Clock will be able to flex their strength, but it has
for Melee Creeps, they do get a walker out of it though.
Pretty tenuous.
But they didn't like explode their lead.
We talked about their ability to maybe get these big team fights where their ultimates are just too impactful. But it's really Saya, I think, who's been the difference maker. He's been able to get in, force that Yamult time and time again, and crucially escape with his life.
And how many times have we actually seen a full 6-on-6 fight in this map so far?
Ardek's doing that. One rejuve ended up being like massive.
I mean, look at the positioning of Melee Creeps here. They do not want to give Burber Clock that kind of conditions in order to fight. So again, looking for picks. It's so dangerous now. This Calico positioning from Stride is pretty audacious considering Melee Creeps' ability to isolate.
Escalating back from Matt's pretty huge this game.
It's all Gucci. But still, like, you want to be careful getting caught out there. This is obviously a very reasonable box run, and back to the rest of the team.
They just need a clean 6v6, bro.
Run. We got a minute until learn.
If they can start a fight with like a 3-man sweep into a chain gang, like
macro concerns for Burber
it could go well.
So catching onwards back again, it's going to be staved off though. However, no shadow transformation force.
What happened there? Was that counter spell?
Can't believe that missed. Looked on target for me,
missed?
but Matt, maybe it's a little too cheeky with those.
Didn't it literally do the lasso animation? Did that really
pull back? And still the mid-walker holds. Gibbs also giving them some serious problems, but just his ability to control this high ground here means, you know, every time these jungle camps spawn, they're just gobbled up by Melee Creeps who keep control of the crucial areas of the map. Feels like they don't need to go for the commit on this midwalker. They're controlling all the relevant objectives around it.
Yep, and they're slowly, incrementally gaining that soul lead. Right, something that's really going to come to call when they get to cash in what they're carrying at the moment. Burber Clock don't have any freedom, and like you're looking at the game state here, you might be forgiven for thinking Melee Creeps have got rejuve buffs right now, because that's how Burber Clock are playing. They are being very cagey. They don't want to overexpose themselves here, but they don't have the ability to farm their own creeps. Obviously, with, you know, like the way
the Shagan doesn't blue push at all.
Melee Creeps are denying Burber Clock that opportunity to sort of get that value. This is
Rip Melee Creeps to take posture up here.
On paper, might not seem
just
like
steal it, bro.
Much, but
it's all yours. Just steal it.
John specifically.
They're trying to bait them into like a fight here.
Or they get pickup.
Mirage is pushing out a sidewalker while this urn contest comes in. It's a big heal on.
Good rescue here.
Decides to go in deep on this. Lash ulti over the top of this. Actually looks like a much better fight
This is
so far.
really good.
Will it be enough with Mirage?
They finally played around the rim properly. Counter still dives. They still have sleep. Sleep comes in.
Maybe pulling off the comeback here, Mitch.
There we go.
John being low is a dangerous factor. Dude, though, is still in this fight.
Rim
He
dives.
absolutely wants to ramp up. Gibbs has been taken
John's
down
really low,
already.
though.
But I was keeping a respectful distance here away from the Yamato, and Matt is low enough in health after that state. The Baroness that you need to be careful about taking these engagements. Nice flying strike connects.
Straight to us, man. They won that. I can't believe they win the post fight here, or after the initial engage.
And Ido is just cycling between that high and low ground so comfortably over the course of the fight, getting off those big.
Arctic trying to get away with this. Nah, I don't think he's going to though.
Not where you want to be. Dispel magic has to be.
Gonna have to drop it.
Get away. A slice and dice closes the gap. Two can't finish it, but
man,
the one had to be dropped.
You see the power of the comp though. That was the idea, right? Like you get the initial 6v6 engage. Tanner goes in with the chain gang. They use Gibbs to heal him up and save him. It's just the Billy is so behind.
What?
Matt,
Chuck Pelvis with the $1,000 tip.
What?
Holy bro.
Yo!
That is $1,000 added to the prize pool for shift number 44. Thank you, Chuck Pelvis, for your support of our aspiring pro players here in Deadlock and of the show. Thank you.
Insane support. Okay, I don't think I ever expected to see a donation like that, Bubble. On the
Never mind. No one else needs to support prize pool.
Good news for the players now. A lot more to play for, especially for melee groups considering this lead.
Bro, that's insane.
Have shown fight back now with mid boss being forced.
Thank you, Chuck Doyler, for supporting the night shift. Oh my lord.
To be able to disengage from this initial trade, but I mean, you just feel the aggression from melee creeps. They're oozing confidence in these fights.
Last one's up here.
Melee creeps can do to get the drop on this mid walker. I think they're going to be happy enough to take here. Billy chain gang does yank.
Rim dot too. Nah, it's over. It's fucking over.
Hasn't exactly been waiting in the shadows for his chance to pounce.
Man, Clock didn't get like a single good. They got like one 6v6 that went okay for them when they were already giga behind. They were not playing their comp how it needs to be played. And you saw the one time they did, even when they're behind, like the fight was even.
A message from Chuck Pelvis saying, "Quote
before they overchanged
Deadlock for that $1,000."
That is crazy. You are the patron Deadlock. Are you Archmother though? That's my question. Which patron are we talking? Is the Return of Shadows?
1v3ing them to keep them out of the mid pit, and he's
on the 3v3 splitting here. Really good for melee creeps.
I don't think they can stick
around. He's healing.
Just keep the pressure on the blue walker. It's almost dead.
That E shift.
Griffin side here to pick up the left wave.
Now Ido hunting, chasing for kills. Maybe he's done a little too much, but as long as
yeah, rejuice now, so that they just go balls to the wall.
This is going to be a comfortable one, and melee creeps with triple reach.
Now they just full take jungle. Game's over.
To clear here. Be a momentary back.
Game's over. Echo Shard just comes in for Arctic now.
I expect a base siege to be coming sooner rather than later with these regions.
One of these games too, where it's like you need the Echo Shard to kite, but like your DPS is so needed.
To really get to fight 6-on-6.
So like not be able to go your like Rico,
inherent
inhib,
resilience. And obviously, like
maybe not inhib this game, but like Rico, Silencer, Exodia, like really hurts.
Speaking of which, Spirit Resilience in the inventory.
Like I don't even know if he has Rico yet.
Clock are certainly feeling the pinch. They're losing their side Sinners. They're losing their side camps. This is melee groups denying any chance at an easy comeback into this game.
Yeah, and getting this opportunity now with that team fight win with the Souls to be able to go grab the map, clear out a lot of these Sinners that just came back up. You know, some big buys. This upgraded AoE is massive for Doorman. I mean, the call bells become almost a zoning tool in the team fight. Also escalating picked up for Do. I mean, this is one of the lowest investment shivs I've seen.
I think Echo Shard's too greedy here for Arctic. IMO. He needs Rico so fucking bad.
And his damage is going to be
and Rico plays into how they want to play their comp, right? With like the Billy engage or the Rem sleep to start.
Tell you everything you need to know about this state of the game. Curse Relic also picked up here, which is yeah, obviously going to be pretty important component of the stuff.
Size holiday is so gross.
And yes, we get this left side pressure really starting to mount. Checking in with John up to 37k. Certainly, yeah, looking pretty imperious. And Floss, like, as fed as they are, like,
first duration extender, if anyone's gonna lasso, they're just fucking giga dead.
She's not the object of scrutiny. She doesn't get to sit in the back.
They're just turbo dead.
Away with this kind of damage. It has been the fight constantly taken to Clock, which, hey, I said at the start of the game, that's kind of what they would want in theory, but around objectives, when they can deathfall, when they can actually make use of, you know, some of the inherent synergies, and like I said, their resilience to this disruption. We've just seen none of it.
And just taxing away these base
I would just send it on this lane when you see them split up.
Edge things forward on the push.
I guess Kelly's down in position though.
Run down the clock in this reju, but there's still a little bit more than a minute, and maybe the
like I don't left side. I guess you could just flank it with all right when the game's over, but
gonna present some problems. It's the first shrine. Looks to be going down.
I don't know, man.
Quickly into this one. Matt really has one powerful go in this fight. Is he gonna deploy it now? Maybe a little bit of a deep dive from Silver, but hold on. Do is here to assist, and you have shift problems in this game.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting out of this one, even with each shift. Remember, you pop out of each shift with that extra spirit resist and spirit power if you even sort of need that. So it goes from bad to worse, basically, when you fail to blow that shiv up quickly, which is fundamentally hard to do because of his kit anyway. Oh my goodness, the chase is on.
Jesus fucking Christ. This guy's dead
Killing
too.
blow there does connect, and there's certainly more where that came from. We are knocking on the doors of the spawn. 29-minute game. Felt quicker to me, frankly, because of how quickly we got out of the laning phase into just straight up brawl. But there go more shrines. Both of them are down, and Burbaclock are bleeding out.
Burbaclock picks their drafting, and then they don't play the other draft. And somehow lose lanes they should be winning. GG.
Tanner gets one, and
like Dew got so accelerated.
His life, but the first patron won't be so lucky, and Dew wants to just end the game here. If he can find a couple stagger kills here,
I feel like the key to Melee Creep's success, by the way, is Dew.
Would be costly, so they're just gonna make
every time Dew gets ahead, they look just dominant.
Head all the way out, nice comfortable finish.
Every time Dew gets like, I remember 2 weeks ago when he played Yamato.
This game may just be done. Burbaclock are gonna have to go.
And he got a double kill early into the game. I was just like, the game's over.
Test on this urn with no wave pressure.
He rotated over to blue, dove somebody.
I mean,
like,
I'm gonna be honest with
once
you.
Dew get, like, I don't know anyone that knows how to play like with a lead like Dew,
which is impossible considering Lash's mobility,
especially in his role.
Doorman, and
like he just
try and stun lock them.
He just doesn't make a mistake.
He just
pushes his lead, pushes his lead. He just leans on you, man.
Make use of like some of this
and suddenly it's 31 minutes and he's 43k on the shiv, buys Mystic Reverb, and has
we've got Scourge. That we've seen on Silver.
Like Jesus Christ.
The Alk Fire here from Sai, just tossing them in as he likes, and is very, very slippery as Holiday to catch in general. 2 buffs and a pretty elementary urn turn in means that Melee Creeps basically
just send it here.
An unassailable point.
Just fucking 6v6 YOLO.
Melee Creeps gonna wait on the urn here, considering whether they want to do it. But the comeback urn is one of
the only Dew, but like you're not gonna burst Dew.
There could still be a fight here. You see this, the urn take damage hurts here. Even Sai can't quite hold it. They're just gonna go for the fight instead. Moving all the way past the urn. Sai is a little bit outside of this, but it looks like Ultimate's already being pumped here by Burbaclock.
And pretty early too
now. So I whiffed. First did land though.
Okay.
Go to the Baroness.
GG. In the hotel and now can't really have
GG.
outcome of this fight. John has already found a kill into this one.
Yeah, okay, here the Dust Devil. So the other component of this Wombo is in play, but here's John. Iradomini is taking some serious names here. Matt's gonna melt here, even under Shadow Transformation conditions.
Do you see that damage from John? That was disgusting. Love the silencer buy from John this game too. Giga silencer game for him.
Happy to sacrifice themselves to their
respective
patrons as the
Creeps too fucking good.
Still standing for Melee Creeps, and they will end this game just north of.
I can't believe laning went that poorly for Burbaclock.
Melee Creeps back in the money match.
What a match from Dew. I mean, to come into a brutal
yeah, I remember them Dew stats. Holy shit, man.
And just hold the line, no matter what, not giving up kills, just staying alive, doing what he can, really, which isn't much, to then come back with the double kill. And I feel like he never let go of the game from that moment on, right? Dew just continued to snowball, continue to force those kind of fights, and stay on. I think he was still on a kill streak from that initial double kill at the start of the game. So Shiv, he's back like he never left.
Brutal. Dan, I don't know what to tell you, man. These Melee Creeps are looking great. And Vinyl,
I didn't get to
plug and play so far. The Doorman
bet on the
tends to
EU Challenger game.
Throw the game upside down. It just has this outsized impact over the result and can really do some disgusting stuff, but he looks switched on. I'm kind of excited to see more of his hero pool, but for now, Melee Creeps have decidedly earned their chance to retake their throne.
Yes, another Melee Creeps final. Who would have thought?
And the game was over. Like, if Dew gets the double kill night, the game's just over.
Like double kill from Dew there. That really felt like, you know, the moments where
this guy just got ahead and then just ran a rampage.
That really was true for Dew. It seemed like he was a massive problem in this game on the Shiv, which is refreshing because.
To be fair, it is something you could say about this comp with Burbaclock is outside of their
really hurt.
6v6 like combo with like the chain gang,
force the map advantage, really
and
leverage this Mirage for some serious value.
And the sleep, I guess they have NATO too. But
it's John, of course.
When you go Geist,
really is the worst
Calico, Yamato, you are very low CC. They don't have a lot of tools to like CC the Shiv and slowly DPS them down.
Sculpting a push on the left-hand side that allowed loss, I think, to push that Walker down. So that was a very reasonable.
Dude, Tanner just ran at this game.
Like
I'm gonna be honest.
Relatively respectful, like
he was playing the lane, early lane well, and then it was just
like that. That's like, you know,
grief after grief after grief.
As a team, but when you see like Dewey's just that far ahead, then like Jake pointed out, like he's unkillable.
Like when they showed them getting double killed there, that was literally off of him having 2 really good bash downs.
You know, the
and killing
that you get with that. He had escalating, he had superior cooldown as well. So the guy is basically just darting around the battlefield constantly.
He got punished for making a play. That actually worked out for him, and then
started a chain of events that couldn't be dealt with, and this was
the extended play is what fucked him.
Shuts down a chain gang that wasn't great.
What are you gonna do?
The problem, Clock could never get melee creeps grouped up. That would have been a chain gang for a doorman. So even though, you know, it was interrupted ultimately, it's unlikely Tanner's gonna be able to generate a lot of momentum in the fight.
Dude, John
fucking
fucking
is just
melted
happening
him
disparately, and guys, melee creeps are so good at this. They keep you guessing. They keep you chasing your own tail, chasing after them in terms of like how they get value out of these soul exchanges, objective exchanges, and yeah, you don't get that idealized 6v6 fight around an urn, for example. They'll always make you hurt somewhere else on the map, spread you out.
Yeah, Jake, it really seemed like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some tempo problems. You know, that's something that we do think about when we're seeing like a Geist, you know, versus a Venator, for example. Like Venator can kind of get into the action a lot quicker and just be very active. And Geist really does need a lot of farm to get going. But I feel like, you know, melee creeps are a team. If you give them space to work with, because you're playing a bit more passively, they're going to take that extra space and really generate that advantage. That's kind of like from a macro level. That's kind of how it seemed to play out. Do you feel like the draft hurt Bird with Clock here?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, you know, I maybe would have loved to see Bird with Clock grab something that lets you be a little bit more punishing on some of those goes where Sai is getting in, forcing something, getting out. It's like those are the moments you have to be able to find a kill. So some initiator could have felt, you know, useful in that spot. Bird with Clock, they go for the kind of all in, like we will deathball, we will be the best brawling team ever. And they can pick the pieces. The mobility game is just a little bit too clean from melee creeps. They don't give those, you know, cut and dried team fights that you want when you build this draft. So it's just the nature of playing a team.
I don't think Gibbs can afford to go Boundless or Counterspell's game.
Allow just that like one.
I don't think so.
Where okay, the ultimates start to line up. We can go for the mid boss. We can go for the urn. It just felt like we never saw
but
that.
Like Dispel on Do, like you couldn't decay him.
Couple minutes of the game,
51-14, bro. That was disgusting,
control of the melee creep.
When escalating and reverb, Jesus Christ!
Did we need to even talk about anything else? Like
that is.
You didn't even get to his arcane.
Cool I don't know.
I don't know if there's a lot Gibbs could do this game with it. Like Tanner went 3-11, bro, and he died like 6 times in the first.
And we saw like how nasty John
15 minutes maybe.
Was looking towards the end of the game with that Era Domini.
18k damage on your ability is not going to cut it, bro.
Blown away. And again, like he's able to pick up that silence.
Mirage only doing 23k too, by the way. It's not great.
On the team comp, right?
I think they need to rethink about having Arctic on Mirage. It has not looked good for a while.
M1 carry. And Arctic obviously is building like that Echo Shard escalating style and not the sort of Ricochet inhibitor style. So
now it was 1 in 7, so it's 29k damage.
You definitely have to give up some equity in order to sort of build that way, even though we recognize it's super disruptive and very powerful, and it plays into this Deathball strat. But you know, and then maybe another initiator like Jake.
Same with the Echo. I don't think you can go Echo this game.
With that, you know, inherent CC.
You need Rico, bro. But how you wanted to play fights? Now, granted, they ended up not even playing fights like how they needed to. Like they had one good engage with their Billy.
Those punishes from, you know, the Sapphire side are so few and far between, and it's only when they've just happened to have really good positioning fortuitously. They don't have a way to like, you know, routinely punish. I think those kind of overextensions. And I mean, melee creeps recognize that off the rip. They played into it.
King John.
Yeah, one thing I'll say that does.
It's like the 40 dudes this game from John. Just like stay on the map.
Off to a horrible start, and Billy is really
like
strong.
Be ready to push side when dudes just making space
on his team. And but Tanner got so far behind. I can't help but feel like, you know, whatever went wrong for Tanner there was a big part of the story as to what really set back the ability for Bird Clock to
9k soul difference between John and Arctic
to slow some momentum down that melee creeps had.
Yeah,
5k between him and
Billy
Plaza.
And Yamato, they both honestly suffer from the same ailment, which isn't always a weakness, but it's that when they find themselves behind, then they really can't throw their weight around. They're
the more I look at this,
you try to run away from
if you're playing a Chud character,
they have these amazing tools to chase you down, but
and you have to go warp, dispel, and counterspell in the same game,
being on those heroes,
you probably just shouldn't have picked that hero.
vice versa for Do.
Like this happens to Venator.
Happen, if we see Billy come off of the early game start a little bit stronger,
what other shot heroes
maybe
does this happen to?
being beaten down from a tough lane.
I think Abrams, it's okay. Like for damage dealers, I'd say. Like Abrams, it's like if you roll this, it's fine. But
for the recovery in the lane
Geist,
and then being able to ensure that Tanner and Matt
Venator,
never really found that decisive comeback.
Is there any other shot M1s? I guess there isn't. No.
Well, we're going to reveal our MVP now, and it's probably no surprise who the MVP is. And to be honest, when we were looking at the highlights, package, I thought we were already in the MVP segment because it was just this guy like back-to-back killing blows that we got to see from Do as he was, showing the masterful shotgun movements with Shiv across the map, and I mean I will probably see it here as well, like that double kill. I think again that was like a pretty sexy way to start the game.
I mean, bro, how early was his Torment Pulse? He also picks up like a Mystic Reef.
Here's how much damage Torment Pulse did, by the way. Okay, I gotta pull my leg up for a bit.
Just abuse the slice of dice to be even more punishing. So he, kind of much like Arctic, wants to like dash back and forth in these fights, right? But he just got so far ahead, and we're just reminded of how really deadly Shiv is. We talked about like there not being like a premium tank in the draft for melee creeps until they took the Shiv here, and dude wasn't just soaking damage, bro. He was dishing it.
Love the like fake majestic leap with the jump pad and killing blow.
Yeah, right. With the holiday pads, it really takes Shiv to the next level where he's able to, all he needs is that like something to start the movement chain, and then he's on and onward and upward out of any kind of danger. And I mean, Shiv's just one of these characters. I think it's one of the scariest heroes in the game when you're far ahead with the farm, because it's the mobility, it's the damage. You don't lack anything as a hero when you hit that kind of a farm potential. In theory, the weakness is that you aren't a fast farmer, so you should sort of have a hard time getting to that level of explosiveness. But you give a player like Do just enough of a head start, just a couple of those kills in the lane, and it just changes everything.
But we're going to take a look at the bracket now, because that was our tasty appetizer. As a lovely morsel there that we got treated to by Do, and perhaps we'll get a lot more of it. It's going to be FPS Lounge coming up against Melee Creeps here after the break for our money match here for North America. This is the Shift 44. We'll see you very shortly.
Score big this summer of Dash Pass with up to 40% off on DoorDash. From checking the score over an order of fries, to debating lineups over the grill, to feeding your soccer obsession. With Summer of Dash Pass, get up to 40% off on DoorDash.
Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Joe, the iconic eau de toilette, and the new eau de parfum intense, Giorgio Armani.
One's at the ready.
Swish and flick.
You're getting really good,
he said, beaming around at them. Ron pulled out his own wand. The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hands.
Stupefy!
There was a blinding flash of red light.
Expecto Patronum! Harry Potter, the full cast audio editions. Listen on Audible.
Hello, welcome back. It's time for the meat and the potatoes of the evening. For North American Deadlock, we will bring to you Melee Creeps versus... Are they floor men? What are they? They're some kind of cybernetic organism now. They've merged. They're man and machine.
Rebuilt.
Exactly, and it's pretty glorious because much like with Buff Enjoyers, there was an initial rocky start when they kind of brought themselves together. I mean, it's Loki W at that point, bringing Zergy on, but then give them a couple weeks and suddenly you get to really see the potential. This roster could be the new dominant roster of North America, and I can't wait to see Melee Creeps test themselves. What are you guys thinking? You got to see a little bit of a slice of Melee Creeps here today. Obviously, we've got a new player in the mix. How do you feel about their chances up against FPS Lounge?
I mean, I don't think we can fault Vinile's performance there on the doorman. Obviously a very technical hero, seems to have, moved his way into the roster pretty comfortably. And hey, we know what roster refreshes can do with teams. Look at FPS Lounge. They're the ones sat right now on the throne. So I think they played a great game. I also think that there were, the draft gave them so many opportunities to create chances to get ahead in that mid game and kind of do what they do best. And I think someone like FPS Lounge really contested a lot of those go-to picks when they played last week. And I felt like, I don't know about you, Jake, but Melee Creeps really lent on the Grey Talon, which didn't get going in every game necessarily. John being put on Lash as well was a different look for them that I wouldn't say it was a downgrade necessarily at all, but it definitely maybe shifted the focus of their win cons.
Yeah, I will say, I think FPS Lounge is a team that is really going to contest a lot of those individualistic playmakers. I think of them as a team with a lot of very strong individual players. And I think what we saw last game, where so much mobility was in the hands of Melee Creeps, you might get a lot. I mean, this is Deadlock after all, but I think a lot of those key heroes are going to be fought over here in this series, where stuff like the Doorman, the Holiday, their ability to shape the fight to their will and kind of be in and out. I think those kinds of heroes are going to be likely more contested. FPS Lounge, they also like to push the mobility, and so I think we are going to see a closer series here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I always love, of course, a best of 3 in Deadlock. It's where we get to see a draft evolve. One team cause some problems, but their team start to answer those problems with the following draft. And of course, if you are FPS Lounge, right, and you watched that previous money match, the challenger match, what are we thinking based on what Melee Creeps did? Are there clear targets in the draft that exist here for FPS Lounge?
Oh, I mean, I will start. I really think that they, want to be prioritizing, like contesting that Holiday. Maybe they obviously were able to make use of it in that last game. I also think sneakily, Rem is pretty nuts. I think in the right hands, Rem takes over the game, and that's been a pick for FPS Lounge. They've gravitated towards when they could get it.
The little chinchilla.
It has drawn bans. So
nobody can tell me Rem isn't a chinchilla.
Looking out for in this draft.
Bird of the Claw calling a bird is self-report.
Here are FPS Lounge. Jake, obviously this team, as you mentioned, this is a couple rosters emerged, and we have just a star-studded lineup.
Okay.
And I think for me, if I was to pick one of my favorite parts of this lineup, it might be Low Main. Low Main to me is really a super interesting player, way more versatile than I initially at first realized. And I think it's one of the most skilled players in North America at the moment. But what does this roster say to you?
I mean,
that boy Low Main different,
right? Like, this is a team that wants
that boy
to
different.
Really push you in the early game in particular, but then they can go late too. I think the calling from players like Average and DMB is going to be a huge asset to this team deep into the late game. But I just think, players like Leffa and Low Main, they're always going to be looking for the chance to just skill gap you, right? And like to not even get to the point of needing the strategy, of needing the proper team fight, of needing to play the objective. They're just going to find those kills on you, try to tempo the game out. I think when it comes to the draft here, I think a lot of the aggression is going to be against the comfort picks for Melee Creeps. I think FPS Lounge want to attack those. They want a little bit more of an unstable, chaotic game. And to do so, I mean, I think your targets are relatively clear. Like you said, I think the Holiday is one. I think the Doorman likely going to be contested, especially for the newest player on the team. It's played one character. It's a top meta choice. Wouldn't be shocked to see FPS Lounge just force Vinile to show something
else
in this next game.
What about you, Mitch? Well,
look,
Xeno.
Against the next roster, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, we can chat about it. Obviously, I really want to echo Jake on sort of pointing out Low Main as someone who's just, going to be really dominant. I also think like Average on the Calico, at times has also looked excellent. I think someone who's really zeroed
I would
back
not be
in
surprised
on
to see
that
Calico
hero,
come out for FPS Lounge.
and been able to get
They've been
some
looking
great
great
value
with
out
them
of
in
them here. So
scrims. They have
this team
two
was
really good
terrifying. They
Calico
looked
players.
incredible. Obviously, they had to reverse sweep in order to win things out there, but they were so composed over the course of that game, and also they also just kept stealing Venator. They just would not let John play that particular hero. So, you know, I did mention about picks to look out for. That's going to be one of them here. Here is, of course, your melee creeps. We just saw them in that previous game. Just kind of looked so dominant. Seeing Ida want to movement-based heroes always a treat. It always feels like, as insane as he is on Grey Talon, there's just something not quite the same about these guys. They got a pocket in their third map of that series, that money match series, and weren't able to take the game away. But these guys are dangerous. If they get to play to their comforts, that previous draft, they got everything they could have asked for. I think you can't guarantee that in this best of 3.
True.
Yeah, I think Dew is always going to be, you know, since he's joined this team, he's been kind of the player to watch for me because he gives that explosive spirit carry power where it feels like Ido has actually found a better slot on this team, looking for a little bit more of the playmaking, a little bit more of the setup of the team fighting. And Dew's been the one to take those high farm spirit roles where he can just have an explosive match and blow the game up completely and really be the yin to John's yang of just that raw, straightforward gun damage. There's a clear road to victory in every series for the melee creeps, and I think a lot of it starts with those two.
It's only going to be a super interesting match, but we can't look at a match in isolation without looking at the history.
Holy!
I mean, we're almost running out of space here. We're going to have to turn the page once we get to the 50th, 51st.
Bro, I was
show,
so sure when they teased
show 44,
a legendary
course,
team coming back that it was going to be Hydra Nation. I was so sure.
It still needs to be written.
Made a whole video and everything.
In that previous night shift, like we mentioned.
That's why I had to make that
FPS
video
on top and
on the laptop.
It was only 3 quick weeks where melee creeps have sort of
so
returned as a more dominant
video.
team, and we could see that Foreman were having a period of dominance, just 3 consecutive weeks for them. So otherwise, it's been kind of back and forth, and the question remains now: are FPS Lounge as the new winners? Are they able to cement themselves as consecutive back-to-back winners, and maybe have a chance at a Buff Enjoyers or Abrahams-esque era, or maybe if you want to go far back enough, a Hydra Nation-esque era?
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing 16 wins in a row. 4 months is a pretty extreme amount of time here. I also think that right now it's like kind of a good time if you want to solidify your place at the top, because we've had a relatively unchanged game for a couple of weeks, which is a rarity for those who've been plugged in Deadlock. So I do think that gives you time to refine things that are working. I also at the same time think that melee creeps don't have to navigate that volatility in circling back around after last week and really identifying areas in which they went wrong. I am expecting a close one. I want to see 3 maps here, but I think melee creeps are going to bring something a little bit special to this game. I think they're going to be back with a vengeance, infused obviously with that fresh edition of Venile.
Yes. Okay. Well,
Venal?
Jay,
Venile?
what do you think are going to be the bans here? Because if you're FPS Lounge, maybe again you've looked at that previous match, there's something you want to target, or maybe you just want to get rid of tricky things like Doorman or a Billy or a Holiday.
It may just be another GT opening ban from melee creeps if they want to continue the same strat we saw in the last series. And I think FPS Lounge is a team that can use this hero to great effect. That can play those aggressive snowballing styles, and now you've kind of cleared the way for a pocket pick.
I think the idea with the GT ban too is it guarantees them getting Doorman or pocket.
This draft. I mean, Dew showed that even off the pocket, it's not really going to slow him down too much as a hero.
So in pocket, so they give him the Doorman.
Pocket taken away here, maybe no
shot.
We
would maybe force them off the Doorman.
Kind of your pick of Venator or Holiday.
Pocket is a little more guaranteed value.
Those are obviously the hot topics, or you just get that Doorman locked in as early as you possibly can. So those are the 3 that I'm looking for in this first round to be fought for. And there it is, Doorman yet again. Just seems like really warps the game around him.
And for Venile now, this is a great introduction as a player on the team. You're like, okay, play your super comfort hero. It's a top meta choice. You've definitely come prepared to play the Doorman. And he's going to be, I think, quite happy that he's going to be able to grab that here in this first match. FPS Lounge, of course, do punish. They respond immediately by taking away size. Holiday, making it their own. The next choice, though, I think things do get interesting.
They go like Venator on top 2 a lot.
Billy. I think there's a lot of potential options for FPS Lounge. It's going to be a key choice.
They go Billy. Okay.
Yeah,
I think Holiday Billy's a good one too.
To go away from. It also
like
melee creeps if they want to play Abrams. They kind of might have to take.
Because then you can go like any direction. Because you have like frontline and you have like team fight CC, and then you have like pick. You have good spirit damage. Like it checks a lot of boxes. These 2 heroes.
In that sort of scenario. So Yeah,
Venator response.
We've obviously called the top 4 here. They have been the top 4 for a while for a reason. But it leaves Melee Creeps wondering like how they're going to put together their front line. If it's like a Shiv pick they're hoping for again, it can happen a little bit later on in the piece. If for FPS Lounge, they're saying, okay, like where's that real scaling threat going to come from? At what point do we pick him up?
Melee Creeps will be playing double M1. Okay. Yeah, double M1's just good, bro.
They're going to be the ones playing for late game here. I mean, that's already a very problematic twosome between Mirage and Venator. It's hard to imagine really feeling comfortable going deep into the late game. I think this almost boxes FPS Lounge into needing to be super aggressive and push a tempo style, which the Calico pick absolutely suits. However, I think they're going to need to end the game relatively quickly into these 3. I mean, that's a very, very threatening late game bench for Melee Creeps. Feels like you can't really let them all come online.
And Sire attempted see, this is, I think this is really heads up. Sire certainly reached for the paradox in the series last week when Holiday wasn't really an option. Wasn't able to turn the game with it, but this puts Melee Creeps now. They've got to decide, can we find pick potential here? Are we going to take like a 4th round, like Silver pickup? Get the Geist out of the way so you don't have, sort of to contend with that. And so still, like FPS Lounge are being forced to give something up here, right? We know that Geist, when she sort of gets ahead, can really start to do some work with that Ricochet. But now Melee Creeps are like, do we have initiators in the mid game to give us something to smooth over what could be a power trough for us?
Kelly
or are we going to start thinking about getting our front line sorted out?
I'm liking this. They can still go Ram if they want to.
Jake, I feel like that's a good save. You know, you're talking about the danger of Venator and Mirage, and I feel like Viscous is always, and also Doorman. Viscous is like such a good, there's almost no ability that beats Cube for its utility.
Yeah, it's the best defensive tool in the game, I would say, and FPS Lounge are continuing on a string of early aggression. I wonder if they might consider something like
they go double front line again. They have double M1, so it makes sense.
For Leffa, I think he's been one
Abrams
of the best
is up for them this time if they want to go Abrams.
We're running a little bit low on M1 picks. I guess
yep.
is another option you could consider, but with Abrams picked up, I
do
believe
loves Abrams. They heckin' love Abrams.
What is it like? Infernus Lash mode around this out for FPS Lounge. Melee Creeps do get like a pretty nice front line here. I don't think there's any 2 ways about it. So what they do, sort of give up in Billy and Holiday, they managed to pick up, and yeah, great
comes
call out.
in.
Infernus. It does give you another option, M1 carry, which is I think a roster that's a little bit limited right now, especially with Lady Geist being banned out. So this does sort of remember like Rem is still floating around here.
FPS Lounge for, like, obviously going to be a notorious.
Warden's
Infernus team have 2 infamous,
gives you some pretty nice durability.
2 well-known Infernus players in DMB and Infernus, but with the Warden pick, it will be Leffa on the Infernus and DMB on the Warden.
Them and those other gun items later into the game.
So they end up going double M1. A lot of pretty beefy though. Getting Rem on 6 here is crazy though.
In terms of the last couple weeks being able
Rem on 6 is so insane for them.
More investment into the ulti than we'd seen from the pure gun in the past, but now he feels like you have options, flexibility, depending how you want to build it out. Rem though picked up, I think, is a fantastic finisher for Melee Creeps. They needed a little bit of anti-spirit damage and some hard saves. However, they're lacking the initiator. It's kind of like the same problem we saw from them last game. The Doorman can sometimes do that, but it's not nearly as reliable as the Paradox, the Holiday, the Bebop. So for Melee Creeps, I think the key question for them is, can Abrams, can Doorman be the ones to really get these fights cooking, or will FPS Lounge be able to kind of like dance around
that's
them
a close
with
draft.
incredible mobility in the squad?
I really like FPS Launch's comp. I think both teams have.
I think with the lack of initiation plus a Viscous, it's going to be really hard for MLC to get picks.
It's partly because I love the Holiday and the Billy. I think these are 2.
Their sustain is pretty insane though.
Viscous. I think especially right now, Viscous is still very strong. So
I think we're finally going to see like real Billy value here though, especially into the Abrams Shiv. I'm going to go FPSL. I think Holiday could really shine this game too, snatching up these M1s plus Doorman, even Rem if you can find the angle.
Good here. I'm the
a lot more CC this time to deal with the Shiv. Flask is super annoying into Shiv.
Not boring.
Punch, Cube to cancel his knives. A lot more tools to
here, so,
deal with the Shiv.
Feels balanced. They don't get everything they want, but this is something I talked about coming to this game. Melee Creeps are not going to get their pick of the litter in terms of.
This is close though. This is good drafting.
And
this is a lot closer.
See Sai here get really comfortable on whichever pick it is.
Well, I mean,
Rem or something similar. And be able to
last drafts were close too. I would still stand with Bunny or Burble Clock had the better draft. They just didn't play to their comp.
Popping up and pressuring, walkers and the like. So I think FPS Lounge have an overtly very strong comp with like great crowd control. but melee creeps are a scaling threat.
Jake, I'm curious what you think about like.
Dude, when Jake just starts staring into the camera, it seems like he's like dissociating.
Like kind of a must-have against FPS Lounge with the Warden and the Infernus, but are there any other like clear like must pickups?
I think this is also a monster counterspell game, with Infernus ult being you know, one of the easiest ults to counterspell, but also one of the most significant, right, between getting hard stunned and you know, take massive damage, lifesteal from the Infernus versus just nothing at all, right? So I think expect to see those key defenses being picked up, but also that presents choices, because with melee creeps, Mirage, Venator, these heroes tend not to want to build too many of those green defensive items. So that's going to be the challenge for them, being able to get away with enough.
This is going to have to go like heal bane plus Spirit Burn in this game, I think. They're going to need a lot of heal cut. The Furnace will obviously go heal bane.
Against without that key tool, especially for those two core.
Yeah, counterspelling Binding Word also pretty good.
Curious if we're going to see a dash Furnace or a hybrid Infernus again, or a dash Furnace.
You know, if we're going to see like people itemizing into like limiting spirit damage output, right? We've actually seen Silencer picked up by
not a lot of cancel. Well,
you know, is it going to be like
Slam,
a Mirage
NATO,
Gutshot, probably yes, but you know, there's always
maybe dash a little too risky, but
one of those more ricochet oriented builds, the more old school ones that we kind of felt were falling off there a little bit. So I know for sure we're not going to see like a Torment Pulse at 18 minutes this time around from doing this game unless he really ranches his lane.
Well, speaking of the lanes, like, what do you guys think in terms of the early game? Because I could see the, you know, both teams having strong lanes. There's a lot of like cool combos here. Are there any like lanes that jump out at the page here, or does this look kind of even for you guys?
It's like it's like a Warden Holiday mid versus Venator Doorman, I want to say. I feel like the belly lane is going to be a real pain in the neck to deal with. But obviously Rem is such an impressive laner as well, so wherever they're paired up will also be dangerous.
Rem Shiv is,
I would assume Rem Shiv, yeah.
That's kind of nasty, but looks like we're going to go into the match, so we're going to have it all revealed to us. So, FPS Lounge against Melee Creeps here. This is the first map in this best of 3 for the money match of NA. All right, take it away, Mitch.
Thank you very much. Jake, we didn't get a chance to hear from you as well, but like, what's your kind of take on how these lanes are going to shape up? Who are you sort of favoring? Because getting into that mid game, I think, with a bit of a buffer might be pretty high on Melee Creeps' to-do list.
Yeah, I guess I give a little bit of an edge to FPS Lounge. I think they've got just a little edge more of the playmaking potential, but I think we're right to talk about this Rem lane as a potential game changer, because that's a place where you might bring a lot of spam, you bring a lot of damage, but if the Rem is just mitigating it, healing up through all of it, and is the Infernus Viscous lane, which for my money is one of the best in the game right now in terms of aggressive pressure. I think Rem Abrams has insane healing, but if you get burned up by Infernus, I don't think there's any amount of sustain in the game that's really going to make this lane feel good.
It's going to be a real nuisance dealing with that constant burn pressure, even if like your wave pushes inherently fairly well because of your troopers. But we can see how this is shaken out already. Leffa wasting no time in harassing. I mean, this is one of kind of the first heroes I saw Leffa pick up, and you know, he can often be found on the other side of the map farming up an absolute
ABG back to average
here. Well, we have a lot of pauses in there, eh? It's kind of been a thing today. Couldn't tell you why.
I like this though,
but we'll wait on that. Doesn't look like anyone is
DC. Barrow is the A. I like that.
We do
That's
have
clean.
the kind of expected mid lane matchup, right? I think that one was kind of you know, pretty much on paper. And
how you get that A?
Billy lane on the right hand side. How do you sort of read that?
Google.
I mean, Infernus is about to just face plant. He is just absolutely dolphin diving here. This is peak pausing. He's actually he's about to take off, turn into the Human Torch.
All right, we're gonna get a monster rounds on the
Infernus. No thought in my head other than
into the Rem.
The monster rounds pick up though for the Infernus kind of tells you everything you need to know about like you wanting to
totally blank there. Abrams probably makes sense with the Rem getting natural push with the chudlings.
Early on.
And we're gonna see Infernus.
I mean, yeah,
Viscous
Infernus is a real pain.
We're gonna get Doorman Venator into Holiday Warden, and then Billy Calico.
I mean, that's a very aggressive choice. I actually think this is not a bad builder of it in the lane, because you just spam out those left clicks pretty consistent.
They're actually gonna put Psy on the Doorman this time and put Vino on the Rem.
Abrams, but I mean, so far Abrams with some healing and you know, some aggressive wave clear. This is a really tough lane to really break down.
We're just chilling in the splatter. zero cares in the world. That Harassi coming down from low main, a headshot booster, probably doing a fair bit of heavy lifting. Obviously, Resto shot, no surprise here to see for Ido, considering that this is a very harass-heavy lane. Low main and left are already shoving straight on in. Min is also going interestingly in there as well, as Sire and DMB have both taken their fair share of licks. Okay, good cube timing there from low main. Super heads up, but he's still
low main still able to steal camp though.
Creeps may be stolen away, sure, but there's always some form of reprisal. Ido gets in there.
Can he keep the
Has to respect his
burn?
health total now, and the burn down is a problem. We can even see his extremities charred, picking up
Left is shining on his Pandit Infernus.
Still, damage is done. I mean, Abrams is kind of too low to contest this. Able to put a little bit of Guardian pressure down, and of course, this has been buffed, right? These Guardians are a little bit lower resistance now in the early game. And Abrams just doesn't want to give his life away for it. Understandably, has to just play for the heal creep to sustain in this lane, but pretty effective pressure here coming out from Low Main and Lefa. Showing the strength here, and for Infernus to get a nice hot start on the match is always a good feeling, of course.
He just running boxies.
Curious to see actually what his build is this game, if he ends up going more for the Flame Dash or more for the Max Napalm. I mean, the individual burst of Napalm is pretty much the the best damage amp skill in the entire game. So for breaking down these takes, I wouldn't be surprised rather to see him max that early.
Also, we got Saya back on the doorman, which is definitely a pick we saw from him a little bit over the last few weeks. Don't think it's a stretch to say he's one of the most cerebral players in terms of the macro style in NA right now. A big part of Melee Creep's success. This sees Vinyl go over towards the
is
red room.
Box King.
Despite of that pressure, and even like
I'm also going to leave here.
Extra regen getting picked
I don't
up
think
there
a
by
full
Ido
route. I think
can
we just do
offer
a small
some
route here.
additional sustain to that Abrams here, and obviously we've got a little bit of a drift over here as early camp's being taken. We are 3 minutes and 36 seconds into the game, and we haven't checked in with Do. Obviously had a really brutal lane last game, but able to take a quick double and come out on top there. So far, he seems relatively comfortable here. It's a big shove on the right.
Much more shove this time for the Shiv, so he's feeling a lot more comfortable with the Mirage.
Going to be pretty mindful of that, considering the momentum that Do definitely bringing into this game.
Headshot booster for Low Main, okay.
Of a slower attack.
I heard you're talking about Low Main had a gun build, like a Viscous build, where I think he's going to build a gun spike, like Express something, or I don't know.
Harder and harder. I mean,
I'll be curious to see.
Continues to mount from Viscous Infernus, and the waves are starting to really crash without much of a clear coming on early.
Yeah, I mean, that Mystic Burst with the splatter is actually really annoying to deal with.
Can't find the
lane,
slam
even if you
angle.
have sort of great sustain. These like little damage spikes out of nowhere that are kind of hard to mitigate, if I'm honest with you. Lefa spotted here, deep in enemy territory, and Ido doesn't want to allow him to traipse through his back guard.
Good burn there from Lefa. Wins the trade.
Tutorial duties here, box run, and
burns the siphon.
Infernus return more towards his side of the map. Under the
They're
Guardian we go
full
with
diving
Silence
Warden.
DMB, who obviously in his earlier game not quite able to have that same
John Saya lane. Looking dominant once again.
Barrel connection though, that drops Saya low. Coolbell's
Not going to be able to convert on the side damage though.
I mean, you do get the kill, but the damage going back the other way is honestly really significant. Like both John and Saya, it looks like they're maybe going to go for a double base trip. So yes, you do grab a kill, which is something, but I mean, Holiday picks up a lot of solo souls and should have a lasso up very early. So potential for counter kills in this lane
super strong in the lane.
Saya, John both going to head back to the base. They're going to lose a lot of tower HP in the meantime.
Yeah, this is obviously pretty tempo negative in that mid lane. Gonna head back over towards the left, as that's certainly where much of the harass is originating from. Keelbane here for Lefa. Obviously, you're going into a rem lane, so this is very much stock standard. Obviously, Abrams also
Coldburn comes in for Vinyl.
Vinyl? The door is pretty insane.
Oof, DMB's getting dunked on.
That's another easy pickup. DMB can't be getting exploded like this early.
Yeah, that's a really painful one. I mean, the first death I didn't feel so bad with some of the damage traded back.
Harder thing about this too is it doesn't let your Holiday move, right? Once your lane's getting pushed like this, the Holiday has to stay and like catch waves and help you push now.
For a player who's been a real strength for this team on carry.
Ido dies to Low Main and Lefa. Right, Low Main and Lefa lanes have not been going great, but this is they're looking good right now.
Is that strong side of the map though for FPS Lounge? And they're definitely exerting themselves now. That Guardian is seeing better days, to be sure. Coming back on the zip line, though, is going to be Ido. But yeah, really about sustaining through this early pressure. There's a chain gang on the right-hand side of the map here, but it's actually funnel picked up by the Shiv.
Can you get the burn on him, too?
That was not good. Vinyl getting picked off there. They really just can't catch a break on that left-hand side of the map. Dude does go down, though. Rebuttal or not, leaving Fishcake here.
PSL having a good start here.
Fishcake over to the Mirage this game. Under some serious scrutiny now from Calico and Billy, but both of them are low enough and without ultimates. Diving a Mirage doesn't seem like the most appetizing little task for them, especially with Duke coming back in off the play.
I usually up into the heal lane in this lane.
Wants the engagement to come back against them.
Two melee life strike buyers with
really has to back
Billy
off and take a hasty
Calico.
Popper
Wonder
certainly
if it's
not
worth it, though.
more than yesterday. He knew the approximate timing of a zip lane boosted return to the lane, so
I don't know.
doesn't expose themselves too much.
All right, FPS Lounge get first tower in that Infernus. Viscous lane.
It left for up to 5.3k souls. Low man at 5.8. They are bullying this Rem and Abrams combo. Melee Creeps wanted to draft themselves their premium frontliner, but getting them out of this laning phase in any sort of decent shape might prove to be quite the challenge. Big Gloom Bomb connection there. Dust Devil away though for the Mirage.
Yeah, Tornado came just in time before a pretty heavy hit of damage there from Poppers. And I think Leffa has gone for a really early fighting build. I mean, I think that may, with a Reactor Bear, maybe his green spike, and so I expect to see Infernus really in the thick of the action this game. DMB, it's been a rough start for him, but he should get the space to recover with the team able to, put on pressure and get him kind of that opportunity to farm. But maybe not before the mid lane Guardian does come down. A nice little long-range barrel from Xeno, actually, and with Lowman rotating into this, there could be an opportunity to shut down John.
Yeah, Google that there already as well. Lowman was willing to fight. John lost about 400 HP in the blink of an eye.
So curious what Lowman's gonna buy here.
Previously looking
could be a decay game for him.
Creeps. They're going to be stymied for the time being.
I can definitely see it. He's going to do boxes real quick, I think, to get the buy.
But it's going to be back to
Goes Express, okay. So Lowman does go for a gun spike.
Sire and John. Always work well in concert. And this mid lane Guardian likely not long for this world.
Lowman has gone also for the all-in early game build on Viscous here. Going Express Shot and Mystic Shot. So he's going to bring a lot of gun damage. Won't scale as well into the splatter in the late game, but all signs pointing to FPS Lounge wanted to continue to keep this tempo high. Maybe even threaten some early objectives. And DMB, crucial kill for him to find onto John. Rem sleeps something, so it would seem, but even Doorman potentially to get run down on this one.
Poppers runs past them in Ava form, and it looks like Vinyl saw an opportunity to go straight for the nap time, obviously, that penetrates walls.
Is he gonna go head on her? I'm curious what the headshot booster is for. Maybe just for pressure and lane. He did go Mystic Shot. This is like the OG Viscous shot. Used to go Express Shot, Mystic Shot. Back when the right click was really overtuned, and Express Shot weapon damage percentage on the right click was really broken as well. But after Express Shot nerfs, but Express Shot has been buffed since those nerfs. People moved away from it.
An opportunity to get aggressive. Some stuns from the goo ball, but nice little cart away. Makes
using the goo ball into Doorman is so fucking annoying.
Key stuns on the exits.
Nice.
Continuing to come in, but he'll still.
You see the burst there, right? That wasn't a splatter. That was a Express Shot. Ult fire, and then a light melee. Really keeps getting farmed early here, bro.
Finally, the well-laid plans of FPS Launch come to fruition. A big collapse in mid, and so too do the chances of melee creeps collapsing.
John's gonna be behind Soul Curve here. Lowman is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really just a symptom of the
Left is 2k up already on John. And then DMB and Fishcake are about equal.
Advantage they had in lane. And starting to cause problems across the rest of the map. In a lane,
so Leffa does still go for the head on her.
For melee creeps, right? If you leave John and
curious if he's a Mystic Shot enjoyer.
They start to become a
I imagine he is. The thing is about going Mystic Shot to finish your spike is you're not going to have a lot of spirit, so you don't get as much value, but he's going to go rapid next to get his dash. But
that holiday really hard early over the Doorman, and Leffa is everywhere with that flame dash, so this has worked out beautifully. It's a matter of how you step out of this phase of the game with enough of a lead to make it unassailable. Up to the Baroness. It is, but jump
off to the Baroness. TC for Cali. This is super standard now. That's what everyone builds.
Cube instantly is going to stifle that baggage.
With catting around in tunnels, you're just going to be in perma-fighting with Calico. That is the idea. Another thing we didn't see in the Burba Clock series, the Calico was not getting very active.
Shut down Fishcake. A revenge kill on Leffa would be well worth it, but Do senses that
so Do opts into the Radiant Suppressor this game. Makes sense to me.
Is he cool?
Playing into the double M1.
That was down to one tick here.
Plus Billy.
For Leffa here on the Infernus. Put on notice. I mean, him versus Do this game, I think, is going
to. Are we going to buy an item, brother?
Favors the Infernus.
I guess he's been stuck on wave duty, but finally tells
like a baggage card here to
Fishcake to go grab the wave.
Quietly as well, Ido's been able to make use of the breakdown in that left side lane, getting up to 10k souls, basically, which is what's going to happen if you're partnered up with the Rem, who's going to start roaming, trying to exert their influence over the map. So. Not terrible signs here for Rido being able to, get to a point
the next thing most people go is enduring.
You're not going to be left
curious
behind.
if
Obviously, starved Abrams really
Poppers will go the enduring.
Great in this game. And already the
early reds give you
starting to come
buy
through
from
here on the side of FPS, or rather melee creeps.
Makes sense though into the holiday Billy. Don't mind at all.
Big hit comes in against Poppers. Nice little tag along dash there to the other side of the door. Saya gets out. Ido, though.
Ido does.
Kind of alone here.
That's a 500 bag, too. 500 bag is not to be...
just run down.
Not to be scoffed at. 12 minutes in.
On the Holiday has that max barrel online. Now Shiv is caught.
They're gonna hate Prime Shiv here.
Billy ult just barely gets the dash off, but it's not enough to get him out of the explosion. Little parry into a parry. Injury due in desperation goes for the melee, and now John
does not have the money here to play like this.
Parry thrown out. Billy now free to
huge fucking parry though with the rebuttal.
Too risky.
Holy rebuttal buy from John. This guy's different. Oh, they turn it. Oh, this John guy's fucking different, bro. Does eventually die to poppers. Insane rebuttal by. Insane rebuttal. It's a great game for it though too. Calico, Billy, Viscous. Makes a ton of sense.
I think FES Lounge have a really good comp here to punish these positioning errors from melee creeps, which I think are rare. But when they're fighting to catch up or they're playing from behind, they probably crop up a little bit more.
I was this behind, by the way. I would have loved a not Radiant Regen. What's the base called? Mystic Regen.
Looks like he's just got the cube.
Would have loved a Mystic Regen just to get a Spirit Spike, just when you're on this econ Giga behind.
You use a bunch of those. It's not instant, right? You do.
I guess he's not even that behind. It was just 12K. Man, I was just farming well. Like they were getting shit on.
Everybody's looking Holiday, but I mean, this is not the hero you want to be trying to chase down. And now, okay, Holiday, since it's not opportunity to re-engage, so just a hair wide.
Dude, what is this fucking hero?
Still pretty easy to slip on out of there with the use of those bounce pads. So, Erno is going to be coming in this direction.
All right, the Holiday nerf that's going to come in is only one bounce pad or something, and just lower cooldown. The multiple bounce pad thing is just too much movement, bro. It's not okay. It is not okay.
As well. But that is proven so far in this game.
Phenol's bringing over the urn here. FPSL is stacked to left side here. Popper stalls a ton of time for DMB ult to come out. They get the Shiv ult. Can they run the Shiv down though?
I don't know if you want to hang around in front of.
I think it's going to end up being a 1-for-1. Poppers lives actually. Oh, Poppers is sim.
Even with the dash. Slice and dice, he can't quite make it out, and now Mirage, I think, in
so the thing is, are they going to be able to get the push off? Because
he's trying to just get some desperation parry off, but he does, in fact.
So they should be able to get Walker here. So if they lose the urn, it's not the biggest deal. Lemaine and Left are buying a ton of time on this urn as well. Enough time for Average to come over. Sleep does eventually come in onto Left. Will he get one shot? I believe he will get one shot. Yeah, he does. Melee creeps get the urn, but it comes with the tradable Walker, right? So especially for first urn, like this is kind of what people are doing now. This is like a fine trade from FPSL. Totally fine. They're gonna end up getting left buff for it as well.
Souls contested, so
being diff from Average.
Taken away, but John definitely gonna be happy about stacking up those permanents.
I've not seen the TC on Holiday yet. Veil TC is interesting.
Hitting pretty hard as well. Happy to take this.
Makes sense again. Similar thing to Kelly. You're just gonna be permafighting. Does get due at the end there.
Eventually, Xeno does it, and frankly, Xeno's the cool guy that doesn't look back at explosions. As one of his teammates follows up on that opportunity, and now the Magic Lasso is available.
PSL should secure their doubles here.
Been chaining these kills together, and always seem to have more people where it counts, with the exception of that urn fight earlier.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong side of the map.
Contesting all
Melee creeps can
getting everything that they
secure
can,
their doubles.
It's aggressive early game build.
Lemaine also goes for the Vitality Spike before the Spirit Spike. This is like full on like
on a really hot pace.
Spike Master Viscous.
Speaking of the comebacks in the lane,
like,
I mean, he had a really rough
this is
go.
what you used to do with the
and now he's been a little bit of a quieter game
with the Express Shot build back in the day.
Fights, killed the Shiv,
Enchanters, usually not Veil Walker though. It'd be like Enchanters, something else.
On fire with a Vitality buff and a lot of jungle to clear. I mean,
a lot of jungle.
The flight path is clear for DMB. He is set for takeoff here on this carry warden.
Yeah, I mean, conversely, John has been out to work this right-hand side of the map, get some farm, and Ido still has sort of been pretty persistent in, getting some of those souls toward that left side of the map or wherever he otherwise can. So, still going to make sure, even if he's had a pretty tumultuous early game, he's going to be able to turn up, follow up on those nap times with some timely shoulder charges. Melee creeps certainly happy to deathball when they have the opportunity, while making use of Doorman to just sort of work the map. But wow, 3.4k health, 15 minutes into the game. Yeah, you're dead right, Jake. This Warden is starting to cook.
The Warden is cooking.
Build for DMB here. Gonna be crucial. It's gone very stock standard here, just something safe, something nice and tanky, making sure you do not go down easy in the front line. But he's not being safe at all. He's willing to be very aggressive here, posturing right up here on the melee creep's base versus a Shiv, no less, and even forces the execute out. So the Warden not afraid to throw his weight down despite the soul advantage on him. And even Calico gonna come in for the finish kill. Maybe more to be had here. Trophy selector.
The fact that poppers and average can like pop off on Calico like this is so good for FPS Lounge in this meta.
Kind of aggression coming this close to their towers.
Yeah, they're just in the trophy collector here as well. It's a pretty grim sign. I think
I'd have died to the stalker.
FPS Lounge already started to
actually,
stack
get
those
some
up really nicely. And honestly, from MLA Creeps, I take nothing away from FPS Lounge here, but MLA Creeps definitely looking sloppier in this game. Certainly getting caught in a number of compromising situations across the map, and it feels like, in contrast to the previous game, the tempo was
they were just dying and dying.
We are seeing obviously this,
and then this is where the power of TC, by the way, like they have two heroes that are like giga snowballed, and now they're getting passive income.
13 and 16K.
So even though these characters, well, that's the funny thing now is like Holiday does kind of scale, and the fact that like Calico and Holiday here have like a lot of early TC stacks is
FPS Lounge already comfortable lead.
Bad sign for MLC. Like they could snowball out of control here if they play this next turn well.
Holiday and Viscous playing pretty aggressive early game styles. They do need to keep the pressure on.
I like this low main build, bro. I might have to give this a whirl.
And some strong team fight tools if this goes.
Like I was thinking about testing Expression once it got buffed, but I just never got around to it.
Keep the gas on, right, and keep the opponent on the back.
I think this is good. I'm curious to see the numbers after the game.
Is right, no doubt about it. Pressure they got to maintain.
I might even crack open the client here. Here, I'm gonna save the match ID.
Nice little Google there. Looks like a rescue beam that might have been involved in extricating Sire from that situation, and even the the threat, I guess, of that nap time holds FPS Lounge at bay for the time being. Xeno might have
goes down
into this, and he is. Melee Creep's able to fold back and find that catch. That's Holiday now off the map.
Okay, Melee Creep's fighting back.
However,
they're gonna get caught out here though. Chen Gang comes in. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Great cube. This is bad. This is mid boss.
Right now, John and Do, the key suspects of the previous game, have already fallen, and that takes all of the bite away from Melee Creep's Spark.
Oh, they went all in.
So they do have NATOs here. They don't have Abrams although. They'll have Doorman cart. They have tools to get to steal. Melee Creeps have constantly been known in the past as the fucking mid boss heist. But do they have the? Do they have the tools? They're actually gonna tell Vino to just go secure urn here just in case. Love the early ult pop from DMB. DMB's not even playing for the crystals. He doesn't give a fuck. Actually, he does get one. 3-0. Nice shot from MLC there. Good contest.
Cube going to be active here. Retreat through the door heralds essentially the end of this fight for everyone but Ido apparently. And well, John is also pretty deep in enemy territory. This is an awkward cancel to call. And of course the chase is going to be on. Doorman really helping get people out of trouble. It was an earn take behind all this for Melee Creeps at least, which has shrunk the lead slightly. But I'm looking at 2 rejuve credits for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, the parries were very nearly enough. I mean, tons of players stunned from both sides. For Melee Creeps, creating that kind of a chaos usually is the opportunity to maybe snatch a couple crystals away, but only losing 1 on FPS Lounge, still holding 3. Scourge is the buy from Vinyl, which will be
DB got it back up.
Nice aid
great after the bad early game. Up 23k now. 3k up on John, 6k up on Fishcake. Big buffs and 20 here. FPS Lounge should be able to get double here. Blast is going to come up perfectly to line up with it as well. They should be able to get both here. Calico needs to just get schmoovin' over here. Yeah, they're going to secure double here. Good discipline. Good.
Taking things in that direction. Buffs here about to come up, and of course, Xeno looks to secure himself a buff for the team. Gun being available now, and Ido spotted skirting past Xeno.
I think they're trying to hold this for Lepa.
No lasso.
The gun buff.
Tankbuster is bottom. Looks like
and then Spear for Warden. That's nice, bro.
FPS Lounge team. Both Holiday and Calico.
So they end up just giving it to Calico.
Even grabs a gun buff. There's definitely kill threat here. I mean, a lasso even onto somebody's tanky.
They're sniffing for John. Oh, John went too far forward. John went too far forward. John is dead. John is dead as fuck. John is so fucking dead.
Good though. Does pull out John for just a moment longer, but the rundown continues to come in. Poppers.
Good hover there from Xeno.
Further adding more stacks, and Xeno wants even more.
Yeah, so Ido trying to help out there, but his seismic is on cooldown. He wasn't really able to start a fight.
Gets out.
Slider is slippery.
Like you will end up getting this left side Guardian, but it may cost them their Walker here. They committed 2 to this left side. I think they're going to try to counter push the Walker, but this is Billy is here. 21k. Doesn't have Chain Gang though, but does have a rejuve, I think. I don't know who used the first rejuve
They're going to try and claim an additional one on the other side of the map, but Average is there to defend. Could see a fight start to break out here on the FPS.
DMB's coming over as well. Average is really low.
Tell a lot from FPS Lounge in terms of where they path following.
Good macro from MLC. Do they get exits here? Will DMB be able to chase anyone down?
Making sure they get a 1-for-1 here, and there just wasn't a whole lot that Average could do to stop that. Still, binding word here means that Fishcake is in deep trouble. He might get out of the range of that, but not of the questing bullets of DMB.
Still, like, great macro from MLC there to match the Walker push, though.
Hollow Point is there in the inventory.
They get an even Walker trade with 2 rejuves up on FPSL.
Do force into a lot more defensive tools this game. Just needs them to be able to play. Siphon Bullets is the buy from DMB, so those tanks not going to feel quite so hard to crack.
I like the Siphon from DMB.
In a tool bag, and oof, the damage hits like crazy.
Disable this Abrams.
Run through. No doorman or no doorman.
Steal his HP.
This is that signature FPS.
Vicious lasso, but
as soon as you give them an inch, they will take everything on the map. And with center spawning, there's a lot to be claimed.
So all in all, not a great rejuve from
looks like they might have a kill opportunity on that right-hand side.
FPSL here, but
lose Walker health here, maybe even more than that at this stage. It's desperately trying to keep.
They could just go for the pull dive here. I think they should with 20 seconds.
Pose too much of a threat here to FPS.
Nice.
Constantly asking for more.
Dude gets caught out from the Xeno pressure.
This is beautiful. This is going to be a get Xeno out of trouble for the time being, but losing the holiday.
Leffa goes in to make space. Rejuve gonna run out at an awkward time here in 5 seconds.
Hoping to mitigate some of that incoming damage, but frankly, FPS Lounge look
completely unbothered. Nice. Don't overcommit.
Was put to sleep.
Okay. Don't get the most value, but
again,
did expand their lead.
Get that Walker to half health. The last one remaining for melee creeps.
Yeah, definitely a familiar game for FPS Lounge. You know, playing with this kind of advantage feels like.
Good and downable game here too from Leffa if he wants to turn his reactive into it.
Not overdoing it, not committing to something like the mid-walker take that does expose.
He is in fact a Mystic Shot Enjoyer.
They've had that
really nice improved spirit duration, or spirit duration for his spirit spec.
Show threat and be aggressive on the map. At the same time, they're still getting a ton out of the jump.
Curious if he wants to go a little more heal cut this game, like a Toxic Pulse or a Spirit Burn.
Gotta be looking to farm these lanes as much as possible. Definitely feels like.
I feel like they just need a little more heal cut.
On that mobility with cooldown reductions and warp stone. So that
makes
sure we can get some really nice value, of course, out of our concussive combustions, and add another layer to our pick strategy. 4 players for FPS Lounge on that left-hand side. Likely a left side shove, and then maybe transition towards mid if Poppers can massage the wave in the right direction.
Massage.
Could just be looking for another fight, baiting the wave. Abrams.
Believe Abrams dead.
Here.
I do believe.
Absolutely punished by this level of aggression, but there's a doorman.
Now the homie's here. Never mind.
Does take him right out to safety. So this time, Sly is a little more.
Good to see a big rotate over here to this blue walker though.
Those base guardians, maybe an opportunity to collect.
They got Chang. They got 6 ults up. They want to get active here. They want to get active.
This one will not be.
But they may just do the Urn Steel instead. Spellbreaker on the Billy. I really like Spellbreaker.
DMB waiting the wings to drop down with a nasty last stand. Double Dust Devil here. It's going to hold a average.
Sir, you don't have any more movement.
Now he's going to be starting to feel the cold front
sir,
Dust Devil away.
You don't have any more tornadoes.
And he doesn't. Xeno's able to pick him off here. Still a big nap time. Catches on to 2 and low main right now. Sojourning at the Baroness. So FPS Lounge.
I know does get it though.
Can't push this any further.
Waves are kind of bad here too, right? Like this is the free urn for FPS or for melee creeps. So I like FPSL just like diving the walker here. I like this. You're never going to get to this urn in time, but if you get picks here and the blue and the walker, you can look for mid here. They're definitely going to mid after here. They're just going to get buys in quick.
The other way, so melee creeps ensuring that they keep the soul count actually pretty competitive here. So
respawns are actually going to come in. It's maybe not the greatest, but I do still agree with like just doing something here. You're never going to get to this urn in time.
By FPS Lounge. But nonetheless, the soul advantage is manageable. 15k at this phase of the game, absolutely winnable if you can get the right kind of team.
The bigger thing is DMB at 32k. That's the bigger problem.
Haven't given up much of anything so far in this one.
Yeah, and with Siphon Bullets.
And the Billy's ahead this game. Like I said, like we're probably going to see much better Billy play this game.
Spawn those green items and be a bit more durable. That still gets harder. They're still going to feel a little fragile. I think under the scrutiny of the Warden. And again, like right side is pushing here. We've got multiple lanes rolling in the direction.
A little bit on nice.
FPS Lounge. Lasso up in about 48 seconds here as see the Abrams of Ido sweep on through. Obviously, Mid-Boss is now ready to contest, and I'm quite sure FPS Lounge are going to be...
Everyone's looking for picks right now.
But again, it's the kind of fight the melee creeps are going to want to get if they can.
Burst coming in. John is down before the fight can even begin. A chain
and Rem. Oh, GG. That's mid-boss.
On to Ido. It
They're all
just
dead.
doesn't get more decisive than that.
Nice picks.
Could just be over.
Nice picks.
No chance for a comeback fight for melee creeps. FPS Lounge just bat them down.
Yeah, the lion's share of melee creep souls evaporated in an instant. FPS Lounge have such a good composition. It's setting up those pick opportunities and punishing slight mispositioning. The mid-boss got to be tested here. Of course, melee creeps with their very, very truncated roster are going to try and do something about this. But again, it feels like Fool's Errand for Sire too deep here into the pit, and he found that out the hard way.
I mean, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. An additional lasso going to ensure that there's not a single melee creep player alive to even contest.
I'll just go back to get that wave at base. They're big chilling.
Wave even is problematic here for FPS.
Well, let's get them FPS Lounge, man.
Into aggression. They're going to be able to delay this crystal take
great,
quite some time.
Great lane from Lespa and low main. Like I said, they haven't had the most success together in lane, so them to be synced up this game, I think, is a huge advantage.
And you see, I mean,
they got the Calico ahead.
What you can do to punish this? There's no way you can run it down mid with the wave against you. And
got the Billy ahead too. That was probably the bigger thing, honestly.
Be able to work with these triple rejuves.
Billy Calico lane just had perma shove the whole time.
It's just going to be probably just slowly losing your base guardians. If melee creeps can hold it to that, I think they'd be happy, but there could very well be shrines on the menu, Mitch.
Yeah, I don't see this pressure letting up anytime soon.
Love the Spirit Burn buy from Xeno. Love it, love it, love it, love it.
Looking in prime
they need the heal cut this game.
Now, and obviously is a key component of FPS Lounge being able to keep this tempo high. Melee creeps have done a bunch of stuff just to try and stay in step in terms of the souls and not fall into stat check territory, but that may have gotten out of hand, especially when you consider the implied soul value of these 3 rejuve credits. It's going to be pretty overwhelming for them to try and deal with. Yep, Dew is not having it.
Such a scary game with like Xeno with his Veilwalker. When he's off map, you just don't know. You are never safe. You could be even in your own ramparts of your own base, and you will get pulled to hell and back by this lasso. So really, really challenging game to work a comeback in, especially without a pick hero. They are going to get this nice catch onto Infernus. He tanks some of it, does get, I think, a decent stun out of it.
Pulling up though.
See if the fight comes in a little bit better for the melee creeps this time.
Great door from Sire though.
Realized they got a rejuve credit burned.
Well done.
They set up the door to get themselves out and deny any opportunity at reprisal. So frustrating here for FPS Lounge. They're still sitting on 2 credits, and have a look at the map state right now. They are going to be shutting melee creeps back inside their own territory, and there's an ample opportunity here to scoop up some of these neutrals.
Here's what Leffen's gonna go last year. Could go.
Yeah,
could go.
Think twice, but
escalating.
It doesn't really change what's going on here, right? Like you're
could go
continuing to farm the lion's share of the map, continuing to develop the soul lead.
You do a bunch,
and not without any meaningful counter kills coming in. I mean, this is for melee creeps where it really hurts to be on such an all-in brawling composition where when you're in these comeback scenarios, I mean, to seal
the double front line,
it's absolutely heinous.
Plus Rem, I don't mind it.
Yeah, you are.
Plus spirit damage too.
Enemy territory.
I don't mind it.
Gives melee creeps just the scraps really from the table to work with, just the offcuts. And in order to fix this soul by the minute. Oh, Spellslinger. That's pretty good. That's into the inventory now of DMB. Getting stronger and stronger.
145 on the redo.
Pretty close to that.
FPS Lounge got to get the siege going.
Feeling so squishy, so easily exploited. And DMB is going to be tanky, hard to bring down, and he's going to be just a persistent threat in these fights.
Buffs earning 30.
Is super scary.
But I think they want to. I think they want to siege. I mean, look at the barrel.
Really the
Insta spare burn.
Getting kidnapped into the enemy throne, your soul lead doesn't really mean much in that kind of a scenario. So slow and steady wins the race here. The extra time that FPS Lounge bought themselves.
Look at the spirit burn, just doing really fucking the Lord's work right now.
Hurting from Xeno. That damage actually is enough to get FPS Lounge over the threshold and maybe into the
John insta-dies, nice. We still have Lasso here, by the way. Oh, he doesn't even look for it. Wow. He had NATO up, so I kind of get it.
That spirit burn, you get like double explosion off the barrels, extra barrel range.
Hoppers also goes Scourge.
By the way, so it gives you that like Hillbane-esque effect.
Scourge? I think it's Scourge.
Very quickly.
I think Scourge is the mode, though. I always forget that.
Too much up to chance, but when they see an opportunity to leap forward and take John out of the game, they'll make use of it. There's still a fair bit of rejuve time left, 45 seconds, which is actually the same amount of time that John is dead for. Melee creeps functionally can't fight meaningfully for any of this window here.
Ooh.
Should see a Patreon.
Man, Xeno's been whiffing
A Wayne Gretzky moment for the lasso there for Xeno, but it's fine. That patron is getting.
Lomanda's died. They should go grab Ern, grab Ern, grab Ern, grab Ern, grab Ern.
Died in the enemy base there, just pulling a bit of a distraction.
Oh, Mirage TP's on it.
It's something, but in the end, unless you get more
well played from Fishcake.
You will be hurting. Looks like they're gonna go for just.
They still have Reju for like 15 here if they want to look for a fight. It's a little spooky though.
I'm not sure how long-lived this will be.
Leffa goes back in though. They do have Spirit Burn to deal with his Abrams if they want.
Throwing his life away into this because there's only a little bit left on the Reju. There's not much hope for an extended fight, especially down a player.
All right, FPS launch disciplined. They just use Leffa's ult to get everyone out.
Don't overcommit to the fight.
Well done, well done. Billykeep's gonna get another uncontested Ern here.
Only dead for 60. You'd think this would be a free.
They do have Zip if they want to contest,
I mean,
but
it is a 50k soul lead. But FPS Lounge, I don't know how.
So yeah, a little messy on the not leaving early enough with the base siege here.
See, they're still knocking on the door, so like MLC Creeps want to have a number of players here at this.
But they do, and they still get both buffs.
Might have to give up.
Movement for Holiday is disgusting. Gun for Billy's really nice. This guy's fucking on the NATO Express.
It's a house arrest. You get that one sort of morning in the week to go and have a coffee at your local, and then you are back to
yard time is over. Back to your cells. I mean, it does feel like that this game, though. I mean, like we've reached that point where the Holiday is
for Kelvin makes a ton of sense.
But on top of that, there's Calico and Viscous behind. There's insane burst when you do catch somebody with a lasso. The ability for FPS Launch to finish them up with, I mean, the Arctic Blast is a huge attribute for Poppers at this moment. And Ben Billy has gone quite tanky with the itemization, but you know, I think at any time he's also ready to like quadruple down on the aggression and really punish you. And that's
another
what we've
Spirit Burn
John
by for low man. They finally have enough
hold the
heal
line
cut.
at some point, and every time he does,
their 66 is very, very doable.
DMB has the difference between his and John Souls actually sitting in his pocket right now.
I mean, they've always had the lead, so they could always 66, but
he is. Yep, he's pretty much a critical mass now. Oh,
I don't think this is gonna do that much because of the doormat.
Not move at all. Saya is able to get his.
And Leffa gets captured. They jump him
to get them on out. Leffa actually is plucked away. So there are just a couple of cracks starting to form here for FPS.
All right, FPS Lounge not executing great towards the end here.
A late game state here, but yeah,
dying on the mid boss is not great. They do get the pick. Huge pick from Poppers there. That is ginormous. Yeah, they would have got mid boss. Ginormous. You're not gonna catch Fishcake here, bro. This guy's the NATO Express. Oh my God, these barrels, bro. Boundless Spirit Burn.
Yeah, that's Boundless Spirit.
Dude's looking here. I don't think Dude should look here. You can get lassoed and it could go real bit. Yo, look for the lasso. Look for the lasso. Hello.
Flatter trajectory, easy to connect, long range as well. We mentioned the increased ability range also on Spirit Burn. That goes
doesn't even matter. They get John anyways.
John, it is tough.
They lasso John. He just gets rescued, but he still dies. And that's mid boss. Well done.
The question was going to be whether or not MLC Creeps could keep John alive, but we just got our answer.
So they do have quadruple NATO here, so you have to be a little careful here, honestly.
Looks to be essentially free.
You may want to bait this. You might just want to bait this. I'm not even lying. I'm not even memeing. Rush and catch waves and TPN. I think you want to wait for your Infernus here. I think you just turn on the Shiv. Dorman gets his door in. Yeah, no, I like turn on Shiv here.
Opportunity to play towards your base.
This is disciplined. This is good.
A lot of pressure here being put on the Veil. And it looks like Torment's trying to actually just
MLC trying to finish, which they do. And they have NATO here now.
Actually ends up killing mid-boss now. Chain gang, just for Fishcake. Everyone's gonna pop out the door, I'm sure, in just a moment.
Oh, look at the fucking sleep. Holy shit. They 3-0'd it. Leffa's here, though. Ado doesn't die. Oh, Shiv getting the rejuve is really annoying. Shiv doesn't go down either. Holy shit, the sustain over him.
Just to keep DMB topped up, if I'm not mistaken. And MLC Creeps are the ones that emerge here with the rejuve credit. Fishcake is healthy. Gloom bombs don't do anything.
Oh my God, bro. What a contest from MLC. That was fucking perfect. That's what I'm saying, though, bro. It was not a free mid. Like, they were treating that like it was a free mid. And then they were like, okay, this is kind of bad. And then they went on to do, but Saya got his door in there so they could just finish from safety from the door.
I mean, the execution to do that with, I think it was a
that was beautiful from MLC. Beautiful. Dude, the late game antics from both these teams when they play each other is so fucking sick. Great snake from sleep from Vito, by the way. It slept 5, I think, 5 or 6. I think 5.
Let's take a quick replay on this one.
Notice that Rem is waiting in the wings.
Unstops are huge here. So I think Lowman actually had unstop and didn't get one somehow. I think someone clutched up with the parry. And then look at this, fucking Idol lives with 1 HP from the Ram. Do lives with 1 HP from the Ram.
They're able to get it done without him. That one should be studied, I think.
FPSL just hard sending it on this right side. I like this.
Always nigh. With the patron drop, John going down. It cannot happen.
Not gonna catch anyone, bro.
Seems like he's in serious
John's
trouble.
out. Oh, they did. He got rescued though.
Hold on, the rescue beam pulls him out of trouble for a minute. Now Holiday looking for more connections with the Echo.
And Xeno finally hit a lasso.
Quarry's in deadlock. Maybe Holiday though.
Nah, bro, it's the fucking NATO experience. DMB's there. Oh, DMB gets him. Oh, that's huge. Actually massive.
77 seconds.
Love the crippling buy from Ward in this game. Crippling, I think crippling Siphon just the buys this game, and then the Skull Swinger for more damage.
And yeah, we're going to talk about his Warden. Still in a very scary spot. That's crippling head.
I think his Warden should think about Indom here later in the game.
In the mix as well. Berserker.
Could go unstop though if he wants to. Already has his debuff.
In theory. But that fight from MLA Creeps has got to rattle you.
Unstop might be better.
That soul lead is
I'm just thinking about the doorman holding the sleep, but
yeah, definitely not.
Maybe just unstop in time. You're big chilling.
There's a real game to be played. The 45
Peak Death comes in for Saya. This is the doorman item.
Sieging the base.
Doorman Geist item.
But it would be just too crazy here.
You can just always get away through a door with the cheat death.
Safe and steady earn dunk. Get him some more of those permanent souls, permanent buffs rather, some more souls. But we've seen already that this game isn't going to come down to a stat check. Right, like there still is the team fight threat. And do with the E-Shift, I mean, he has managed to build into a lot of damage for a Shiv who had a pretty rough go with the early game.
Yeah, Torment Pulse, E-Shift escalating. There for
Third theme is so good.
So all of a sudden,
it's so fun.
Things get pretty scary as well. Like we saw, like the Vortex Web Outfire. When you combine up the Torment Pulse, Melee Creeps really want these all-in team fights if they can get them. And mid boss is obviously one of the best places to get those. Still, they've been pushed off the map. And they're going to try and find a way back in without losing John to these pick opportunities, right? Sai, though, obviously with the Transcendent being picked up, so that mobility, that escape is going to be available in spades now to the team.
You shift them now for the
and the game just remains so hard with your shrines, with your Patron knock, with your shrines down.
Sense.
I mean, the waves are constantly crashing against you. And especially given the comp FPS Lounge has, they have a great way of punishing anybody who gets cheeky and tries to grab some farm. So for me, it feels like they have to do something, right? Maybe they can hope for a bungled engage from Holiday that they can turn into a team fight. But like when you're losing this kind of a jungle camp, the one that you can see from your base high ground, you really don't have much business actually fighting for objectives in the game.
All right, minute and a minute. We're gonna hit a little lull here unless Xeno can find something.
Holiday, who, like you mentioned, can pull you off your own parapets. Like an unwilling Rapunzel.
With this much spirit invest at this point in the game, Elfire has a lot of value.
Possibility.
Yeah, boundless,
having a player picked
career
up.
expansion,
And I want to remind everyone,
escalating.
Melee Creep's patron is still knocked. I see Holiday. So
why am I forgetting with boundless? Sorry.
And you run down mid and end the game as FPS Lounge. Both teams now being cagey about this because they've both got all
Indom does come in for the Billy.
It's a 50k.
I like the Indom Spellbreaker.
Has been
like to
keeping
combo this game.
Bido's getting to a point where he should be able to be quite tanky, if not for the, you know, the percent health damage items on the FPS Lounge side, like Siphon Bullocks, for example. Melee Creep's in a good spot to fight here.
I think the resists are just a little bit nicer than Unstop this game. Playing into double M1 plus a lot of spirit.
And Vortex Web Doorman is such a problem. It is so scary to try and end the game with a door ready to the throne. I mean, anybody who gets pulled through here should just be dead instantly, right? There's like no ability to.
All right, Melee Creep's gonna be able to contest mid once again.
Doorman is threatening with that kind of range.
Not be shocked if FPS Lounge go for like a bait and then look, but the thing is with the two dead Doorman.
Nice.
And I don't. Xeno didn't end up going curse yet, I think. So
I wonder
curse is like the ultimate.
Curse yet, or is thinking about
the ultimate
picking it up.
Cheat death counter. I don't think he's going to be able to.
40 minutes into the game now.
They're not going to be able to deny the doorman from getting the door in mid boss pit. So.
Already Xeno.
And then like if they get it to roar, so like half HP, and then the door gets put in, like the same thing we just saw last time could happen, right? So
on an extremity.
It's going to be a weird.
To respond to that, no, mid boss is going to be considered, but not followed through on.
E-Shift is up for DMB. He can almost rip this solo, and like the waves are continuing to be pushed out here on the top of the map.
No shot.
Viscous, right? Viscous just spamming the splatter down mid. It feels like you can't really get the lane out. And Melee Creeps shouldn't know this is going on just yet.
This is
the downside of playing so safe. As soon as they hear this mid-rush roar, they have to make a snap decision. See how FPS Lounge decide to play this.
Now, my eyes are glued to the minimap here. I mean, FPS Lounge are already very...
Oh, they found him. Has cheat death, though. Has cheat death.
Back we come.
Gets through the door.
Gets him out.
Still dies though. Doesn't get his. He got his ult off, but didn't get casted. I don't think he got casted.
Going after the mid boss. The doorman is down. Melee Creep's bets.
Guys, we don't have to throw the game at mid. We could just end the game. By the way, we could just push the base and end the game. I feel like this mid is really risky. They have quadruple NATO. Oh, they got on John though.
Mid boss has now been knocked. Keep an eye there on the Abrams at the bottom of your screen. He's going up for an ulti.
Leffa gets one. Idol gets one. Q gets two. They should be able to win the fight though. Yeah, they're gonna win the fight. Okay. Okay, worked out. Dude, that's scary though. That's like, I don't know if you want to do that, bro. They could just like force the base on the game, right? That was fucking scary. All right, dude, these games have been bangers. The new FPSL against MLC, these have been banger series. My doggy.
What a finish. And I gotta say, Mitch, I mean, these are some
beautiful
of the
game of Deadlock.
Charges I have seen.
Beautiful game of Deadlock.
Both of the regimes gone in
one thing I hate about the Outfire is Xeno didn't get a curse. If we got a curse towards the end of the game here, they didn't have to respect the doorman as much with the cheat death. But nitpick. That was beautiful Deadlock, bro. Mwah. Mwah.
The mobility on
beautiful
display from
Deadlock.
From Viscous, from Calico, it was just overwhelming. John got shut down in so many of those crucial mid-game team fights before it felt like he could really do much of anything. I mean, that is just not characteristic of the way we.
Yeah, I want to look at low main. I want to do an in-depth look at low main's build here. I just want to get the screenshot first.
Super team.
Wow, okay. I thought that game was a 25-minute one or something like that, but then it seemed like that doorman threat.
Yeah, MLC came back really well.
Was, I think,
dude, MLC are really good at contesting mid. They know exactly what they want to do with the mid contests.
Like picks to safely traverse that late game and to avoid annihilation, and then the mid boss play as well. I mean, that was pretty cool, guys. That was very impressive. The steals there almost made it doable. It was like a 60k to 20k deficit swing that they managed to achieve, which at that point in the game makes it very doable. So
taking notes, yeah, bro. That was a great game. That was like a beautiful game of Deadlock. That was awesome to watch.
I mean, we never really saw. I feel like Melee Creeps, have the ability.
Yeah, I gotta check the numbers on this low main build, bro. I'm super interested if Express Shot is actually worth going again.
Read it, or is it just?
I thought about it when the patch came out with the Express Shot buffs, but Splatter just
off of that early game
still might just be way too good.
It starts for me with the collapse of the left side lane for Melee Creeps.
34, by the way. Is he really?
They are a big problem. They get a very early Guardian, and they almost instantly turn up in mid and punish the lane of John and Sire, which prior to that had been thriving, had been looking very good, putting a ton of pressure down. And then, this mid-game phase is imposed on Melee Creeps. Now they don't get to have their cordial tete-a-tetes. They're just 2v2s in lane. Now you're dealing with Holiday's pick potential. You're dealing with people coming out of nowhere, Leffa turning up and hitting you with combustion, obviously layering these CC effects. You don't get to sort of
this is such a good punish.
Power up as much as
hovering
you
here
like
on Xeno was really good. John just barely moved forward
the game, knowing that that's where their strength is in that mid-game. Sire did such a smart job at that mid-boss because he knocks the mid-boss down to the crystal because he wants to force FPS Lounge into a fight. He wants to bait them into that 6v6 engagement that Melee Creeps have been looking for over the course of the game. But FPS Lounge did to Melee Creeps what Melee Creeps did in the previous game.
This mid contest was so fucking clean.
This game, which is
oh no, this is the last one, sorry. This isn't for the 3-0.
The way they would have wanted to. Sick game, honestly. Obviously,
Leffa got the punch off in between the NATOs, ginormous.
Over, understanding what needs to be done, but sometimes
Rejuve Missive Doom.
The job done are two different things.
It really does seem like there's a really good reason that we saw in this game, Jake, that Holiday can often get first banned.
Yep. Holiday's probably, I would say Holiday probably had 70k damage this game. No Capachungus. No Capachungus, bro.
Impressed by Melee Creep's ability to fight back, especially in that secondary mid boss, right, where they're able to actually come away with a winning team fight despite having shrines knocked against them. I mean, usually those are the desperate moments that just lead to the end of the game. But FPS Lounge, they cling on, right? They can give up one big comeback team fight, but they don't allow that to turn into more than it ought to be. And
bro, where's
honestly,
the good graphic today? We're getting the shit graphic over and over again. You did 66k. Lomain did 67k damage, brother. We're gonna look at the Lomain build here.
The permanent buffs are probably getting out of control here.
Man,
the damage the fucking across the board. So much damage from
the UI for the
just harassing.
good post game graphic must be broken or something.
I know that you love to see it, Jake. The Viscous top damage.
Only 28k from John, bro.
This is Viscous does.
Despite having a good lane with Saya too.
Look at the build. I mean, I think Low Main's build. I actually really like this. He goes very early game in terms of like a lot of damage.
I like this, yeah. This is interesting, bro. And then you just spec into Splatter later.
Viscous with the maxed cooldown.
I like it, bro.
With Spirit Burn and Boundless Spirit. These splatters do like a third of a tank's health bar. I mean, it is unreal how much pressure Viscous puts out in the fight. And this is your support, right? So, you know, incredible level of damage in a long fight from Viscous.
53k from DMB too.
It's brutal. It shows you, I think, just the
damage.
nature of Viscous. Like in this game,
I love DMB's items this game. I think DMB built perfectly this game. Siphon early, crippling. I think with Siphon, Slinger into crippling, and then E-shift late.
There's definitely a sense that FPS Lounge really wanting to
shift
get value out of that AoE. And it looked like at one point we were just watching Circle Lock because, you know, Melee Creeps really is trying to get people stuck in their AoE as much as humanly possible. But there was comeback potential.
If you're Vino this game, I would have thought about the gun spec this game. I think Heroic has a ton of value when you play double M1.
So the margin of error is non-existent. One slip up and
might have been something to think about, especially when you're playing to Express Shot Viscous, double M1 plus a Billy. I think Heroic has a lot of value this game.
Contest that mid boss with the door, and unfortunately, that's where the game basically is over.
It's over.
It does definitely seem like there's a few targets that are really critical to make sure that what's the Floormen FPS Lounge can't get their hands on. I mean, the Holiday did. I mean, obviously the Viscous was amazing, but Holiday did seem so disruptive, like in the way that you put it, Jake.
Just want to look at the breakdown here.
In the game, Holiday's so mobile, so good at creating, you know, picks and opportunities, and the jump pads as well. There's so much utility for the whole team in terms of mobility from them, and it's and obviously
kind of check my bitrate here too. Might play like a street ball game.
So it feels
honestly,
like
my bitrate's gonna fuck up when I'm in game.
You can't let them have it again a second time.
I agree, Dan. It feels like this is a heck of a mobility game right now in Deadlock. I mean, 2 times today we've seen teams kind of go.
Oh, mobility's up here. Yeah, who would have thought?
Heavier brawl setups. In theory, in the ideal fight around mid-boss, we even see it realized at points in this most recent game where, yes, you actually are very hard to deal with.
The chick with infinite with like lower air drag and
single objective. But when we're actually trying to play the map and just come out and challenge objectives, fight for jungle camps, you can't hold a candle to
let me look at the screenshots.
The playmaking that this FPS Lounge draft affords. And for Melee Creeps, I think they need to kind of contest those options. I mean, yes, we see the potential from this heavy tank setup around the doorman, but it just doesn't feel real. And even when you do make a comeback fight, you're swimming against the tide.
All right, well, that was still kind of a barn burner, despite it's somewhat one-sided nature. Let's take a quick breather. We'll take a break, and when we're back, we're going to see what the response is in the draft.
Game on. Am I a Chungus? Am I a freaking Chud? Why is there not a match ID in the screenshot? I'm getting hoed. I'm actually getting hoed, by the way. Oh, I have to go look at the fucking VOD. Oh, I'm a fucking Chud. I'm a Chud. What's this? Earn badges. Badge chest. Okay. One sec. I gotta look at the VOD. So far, my bitrate is not crashing, by the way. So far. Maybe it's my server that I'm connected to for OBS? I don't know, man. It was just like a week of just not fucking working, bro. What am I doing? Brain no work. There we go. Nine 0 5 7 7 1 5 7. Ah, I put an 8 instead of a 5. Ah, fuck, I'm a chud. I'm a fucking chud, bro. I'm a fucking chud. I'm a blind fucking chud. Okay. Okay, let's look at Mr. Lomain here. Oops. So splatter does end up still being, so like teching in the splatter late is still definitely the move. Ends up being his most damage. Express Shot does 7.5k though. And Mystic Shot does 4.7. Now, numbers wise, this is you're investing super early into these, right? Like these are essentially like his first like 3 to 4 items, right? Because I think he went Headshot Booster, Mystic Burst, and then Express Shot, Mystic Shot. So with that in mind, it's like it's not like insanely overtuned or anything, but you know it's still significant damage, right? It still is number 3 and 4, but high sources also makes his gun damage go way up. Like gun damage is now 5th to 60%. And then the cost of this, right, is like you sacrifice all your utility. So like what we see from like Vrake in EU, where he goes like the early knockdown and then like a slowing hex or like knockdown and decay. So instead of having more utility, you're bringing a lot more damage to the table, right? But why I think it's probably good is like when you look at the amount of damage you're bringing to the table, he did the most damage in the fucking game. Like that's just fucking worth it, bro, right? And then you still have utility with Viscous without buying util, right? Like Cube and Punch is just, you have like pseudo pick, not lockdown, but you can like displace people, you can save allies, and you have the cube to save people, right? So this is it, bro. This is looking good. I'm definitely gonna give this a try. Copied. Stole it from you, little pup. Thanks for the build, little gup. I'm gonna try to play a game on Deadlock after and see how my bitrate does. I gotta save this other one. Dude, it sucks the post-game UI is broken. It's so sad. What was the game again? It was BWC versus MLC. Man, I can't believe BWC lost with that comp, bro. They just did not play to their strengths in that comp. That was sad. Okay, I'm gonna grind it. I'm gonna say melee creeps 2 or FPSL 2-0 here. And I'm gonna grind it out with my leg. No break for me. I'm a grinder. Oh.
All right, so we are back into the action here. Maybe this is the last map of the night. We'll have to see.
Wait.
FPS Lounge looked fantastic in that first game, but it's Deadlock. So we have another draft and a moment for adjustment for melee creeps. You know, coming in from behind, we already talked about Holiday maybe being a premium target for them to try to ban out. We're gonna find out though as the draft develops momentarily. But are there any other notes? Because we didn't linger too long on what some of the adjustments might be. That was our top of the line item, but is there anything else here that it needs to be adjusted?
I don't know. If you lose Holiday, that is fine. I don't know though if you want to expose yourself to having Paradox banned away. I don't think we're in an era
Twitch is broken again,
where
bro.
you must have a pick initiator, but Saya
you're just something else on that Twitch. Twitch just don't fuck with you, bro.
Like that's where he looks his best. So I do wonder like how
they're just
heavily,
IP banning you.
They
just hate you, bro.
Weighed in terms of someone that you want to ban out. And now you got to start thinking about Lomain's Viscous, which is just messed up, to be honest with you. Get ahead early, just smoke people, like doing constant damage throughout the game. Like I think that's a targeted ban that you have to bring in. Melee Creeps banned it in the challenges game, so probably bring it out here too.
Yeah, you Jake. Wouldn't be surprised to see those picks contested, but it all comes with the price. I mean, you know, in the end, you did get some of your premier choices in this match. You got the Doorman, you got the Venator, and they weren't really able to feel effective. John just got annihilated every time he kind of really came out on the map in the mid game and exposed himself to a team fight. I just want to see the level of mobility as a team to try to.
The weirdest thing about my leg is when you have to like sit it like this, your hamstring. So like to repair your ACL, they take like a sample of like your hamstring and they like repair your ACL. And so like your hamstring's like weak for a while. So
the hardest thing that starts happening is you can't like keep your leg like straight, so it starts like tilting to the right, and then your hamstring, bro, gets so fucking sore. So like I try to like lean to make it go like back to the left, but
I don't know.
it's weird. It's like a lot of the pain right now is just from like having to like sit and having to like I can't fucking move, you know what I mean?
Maybe you could do like that one greedy backline carry,
like the first day, first like 3 days, the first day is like really hard, but after that, like the first couple of days, like there's the most pain is like when you're walking around or moving, like the blood will like pool in your leg, which hurts a lot. It's like a throbbing type of pain. But then like after those first initial days, bro, it's just like soreness. It's like,
here's the great talent man. So FPS Lounge actually maybe want to give that over as first.
Yeah, but sore pain, like I can deal with.
Going back to their old tricks of like banning
it's like stabbing type of pain. I cannot deal with that shit, bro. I cannot fucking deal with that. Stabbing pain is like holy fuck. Throbbing pain is like hard, but like manageable. Depends like how intense it is. With all pain, it depends no matter how intense it is. But look who's banned the Billy. FPS Lounge banned the GT, so they get the pocket, and they're going to be giving up the Doorman. Doorman Holiday, ooh, that's a strong one too. Does it bother me when you sleep first couple nights? Yeah, like a lot, because I also have to like sleep with it elevated. But now if I lay in bed long enough before I go to bed with it elevated, I can like go to bed without it elevated, and then I can like twist it, like because I like shift around a lot in my sleep. And now when I sleep on my side, it doesn't hurt. So ever since then, I can get like a full 8 hours without waking up and shit. But the first couple days, like sleeping is fucking rough, bro. Because like you can't fidget, and like I have to fidget when I sleep. So it's just like I feel like antsy because I can't fidget.
Want to build like oppressive lanes. And you don't necessarily.
All right, Calico comes in to match. Dude, Holiday Doorman 1-2, that is fucking.
Going to be the anti for melee.
That is hard to do.
Some
yeah, I move a ton when I sleep, bro. I'm like I fidget a lot. I roll around.
Not get a crack really. Generally, not easy to.
I move around a lot when I sleep.
Very safe, I think, especially when a kit is unlocked. And the Mirage is.
Calico Mirage. I don't mind the top 3 from creeps though.
This like Echo Shard.
Pocket Calico Mirage, maybe a little high on the Calico, but taking it away from FPS Lounge, I think makes a lot of sense here. They've shown they've very strong Calico players.
In the middle of the fight. Have a good team fight. Pocket, obviously, you know, in the mix there as well. Like you're already building up a very powerful AoE strategy. But
Venator comes in to take away from John. A lot of deny picks here, right?
On the FPS Lounge side, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Calico deny pick.
Snatched away from John.
Doorman deny pick.
Yeah, still the
Venator deny pick. Well, I mean, like Doorman is just strong, but mainly the Calico Venator like deny picks from the other two.
Will they go with that second carry? And once again, FPS Lounge say we are going to get the initiator advantage.
No paradox.
They're kind of left with the bebop.
FPS winning? Yeah, this top 3 is really strong. Just depends what frontliners they go, though.
Pretty dang vulnerable to
they're not great on the traditional frontliners. Like, they haven't had great Abrams games. Like, AVG is, like, kind of turbo ran it on Abrams a couple times. Silver's, like, okay. And then Infernus ban. Smart Infernus ban. Get Left on, off. Left is the strongest characters right now, probably Pocket, Mirage, and Infernus, so Left is going to be off comfort this game too. They might just put him on the Venator though, but I feel like DMB will play the Venator. So I do end up going Silver. I wonder if they're going to take Shiv. I wouldn't mind a Shiv, except low main's probably in the Doorman, so.
Pretty good look here for melee creeps if they want.
But I feel like Poppers could play Doorman. I've never seen him do it, but like Poppers can play a lot of stuff.
In this next round of picks, maybe also a support.
Viscous comes in.
It will be the Viscous, which I do think.
Great Viscous game.
This game, I mean, the purges are nice. You're pretty
the lasso
adept
and
at escaping even from like a
lasso
gut
shot.
The few characters in the game who really can.
Doorman ult.
But yeah, I do expect to see some
Silver
sort of
Bola.
additional front
Great
liner here
Viscous
from melee groups. They're sorely lacking on that front so far.
They go Bebop, so they will opt in still going pick. They go the third option to pick.
Yes,
I like the Bebop though. Checks a lot of boxes for them, right? Like they need frontline. They probably think they're going to be able to get to Abrams on 6 here as well. Buff of George, bro. It wasn't even close. Buff of George just dismantled Abrahams. They're playing like troll drafts. And just dismantled them. It wasn't even close.
I could have seen the world where FPS
fucking Buff and Doors are too good.
And I felt like they're never picking Bebop. They were already going.
They go Warden. Okay, so I think this actually will be left on the Venator. Warden for DMB.
Like to close this one out, just to deny it away. I mean, melee creeps. What the heck do they pick?
Yeah, like denying Abrams. I don't mind.
Have,
they go Geist.
Wait, what? It's Geist? Okay, they're just.
Don't know if I love the Geist. Don't know if I love the Geist.
But they've pigeonholed themselves into a little bit of a crazy draft. I mean. 2 carries is on them, but
who's getting the souls?
There are not that many lanes, man. Is this like some new build?
FPS Lounge do play triple carry a lot though, but they don't have the Mirage. The Mirage is kind of the key to the triple carry, and yeah, they get Abrams on 6.
We have gotten
oh
for this game, guys.
Okay, so the front line of FPS Lounge.
What is Vino gonna play? Viscous?
Stalwart. I will say that. Obviously, Warden, is inherently quite durable, and you can obviously build him slightly differently. Phil's left coded. That's totally fine. The Bebop here in the mix as well does give you some of that.
Dude, I feel like the pocket goes Giga
got a cube to
Omega Thanos this game.
Teammates from being picked off. I think that's just such a valuable pick here in like a number of scenarios, but.
I'm going MLC, bro.
Really
I don't trust the. I don't like FPS Lounge playing
as that was the first pick here. So
Silver. I don't trust it.
Pocket is certainly.
This is a crazy pull. Yeah, this is wild, bro.
I feel like Pocket's so nice here as well, especially with when it's a Silver Warden. I feel like these are.
I think the Pocket just goes Giga Omega, and they got their Abrams, so their front line is solid.
I mean,
like they have like alternative front line plus Abrams, right? Like Bebop, Calico.
I mean, Silver's like to me.
I'm going MLC. My knee wants me to go FPS Lounge, but my heart is telling me it's MLC. I love the song. I just get this ad way too much. Oh, I hate it, and I love it at
bring a much higher rate of play, a much higher pace in this match, but they're obliged to now because FPS Lounge has done one of the greediest drafts we've seen. They take 3 pretty much late game gun carries. I mean, I'm like trying to think how you build one of these characters to not be a late game gun carry because someone's not getting a side lane this game, right? Someone's
will we see Bomb Geist?
Is it Spirit Geist? Is it
I think FPS Lounge just thinks like triple.
It feels like you need to.
Triple carry is like pretty good, but I think the key to triple
it's interesting to see
front line is Mirage.
180 so drastically from a game in which
or triple carry. I should say is Mirage.
They wanted to be aggressive
because you can go the Echo Shard build.
I mean, I feel like they're kind of turtling
be the P3
for the late game. We'll see how it actually breaks down in the lanes, but the Creeps have full tempo advantage.
They weren't hedged into picking a late game comp either. FPS Lounge. They literally started the draft with Holiday, Doorman, and Venator. Kino, great. You've got such a good foundation to build off of here. These last couple of picks are really interesting, but I suspect something.
I would like FPS Lounge.
Being banned out.
FPS Lounge so much more if they win Abrams this game. By the way, I would like it so much more if they had like a true frontliner. I think the Silver is going to struggle a little bit, or if they just went double traditional frontline. But Billy was banned, right? I feel like they could have gone Shiv, but I guess it's because low main's playing Doorman. They don't have a secondary Shiv player.
It's a mainstay Warden's kid, but Jack's right. There's 2 side laners. So
John Bob? No, brother.
In theory,
I love reading Twitch chat sometimes. John will be playing the Mirage. John will be playing the Mirage.
Generating you some picks. You're in fine shape. I don't know like how quickly you want to accelerate out of the laning phase though. I think you will probably like to get like decent amount of souls underneath like a number of these gun carry spells before you transition the game, and melee creeps might not be about that. They might be looking to brawl and get down and dirty pretty early on here.
Get down and dirty. You know how motherfucker get down?
I think that really throws.
You know how motherfucker get down?
Turn these like early game into just an absolute cluster storm.
I feel like Jake. Tell me if this makes sense at all. Like, would it make sense to have like the Geist and Venator as the side laners, and then have Warden as kind of part of a tempo? Just shove objectives down with Silver, Doorman. Holiday is kind of like the roaming hit squad looking for objectives and playing the macro.
I think you're right. I mean, I could see the Venator in the mid. I could see the Warden. I mean, honestly, all 3 of these carries, any of them can play mid in the lane, but typically it's not the lane that I'm so thinking about when it comes to a carry's farm. It's really that like after the Guardians go down.
You want MLC to get 3rd game? I mean, yeah, these games are just so fun to watch, bro. These teams are so evenly matched.
Hot sec, and usually
it's gonna be even more hype when melee creeps get their like legit 6th back.
Kind of worried for them.
These teams are just so evenly matched.
Side laning against someone like Pocket is not easy.
And then in EU, it's just fucking Abraham's getting spanked by buff enjoyers over and over and over and over again.
Like you mentioned the Majestic like leap build, just get in there.
I mean, you can, but it's the thing is, it's like it's not even. I don't even think it's that good this game. I mean, on top of that, with the Pocket Affliction Max, I mean, I think what makes the Affliction Max so good is when you.
Yo, I feel like Cage goes Giga this game, by the way.
On like Infuser or Vampiric Burst, and they just can.
Pocket, Calico, Viscous, Bebop, Abrams. I feel like you can cage people a lot with Warden.
Honestly, I think like one of the heaviest hits when it comes.
Warden
to
Silver is a really good lane, no matter who it's playing into here. I think. I think it's kind of Giga.
Exactly, like Lady Geist, right? So the ability to battle through.
I like Lady Creeps more though. I think Pocket.
Still be able to swap.
I think Do Pocket just solo carries this game.
It doesn't count as healing, I think.
Exactly. So
we're gonna see Idle Calico. We haven't seen Idle Calico in a bit.
In the end, it's just odd to see a team that has been so aggressive so early in their draft.
I'm curious who's gonna play the
for
bot.
A triple late game carry setup where
Yeah.
It feels like they really need to
It's
weather
gonna be
the
Fish Cake,
storm
it's gonna be
from Melee Creeps
Saya.
through this first 15-20 minutes.
Dude, if that was like a REM or something like so many other things instead of the guys,
Dude,
it's
it
like,
takes
oh yeah,
so
cool,
long
sick.
to load with the game,
But
bro.
it's like
I
the
thought
guys
they were
just
gonna
like,
snipe
oh,
the
I'm so
Abrams
worried.
away.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, I thought they were gonna snap the Abrams too. Like, if you went Abrams here, oh my god, I'd like this comp so much more, bro.
Yeah.
Go the Abrams on 5 or 6, I
That's
would have liked this
become
comp
an issue.
so much
For
more.
Melee Creeps, I was
So
like getting
much more.
Bebop instead of the Abrams in that slot. It's like, oh, you've given it away.
Yeah, and I don't think FPS Lounge would have contested the Bebop
Yeah.
for sure.
The ball.
Given that they already, the picks they've already got in the draft. But anything is possible in this one.
Have fun, guys. Have fun with this
Anything
one.
is possible.
FPS Lounge, a map up. Have they doomed themselves with this guys pick? How do they make it work? Jake and Uber are gonna tell us how.
I mean, yeah, I'm very curious to see how this the game comes together here for this FPS Lounge lineup. They're just doing it differently.
Them more like LARP and
a really up tempo mid-game
got 'em.
composition. Last game, this one
Fucking got
very
'em.
much the whereas Melee Creeps have gotten a bit of that. I think to mix in.
All
here.
right, we're gonna see
Definitely, gotta be
the
looking
Silver
out for
Warden in the
pocket
left
affliction
side
max,
into
cutting that healing off
Abrams
entirely.
Viscus.
That's kind of what's catapulted
Bebop
him
Mirage,
into-
okay. Into Doorman Venator. And then we're gonna see
Yeah, and it'll need to
Calico
be a
Pocket.
little bit later in the game, right, to where we
into
really see the impact, especially from somebody
Holiday
like Pocket.
Geist, I think. Yeah.
But John John's impact in the mid lane rather could start very well from the beginning, and I think what he's able to contribute here is going to be crucial.
Dude, this Warden Silver Lane is so gross. It's so fucking gross.
So Warden Silver here on this left-hand side. Abrams Viscus.
The Silver skin is so clean.
Got a resto shot to hand.
Best
So
night
it
shift
will
skin.
be, yeah, Bebop
Not even
and
close.
Mirage. What year is this? Okay, in mid here for Melee Creeps. Obviously, unsurprisingly, Venator Doorman is the go-to combo on the side of FPS Lounge, on the right side with Pocket and Calico.
Oh my god, I made fun of the chatter and it's actually John Bop. No way.
Sometimes you get Doorman and Holiday. And you
No
can do it.
way, it's John Bop.
Good matchup for Holiday up
Holy.
against Pocket.
Okay, we see
This
John off the
explosive
M1
barrel
roll
damage
for the first
can
time in
really hurt
months,
against Pocket's
bro.
negative spirit resist. And
Yo, that's
Geist in this
fucking
lane as well. It's
sick.
going to be average on the Geist.
So
signaling
Fishcake
that
M1, okay,
likely that's gonna
Fishcake
be a
flexing
character
his
who needs to be
flexing
pushed
his
into a little bit more
pool,
of a
flexing his
frontline role.
positional prowess.
I don't hate for this draft. I mean, maybe you could build a little bit towards the spirit side of the kit here. Something usually
And they put poppers on the silver.
underserved on guys, but you can see, man, one
So it's gonna be average on the
explosive barrel
Geist,
just
okay.
takes like what 20% of Pocket's
Okay.
HP off.
Yeah, it is huge. Yeah, one of the only characters that has that negative spirit
Small camp,
resist,
bro.
at base coming into the game.
Dun, dun,
Funny
dun,
little,
dun, dun, dun,
tweak
dun,
there.
dun,
Okay,
dun,
some
dun,
contest here over
dun,
these
dun, dun.
these creeps.
That was
Melee
sick.
creeps want to apply that pressure early on here. We've got that Holiday Geist though to contend with, like I said, big burst nukes potential from this
Bow,
Holiday.
bow.
Oh, yeah, Pocket is
Bow.
certainly feeling it.
Light him up. Light him up.
Good shots from guys, getting some nice trades. A parry though onto Abrams, and he is just soaking up that damage. Saya
That
can
boy
take
is
through it for now,
soaking
but
up the damage.
him and Vinyl, this Abrams Viscus lane is very defensive, but I actually think this is a brutal matchup because Silver and Warden, you really can't tank through them. You need to just not get caged, just not get caught. And maybe
Forehead.
Viscus, it's decent for that with a Q, but those are kind of a long cooldown
Just don't get
window,
bullet for it.
for Silver and Warden to punish.
Yeah,
Dude, love a guy
absolutely. I mean,
young. Holy. I feel like you've helped
Certainly
a lot,
concerned
though.
about those constant flask spam coming down as well. Here's John though, reprising his role on the Bebop and already being a real pain.
Dude, when
in
is the
neck
last time we
for
saw John
FPS
Bop?
Labs.
It has to have been like,
early
like
damage
at least
here
6
onto
months.
his Guardian. Pretty poke heavy
This is
lane
sick.
with some hard engage potential. You don't want to get hooked into one of those dust devils. You'll know about it. That is for sure. Still, we are looking at Doorman Venator, which is gold standard of safe lanes here to set up early. And we saw the exact same thing from LA Creeps in that previous game with Sire and John looking to start things off. The bomb gets appended though to low main. Bit of free damage there for John as the Doorman flew past.
I do think low main is one of the best players in the game at this style of very aggressive nukers in lane that just put constant pressure on you and eventually snowball their
Popper's
way to
getting
a
pulled up
kill.
on.
Speaking of a kill though, Silver finds yourself in big trouble. Viscus trying to run this one down.
Dude,
And he's going to get the finish.
Rusted Barrel into Silver,
Nice
it feels
execution
so
from him with the
impossible,
Rusted
man.
Barrel.
And then you
Maybe
get
a
disarm
second
value
lead we
later.
had in this lane that
You just
started
can't shoot your gun.
so
Oh my god, they
well
get double killed. That's
for
really
their
bad.
opponents, and they managed to endure.
That's
some
really bad.
overaggression here from
The Saya
Red
Abrams
Poppers.
returns. King Saya returns on his patented pick.
Deep late game you
Go.
drafted here. You really need a long time to come online, and kills like that going against you are not the kind of start you want.
Dying to them when they went double
after Sire. And
double
the window
sustain
with
here too,
Abrams
so they can get a ton of value out of this.
Is really short, especially
This
when
extra
they've got
regen.
on, and he naturally has that.
Oh,
that
hook comes in.
regeneration. So an overextension into that one for sure. Bebop, how we certainly missed you.
Yeah, this John guy's different on the bop. This John guy? He look different on the bop, bro. He look different.
You want to see from Bebop, you want to see manufactured kill opportunities, and as long as John went, still an unanswered elimination and a chance to get back to base.
Yeah, it's big for John. Nice little tornado from Fishcake there. Buys time. Get the Bebop
that's a bug.
Fight. A second rusted being picked up, and they're gonna build multiple disarming hexes this game, aren't they?
Yep.
That is gonna hurt.
Why
I
not?
love the read.
Your opponents have drafted how many gun carries, bro?
Yeah, dude, disarm into the scomp is just so fucking
really
good.
Nice, actually. And low main though, and Lefa do get the buffs. Although
double M1, Geist, and a silver. Disarming hexes are just too OP.
Okay, very disruptive. They're gonna knock back a disengage uppercut there for John. But damage certainly taken there. Low main was minding his own business. Popped on out and saw a welcoming crew waiting for him. Quick scan over the Guardians. These melee creeps left and right lane Guardians. Actually taking a bit of damage in a rotation here over towards mid.
Oh, he missed his slash.
He goes maybe back behind his Guardian. DNB going to be struggling. Gloom bombs connect enough to find that elimination.
I was like, that would have been great.
Into a trap there, but no harm, no foul. Now you can start to look after this mid Guardian. The part of the map we maybe
they're kind of getting farmed on the blue lane.
Super quick rotation across from the right. And they're from down, apparently return.
These guys can't play the video game on blue lane. John Luke 1 HP, by the way.
And this is melee creeps doing what they do best, getting busy as bees in this early game.
Raj TP's in with the DNB engage. Ido will die, I think.
Melee's desperately thrown in from DNB. Needs just like one more shot. Doesn't want to.
Oh, he doesn't have bullets.
Sells one more bullet. He's doing it. And will get that execute.
You're a fire.
No chance this game. Ido, revenge acquired. Now Viscous under a little bit of pressure, but a punch out.
So you know, with the different Viscous build, going more util.
So how annoying the rusted barrel is for Venator to deal with in the early stage of the game. Disarmed for a lengthy period of time.
I think you're dead, blue man.
OSES hoping to go here. Dive here for low main, straighten out.
For sure he was gonna parry him, but
easily enough to pick up.
Oh, what a door, bro.
Hotel guest here against the Viscous.
Damage.
No stam, no cube. 07, brother. 07.
Fishcake also taken down elsewhere. FPS Lounge giving as good as they get in this early stage of the game. And Holiday.
FPSL still having a really good early game.
These trades though are exactly what the doctor.
It's kind of the same thing as last game. Like John's having a great lane in blue, but or I guess just like blue lane in general is going well for MLC, but they're struggling elsewhere.
Average even grabs the tower back the other way.
Look at these buys from Fishcake.
Some of those kills off the
triple
back of
16s.
Doorman and Holiday are really exactly what FPS Lounge need to stay aggressive and stay competitive with this kind of a greedy style.
I think at this point you just get your spirits back now.
They've shown they're more than willing to fight scenarios like this. They're certainly not going to be falling behind in this early game. Okay, Return of Shadows might not quite have the speed.
Return to the Shadows.
Nicely placed little jump pad there, but
good dive there from Ido.
Able to catch on to him in the end. And
side dives on the other side.
Pressure onto this Guardian. That's the Guardian down though in mid. DNB's able to push it over. Do also getting one in his right side lane. Big collapse here from Melee.
I was going to go TC here. He is accelerated.
Spirited trade of neutral objectives everywhere across the map. On the left side as well, there's a lot of pressure going down onto that Guardian. And with so many Melee Creeps players leaving that lane to help collapse on towards the right, you feel like you're just going to lose the Guardian flat out.
Okay.
Guardian does go down. FPS Lounge.
5 Guardians down by 8 minutes.
Pretty rough start
FPSL hold the last.
Which is the beginning of a recovery. Should have some time to be able to build into some of those items. Given the draft, FPS Lounge has been refusing to play this one as slow and defensive as you may have expected. They're continuing to push the tempo, although Cultist also for Lefa signals this one may be going the distance.
Yeah.
Head on a rush from John. This guy's a knower.
Nice and topped up
here. Knows what's up.
Plenty of souls flowing into the coffers in this fairly early stage of the game. 90 seconds still until buffs. John sees the door there and doesn't really want to reckon with low main at all, low as he is. I don't think he'll have a choice to do.
And just assassinating John.
I don't know about his side. Okay, Return of Shadows, some damage on the back.
Average doesn't have ult for like
get too close and
4 more seconds.
Yes, folks.
He lives.
Could be tough for Vanilla as he does emerge.
Get swapped now.
Damage there off the Baroness as well. Cube though is the answer.
Ido gets
farmed.
farmed.
It's gonna be enough, but Ido gets picked off in mid.
All right.
Lounge happy to let the game be
probably the same amount of scrappiness, but much more even this game. Kills going both ways. I do not know what Fishcake was doing there.
Fishcake bowled over.
Yeah, Fishcake, I guess we should
Left ops into the slowing bolts Cultist. Okay.
I knew he was dead to rights there.
Okay. I mean, I think Cultist when you're playing triple carry makes sense, right? Like you just need to generate more from the farm you're getting. So I like it.
I like it.
I am starting to get very worried for Melee Creeps. I mean, at this point, it's really on Pocket to just show up and just dramatically change the tenor of this game.
Same with DMB. DMB also grabs Cultist.
Very soon, especially.
They're thinkers. They're thinkers over there at FPSL.
Up here. FPSL just continuing to push this tempo.
Yeah, so many souls globally handed over because these Guardians are getting pushed down. So the carries on FPS Lounge who sort of need that infusion of souls constantly.
Fight's going towards FPSL again. Up 8K.
Lefa,
Buffs up in 10.
Getting pretty fed. Obviously, we saw the cold sacks being picked up.
Be disciplined, FPSL. Get ready. Set up. Set up.
More than relevant as we sort of change phases in the game. We got
Will Dude die here? What comes out? I think Dude's still gonna die though.
Here's that affliction onto Zeno.
Dunked. Nice.
To get those counter spells into the inventory, but that trophy collector is getting stacked on up. Dude does go down, but
they don't get the right buff though.
And John lasers.
We're not disciplined. They got a kill on Dude, but at what cost?
I mean, honestly, is very well
at what cost?
Zeno.
Is John gonna hit that hook?
Particular moment in the game. Well, not a lot, Rich, actually.
I don't think his hook would actually even go that far at this point. Yeah.
But the sole advantage across
I didn't
the
see
board
his
for
points,
FPS make these comeback kills significant for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, 7K.
I know actually Ops not going into the early TC.
Earn in 90 seconds.
Headhunter comes in for Fishcake.
Some serious pressure here being
He's a
applied by
knower.
Melee Creeps up mid. Low main, make sure he doesn't dangle himself within their purview, or certainly not close enough to get caught out by one of these B-bomb hooks, of which we've really only seen one in lane that did turn into a kill. We're starting to get towards the part of the game where that does become extra relevant. Good push here for Melee Creeps as well. They've got a decent macro control of the game, means that they can obviously go for some of these neutrals and also can head to that secret shop on the left pretty well uncontested this time.
Still, Melee Creeps playing the map much more aggressive than we saw in the last battle between these two teams. They've got to stay aggressive. They've got to continue to contest these camps. In the end, there still is insane late game scaling. As bad as things are now, they will get worse as Warden and Geist start to come online.
Man, Zeno's been whipping some of these.
Bounce, though, from Fishcake, actually.
Arcane Surge just come in for average, so he might be going a little more bomb here. Because Arcane and K-Dash.
Trajectory here.
That is a mobile guy.
He was hasty with the lasso, very well apportioned in that moment.
Damned up.
Time to find connection. Now eyes on DMB.
Rustic comes in.
He's gonna get shoved in under his own walker.
You know.
Are you really diving in this? Vinyl just got stomped under Walker. Excuse me?
He might die here for that. It looks like he's going to peel himself away. No, he is so deep there. Not ideal.
How did he get stopped by the Walker?
He just kind of ran it down. Okay, we'll just move on.
And that's essentially a free one. Fed over to FPS Lounge. Does pop
2v2 on this left side. Kirsu gets picked up here. Dude does not have inflict for 18. Probably wants to just save it for the drop off though.
12K on the guys does not go down easy. He just tanks through Pocket skills. Zero respect given, and Pocket just capes out.
Average gets pick up. Well done.
Yeah, had to Veil on out of there. Low main already has that Veil Walker.
Good punch.
There's a fight to be had here.
Another punch.
Pick it up and try and get
Squabble
away.
up.
So Ida wants to stick around. Hotel guest here, so he's going to buy some time, and there are plenty of reinforcements in the vicinity.
Sai gets it now.
However,
Run, low main, run.
Tries to get back through the door.
He gets out.
And he will be unable
Duel
to
happening in the backside here.
There's a fight going. Melee Creeps have the
Dew still has not used his inflict. If Dew lives, this is massive.
Wrong end of that particular engagement. Soul exchange though gets him.
Dew does live.
Top right back up though by the looks.
Left gets jumped.
Goes down. Melee Creeps just
big parry.
Right time situation for them. Nice little parry there. That was cheeky.
Fishcake gets killed.
Fishcake is down though.
DMB big chilling on this right side.
Iridomini got its value. Make no mistake, and there's no contest on that right side Walker. That's going to be picked up here. Again, Ido and Low Main are going head to head here. Dash back through the door.
Low Main clean on the doorman, bro. Low Main fucking clean on the doorman.
Shot through that exact door.
The fact that they claim the Walker here is huge. It is a bit of a hook here on Silver around the mid lane, but
so earn resets
on his own Walker.
FPS Lounge will be able to get the repick up
against Poppers there.
And look at the carries like we're talking about, right? DMB 6K up on Fishcake.
Decent for them, but through all the chaos.
Average 4K up on Fishcake.
Calmly, collectively.
And then secondary Dew's at 14K.
For the trade.
So M1 is behind right now.
For Melee Creeps, I still don't know how the economy is going to look for them.
And again, don't let the time
slowing bolts, fortitude for John. Okay.
On the map, it walked its way back over.
John wants to be on the map, getting active.
Dutifully, got to swoop on in and scoop it straight back up.
So FPS Lounge actually drop again.
We just saw them go down now. Cycling if average, though, does get hooked on in. Dust Devil as well. A lot of disruption on the Lady Geist, but that's a pick up of the own for Low Main back through the door. And, well, Bob's your uncle. They're going to get out of there.
Bob's your uncle.
Not much left to shoot at this point.
Ido gets on him, though. DMB's dead.
Might be a fight to be had off the back of this. So last stand is there for Leffer, but no opportunity to wind up for this one. And
nice.
and a seismic to secure that kill.
So off the top row all the way down into the basement to get down Leffa.
Dude, Low Main gets out with it again,
run
though.
Away now with the Veilwalker, a little extra speed boost does get Low Main out of trouble.
Did you go so fast with the Veilwalker plus Earn? Holy shit, you're zooming.
It's gonna give two melee
I can't even match if it was comeback Earn.
If you force a Walker, you are giving Earn essentially for free here. Lady Geist, one of the tougher heroes to push into, and Xeno's even coming in for
what are we doing, guys? Are we playing left side? Okay, we are playing left side.
It's got to be a 2v3 though, and Xeno is in a pretty
here
position right now. Can he go for a dust
God,
away? That limits the numbers, maybe evens them up a little bit. Big damage off these barrels though. That is gotta hurt.
Bro!
And Fishcake just gets ruined. Xeno the
guy with Trophy Collector Veilwalker and is one-shotting
ships
people.
Him off with love. Apparently as much where that came from. That's about as good as it gets. Defend the left side Walker, get an Earn turn in, get 2 kills and maybe more.
Oh my god, they get the Earn plus...
What
yeah, melee
that,
creeps...
man? He just gets
I don't think they play for Walker there. Honestly, it was just a great flank by Xeno, though.
Into that fight. I mean, that's arguably your carry this game for melee creeps. Starting to look pretty grim for them.
Turn fire for side this game makes a lot of sense.
Pretty much in Deadlock into their draft and
lock it as well.
Getting the farm. 96 to 70 or 94 to 76,000 souls.
FP's Lounge owning, bro.
Really tough spot to be, and maybe even more catches on the card.
They're getting owned so hard that dude's not going to be able to carry these fights later on. Ido's getting farmed.
And just gets deleted.
Ido at 11k. Start the game off strong, but just falling behind.
And again, melee creeps are looking on. Viscous and Mirage are in mid, but they're just not in any sort of position to help Ido. Also, doesn't have Return of Shadows there, so perhaps that was the miscalculation. Normally, you think Ido could maybe just walk away from that one and slowly saunter under the cover of darkness. But
we're charging rush for the Geist as well. Yeah, I think this is a hybrid damage Geist. I think she's going to be going quite a bit of spirit here.
A little cagey about the proximity of Silver.
I like it though. Makes sense.
Like 3 items. He feels so bad right now, but he has to come into fights. How dastardly this game is playing against him, and those doorman bells. I mean, he can't even stay in the lane.
How much did Doorman hit him with one call bell? He took 1,000 damage from that Doorman in that brief window of time.
Let's take out Abrams.
Certainly doesn't go astray or when you're throwing call bells out at your opponents. Okay.
Nice talk from John.
Lycan curse though.
Lycan does pop though.
No, simply wants to make use of this extra max HP to get away. Low Main did get caught in the end, so things are falling apart a little bit here.
Oh my god, is Popper's actually gonna live?
No, Popper still wants to put himself some distance between himself.
That boy clean.
Is that gonna be
oh no, he gets beamed. Good movement though. The fact that he lived the initial engage is crazy. Alright, Duke can maybe do something here. Great beam here from John. Gets Giga Valley out of this beam. Confirms the kill and gets to melt Walker.
DMB gonna be the standard bearer alongside Xeno on the holiday. Affliction comes out. It's only on
comes
the holiday,
out.
but maybe you'll take what you can get in a game like this. Still a lasso connection.
Oh, dunks him.
But he can't quite get it.
He does trade though.
Of course, coming through that maxed affliction.
Alright, good shot from melee creeps.
Is eventually run down.
And they don't have to give up their left side Walker for it either.
It was a nice start to the fight.
Even out Walker, so okay.
Feels like it's coming back towards FPS Lounge and really
yes,
taking away what
though.
felt like a good start to an engagement. The rest of Luck actually hold on.
Oh, the return fire is doing work here, by the way.
Average just barely gets the parry out. He's got enough.
Oh, huge return fire.
That one through off the charge, and it just turns into an absolute bloodbath.
A little frustrating. You travel it in there as Fishcake to turn up back into the fight. At least able to take a 1-for-1.
All right, with the kill and the Walker deck hops into highest net worth in the game.
At his disposal to stay alive after he was soul exchanged down to about 400 HP.
Pretty huge, pretty big.
With Metal Skin, fancies a little bit more of that staying power. I can't blame him. Yeah, bro, the holiday hero damage is a bit egregious, if I'm just going to point it out there. That's
I'm impressed by average. For doing
Come back
top on
here.
Geist right now is kind of wild, right? Typically, I think of Geist as a hero that, okay, yeah, I'm expecting her to be crazy.
Goes back to neutral, but stays in the spawn point.
But not necessarily this early. For her to be leading Holiday, I'm super impressed by average performance in this game.
Xeno.
Gonna look chase down Xeno. Size on him. Nice. Right, Xeno gets punished for trying to go for the Earn take.
It's very much a comeback.
They should use this timer.
And that one is a head scratcher.
I mean, if he could
Metal
just
skin
get
from size build's
feels
perfect.
so
This game.
good.
It's
I mean,
perfect.
No one has been able to punish Holiday today, but finally
return
the limit
fire,
is found.
lock it, and
it looks like a full max
Metal
speed
Skin
run
just
from Side.
refines
He wants
this game.
to force this dunk early with the pathing he's taking so far. With the pocket all behind them, I think this is maybe the best moment, or the best moment they're gonna get. Xeno, of course, going to be coming back on the spawn into this team fight.
Or Lepa will not be able to get here in time.
Teleporting over, but Comeback Urn Dunk's pretty quick. Well, Doorman is going to be able to have a door to be able to keep that.
It actually didn't end up being comeback Urn though, like when we saw with the pickup. It was in comeback position, but it ended up being
He's looking a bit
normal Urn.
Anyway at 17k or 18k souls as it now is. Oh, the Doorman
they
damage is
hate grabbing the fuck out of DMBs at 50. Big inflect comes in, I think. Yeah, only hit 2 actually.
FPS Lounge, is this
Gone
smart
dies.
to fight for? Lefa finally arrives. Last stand is active.
MLC feels back here though. Saya is never dying. Holy shit, this guy is unkillable Demon King. Bought so much time there.
No, goes down. Return fire, not enough to help him.
Extended fight's going the way of FPS though.
FPS Lounge still standing with 4 players up. It's going to be a close one.
And that should be mid too.
Down. Dust Devil forward here for Fishcake.
Well played.
Mid
guys, mid.
Outright win the fight and get the urn turn.
Dual carries up.
Yeah,
got good spawns.
Build from Lefa.
Mid. Oh, goes the Mad Leap. Okay. So Lefa is also going to be going hybrid here. Arcane Surge.
Build now. I mean, Cold Sack weighted shots, so you get some very nice impact on the gun. But ultimately, this is going to be an ulti Warden. Pretty much as the deeper we go into the game, I expect the rest of the items, for the most part, to be Spirit. And FPS Lounge have already passed the most difficult test for their comp in the early game. It's going to be an attempt here. Saya in the pit. So many players coming in. Hold on. At least
all right, good contest. Just 2 for 1.
Melee creeps.
FPS Lounge die really early. Oh, great contest from MLC here.
Them all so focused on the crystal, and the fight slips away from them.
And that's why that Mirage build is just so powerful right now. DB can't fight this at all. Sire is going to ruin him. Not much you can do with the shoulder charge and
holy.
That 3 players lost on FPS Lounge. All
the mid contest King strike again. Holy.
Well. As the dust settles, FPS Lounge
is going to get the Walker trade
by a team who is
in return.
Behind them in terms of those
also with Mad Leap here, so should be able to get out.
Lefa looks like he might want to sack his life for this one. No, he's actually going to Mag Leap out of there. Well executed from him. Some clean slides. He's going to be comfortably out of there and has gotten the Walker to a point that it should be an easy kill later. And here comes the quad tornado.
Poppers dies. Yeah, the Silver's looking not great, bro.
Just trying to take his dog for a walk.
The Silver's looking kind of
decimated.
Looking like you want this Abrams hero, man.
The Echo Shard, he is online.
Yeah, and he is doing his job as intended. Walker will go down. That last fight, by the way, ended in favor of melee creeps without affliction being used. Though might be in trouble. He'll come out of the Baroness long after his flying click is already done, and there's John spotted an opportunity to go after him. Zeno takes it with both hands. Side's going to get involved now, but it's a little bit low. However, the lasso finally a big connection here for Zeno.
Oh, great response from FPS though.
Turn into a pretzel.
From the Walker take
makes a world of difference in this fight, and it's such a hopeful challenge.
Again, they don't get a whole lot off these timers.
I would want to pressure right side jungle here. Let's center steal. Let's get something out of it. Let's take this tier 3 that just spawned.
This one goes differently.
Like, let's take advantage here, guys.
But FPS Lounge
use the timers
to deploy key ultimates. Warden with the movement buff. I do think though this is the nature of the ult Warden. You really need to fight around the ulti, right? Like the Warden is just not going to be too much of an impact hero when that ability is on cooldown. So
Crystal Blast is going to be going lightning troll now.
Strength, but also opportunities for weakness.
Yeah, and also it's telegraphed for melee creeps, right? They can kind of tell that that's the cadence that FPS Lounge are likely to fully commit around. And they are, by the way, down a Walker after that exchange. So that's obviously something to, you know, I mean, you can look at it both ways.
Okay.
Walker, that's
early outfire this time from
souls being held in
Zeno.
Kind of like taxes. You know, I mean, they're going to get some of them back here if they can find a way to push down into that.
Don't fully understand it.
They're hurtling, in fact, towards that stage.
I guess they just have more damage overall, so your lassos.
The average has got a lot of those.
You just want to like maximize your lasso damage.
Items already picked up. Left for 26
when you do land one.
At 28. So
Spirit Burn comes in for do really giga omega Spirit Burn game.
To be quite a threat.
To the alt Warden guys.
I'm just curious to see what the next Warden item is. I mean, I keep my first thought would be. Is he just boundless to scale? I think Lightning Scroll is always an honorable mention. I mean, that's really what you're hoping to have on Warden. I mean, the stun, of course, on everybody, allowing you to just stay on top of them, get the full damage of the ultimate. So valuable. Warden, I think, I would argue one of the best Lightning Scroll users in the game, maybe next to something like a McGinnis. So when the build comes online, and it will, I mean, Lefa's 27k. We're past the point, I think, where he could have a weak early game and kind of not show up into these late game team fights. Merkmag is going to be the first buy, so he's still focusing on the hybrid element to just mitigate the degree to which he is a all-in ulti bot, which actually with these buys, it's not going to be as bad as I was suggesting, right? Especially with that max trap, you have a lot to bring even without the ult in fight.
I think half the battle sometimes is getting a Warden in the fight when needed, right? I think Majestic Leap is going to, solve that issue to quite a great degree. Okay, his lasso on John
gets
picked. Finding one, you don't go anywhere, bro.
You do crowd around the inflict though, but he could just kite out here for a sec.
But I still don't know if that's good enough to fight. FPS
Really nice pick here.
looking into this for potentially more, even with the affliction on them.
AVG, I feel like we're overcooking, but he does get the swap.
Absolute bedlam.
Just back up. Just back up. Just back up. We don't have to do this. Just back up.
Trying to do his best.
Okay, they finally follow up on him.
You know, there's going to be more where that came from. An income FPS Lounge yet again, straight up the zip line. They're going to be fighting for it here. Flying Cloak means there's
Walker
a means
goes down.
of escape here, but that is now expired.
He goes down.
Might be soon
Ido dies.
Ido
clean wipe.
there, and oh dear,
And they get to steal the comebacker, and oof, nice dive there. Almost got thrown by AVG there. I feel like AVG's got to like chill out a little bit there. He did get a great swap though. Don't get me wrong, but after seeing 2 weeks ago in their first match when AVG just trolled on the Abrams on a 2v1, I was like, let's cool it a bit. Let's cool it a little bit.
They want to end this one clean 2-0. They really are starting to look like a bit of a super team, Mitch. I mean, this is getting scary, right? In these kind of chaotic brawls that they don't lose a single player, it beggars belief.
And it wasn't even an all-in fight. It wasn't like a 6v6 where you think that like FPS Lounge can like get super high Warden value and just be a nuisance. There were 3 separate engagements.
Yo, what if Hydration joins
the
Melee
to
Creeps?
basically conglomerate all of them into one fight in the end under that Walker.
Cinema.
Therefore, Zeno, that is going to be.
They need another frontline / support player, right?
A lot.
Man.
Like we mentioned, really, you only have to hit one big one.
It might be time. It might be time for Hydration to change sides. Get his comeback into low main Lefa.
And take one of their biggest.
He's also played with.
I'm still scared of the.
He's played with Zeno before too. He's played with AVG.
Fight affliction and Fishcake knocking people up constantly, but. FPS Lounge.
That boy moving. That blue man moving. Look at the movement.
Here.
Look at the prowess. Look at the stance.
Might give us a bit of an idea of just how far melee creeps are behind in terms of those souls. There is potential for a contest here. There's an
what happened here, by the way? Oh, the urn must have just instant respawned after it got deposited. Okay, yeah.
Get dunked here, but FPS Lounge feel like that to them might be worth it. That wave is pushed out a lot. You know there's going to be more fighting, but the Dust Devils
John do die again.
Purposes, but average is looking scary. 37
oh, Fishcake's dead as fuck.
Souls on this guy. Leech is there.
Yeah, this hybrid guy shit looks pretty good. Yeah, the guy's health bar isn't going down. Oh, there's 2 people on him now. Oh, his health bar is going down now.
This
fucking Geist Hero is taking a long time to die. I thought this Geist Hero was supposed to be bad. I thought this Geist Hero sucked. Huh. This Geist Hero is not dying.
Very tricky to slip out of this one, and she'll be able to cat away, but maybe the teammates not so lucky. Abrams looks to be in trouble.
Oh, Xeno whiffed again. Mirage dies. They need to get this pick on side. I don't get him puck.
Yeah.
Not a ton of tools to contest here on the mid boss. I think Inflict will be up by the time they do it though. Dude, average. He kills him. I'm talking shit and then he just shits on him, bro. What is this build? This guy never dies. This guy's infinite Thanos. Regen God.
Even without soul exchange.
What the fuck? This guy's just never dead.
A potential pick opportunity, but that one blew up in his face.
We're at the point of the game when you've just got to go for the crazy gambles. Pocket is dormant. Can't even really come into this fight to deploy the affliction. His teammates.
So the alt warden is just so good.
They get 2 of the rejubes, but will that be enough for the team fight? Lefa's running rampant
comes
over
out.
the affliction
It's
on
3.
Will slow things down for these frontliners, but Melee Creeps still with only 3 players on the map. It's an incredibly challenging fight to bring back for them. And FPS Lounge, the one rejuve they claimed, still in the pocket as they look for these cleanup kills.
Yeah, the fact that they lose no one in that fight and still have access to the buff that rejuve offers. That is pretty brutal. Once again, Melee Creeps.
Alright, I doubted the Geist, and now the Geist is just fucking piss smurfing the whole game.
FPS Lounge are going to get deeper and deeper still.
You know, I was actually doubting the Warden.
And I suspect a large number of unspent souls to pop.
I wanted Abrams over the Warden, not the Geist.
To attend to.
Dude, this shit is insane.
That barrel is.
This guy AVG is just running the fucking lobby, bro.
Just as a third of the Calico's health. Like a casual.
Where's the Spirit Investment? Like, it's not even that high, Jake. There's a Spirit Burn there, in fairness.
A Spirit Burn is a crazy item.
Can't let
you
he's dead.
Rock Spirit Burn reliably, it is a crazy item. And Ido getting too cheeky with it. I mean, he's trying to force plays, which is understandable given how desperate this game state is. But, I mean, low main and co, they're just starting to toy with him. Zeno so statted.
They do this trying fast enough. Fish kick won't respawn. Dude does have inflict in a bit. I feel like they could stay.
Nothing to lose on the map.
I mean,
You could stay.
They disrespected it. They thought
Not
they
quick,
could
not quick,
manage
yeah,
to
not
outplay.
quick.
Here comes a nice charge and a roll through from Biscuits, but there's only 2 players alive.
John's up now.
This feels very hopeful here, Mitch.
Yeah. Sire is scary and has been doing work.
Guys, we
But
got knocked.
someone needs to be able to follow up on.
Okay, we got knocked, guys. Dude does have inflict now.
FPS Lounge
Average swap comes in.
Players now, and yeah, Hidden King about to be knocked easily enough. Last stand here, the ulti-bot ward, and frankly, got the job done.
G fucking G. All right, FPS out looking nice, bro. John Bebop not deliver.
May want to back off, but they continue to find these kills. Melee creeps throwing good money after bad, but there's not much good money left in the stack. This has all come up FPS Lounge today. They have looked dominantly the best here in North America.
All right, FPSL looking good. Much more competitive games than the Hamsters, though. The second game was a little bit of a roll, but
FPS Lounge draft a greedy late game scaling composition. They've got 3 M1 carries, which, as we determined, Leffer is still buying.
that was like that wasn't an M1 Geist, bro. That was a hybrid Geist.
In Souls.
Same with the Warden. That was all Warden, right? That was the hybrid damage is
for me to see from Melee
looking
Creeps,
clean.
and John is just not able to find his groove over the course of this series after looking like a filthy dominant player in this challenger game. FPS Lounge delivering on the promise they made when they formed this team and have risen to the top in North America now in an undisputed fashion, Dan.
And everybody playing from the same continent is a fantastic, I think, a change as well for them.
True.
And yeah, their domination, I think it's fair to say, continues into the 2nd consecutive win. Well played to FPS Lounge with that one. I mean, a little bit of the buff enjoyers factor perhaps towards this second map where we see a draft where we're just scratching our heads like, how the hell is
Score big this summer of Dash Pass with up to 40% off on DoorDash. From
GG. Disband now. Who the fuck is this? Sadness King. Okay.
Like a super team, like playing like this. I mean, able to. You mentioned
screenshots,
right? Able to draft something no one else is drafting. See low main on the doorman, Xeno on the holiday. We talk about there's like these individuals as if you gotta what are you gonna address in the ban phase? There are too many problems. FPS Lounge is presenting you issues left, right, and center. Think about average performance in this game on the Geist. Like, he's insane on the frontliner, and then he just pulls out the Geist and is like top net worth for a really significant
those are great series from average, bro.
Despite,
probably MVP of this game.
The team asking a lot of him, and this is rough from Visca. Like, what am I watching? He just gets Walker stuff.
Yeah, I don't. What was the plan?
Obviously caused a pick off there.
What was the plan
In the game
we have a disarming
creeps who were starting to assert themselves, work a large number of those objectives down. You can see obviously Silver can really lock you up. I know, very slippery, but that fight happened without Return to Shadow, so that wasn't really an option here. This Urn fight was pretty intense. I think Sire was getting a little bit scary.
That metal skin, by the way, on Abrams. Like, what?
Yeah,
how was he alive that long?
Really hard to pick off. I can see here, this is this is obviously the Warden build. This is pre-Majestic Leap, so Leffer, great presence of mind. Obviously pretty obvious. You want to stand in a big circle and fight with your friends, but have a pretty large impact in that fight. Obviously the Doorman and Holiday combination gave FPS Lounge, I feel like, the ability to funnel souls to their key players without them needing to just farm incessantly. And so perhaps just accelerated the timeline for some of those quote-unquote scaling later game carries, getting them the souls funneled in earlier. Melee Creep's still a scary comp. I think that this Mirage build, while understated as Mirage kind of always tends to feel sometimes until you look at the numbers, is a pretty scary combination.
Dude, this is the Mystic shot that killed him. He didn't even hit the bell.
But again, this is Melee Creeps who pickpocket in a losing series in their last game, and unfortunately he's not able to make the difference for him.
Yeah, one thing, Jake, for me, when I look at this game, I saw in the first draft, our top of the line issue for the composition was allowing Holiday to go to FPS Lounge. And it feels like they allowed FPS Lounge to get Holiday once again, and I'm left wondering,
Yeah, Holiday Hero seems picker bad now. This shit is not okay.
The case that you just kind of
I mean, it seemed like that last week too, but
or pick it or something.
This shit is just
like
OB, bro.
So that they can't have it. And was that a mistake?
I have to agree with you at this point. I mean, I think getting the pocket probably felt like, okay, this is that, that hero we need to have. Everyone's been banning out. If we could finally just get the pocket, our late game team.
Is it Holiday over pocket?
Strong, right? but I think it doesn't take into account how difficult the early game can be.
I don't know. It's hard to tell because I got so behind that the pocket couldn't like deliver its value. But maybe that's the case, right? Like,
it's towards that late game, fighting these pick
like the Holiday can get other people ahead.
In the late
so
game team fights. I mean, Affliction's nice, but the barrel of Spirit Burn is like Affliction at home, and you got 4 charges of those on a much shorter cooldown. They are pretty serious.
Not
So
fucking
I
wrong.
think for me at least, the verdict is in. I feel like at least for Xeno, you can't give this guy Holiday. I mean, he did way too much this series. Was pretty much completely out of control. Top player damage. I'm not really surprised to see it. I mean, just across the board beatdown and denying the late game scaling from melee creeps who have typically, I think I will say,
this hybrid shit, bro. Radiant Regen, then Arcane Surge, and then a Scourge later. And you got a recharging rest, so you can just perma-get your bombs. This shit was good, bro. Most healing in the game, 45k damage. Xeno did the most damage though. Holiday is fucking turbo broken.
I think that they, got banned out pretty effectively. I thought like the Warden take late in the draft from Lever. Remember, it came after John had taken this.
Yeah, dude, just 34k. Like,
so
the pocket
like
was
trying to take that. It wasn't like trying to deny.
Not doing bad. The bigger thing was John, bro. John had a riff bop game. The bop was not looking like the old John bop.
Paradox was banned second, and Holiday was picked up by FPS Lounge. So I'm sure they were thinking, we don't have a way to get the fights we want. Like
Dude, so still gonna hit
this in the second game was a bit more spread.
Not a single offensive item except for maybe Scourge. I guess Arcane Surge you can sort of consider, but
9 deaths in the game, obviously relative to the rest of his team.
I bet his return fire did giga damage this game.
Still getting picked off. They've been looking for him, constantly.
11 to 38k, bro.
Sort of punish him out, and
I like this. Cultist, slowing bolts for the spike, early Arcane.
His Lady Geist was
I forget what he did for his early spike. It was Arcane.
Maybe would have expected to see it.
Base duration cooldown? I think he went the cooldown later, actually. Oh, no, it was QSS. Yeah. Arcane, QSS, base duration.
It's a bit hindsight Harry, but...
And then he got his Magi Leap.
Okay. Taking Geist at the end and just seeing, where John was damage-wise, it feels like it was definitely a very targeted way to potentially deal with what could have been a John or something that could have dealt with John if
if can't play the Geist, yeah.
If, let's say, they allowed, I don't know, for them to pick the Geist last instead, then maybe Sai could have played the Bebop instead.
Yeah, I think I think seeing this, how well it worked for FPS Lounge is really massive to their credit that they can execute a draft like this. It's like clearly there's a benefit of denying the enemy team a late game scaling carry. Like whenever I'm playing in ranked and stuff, I see, I don't have a gun carry at all. Like I'm tilted. I feel like I can't win. It forces you to try to win in the early game. True. And I think for FPS Lounge, just having that inevitability, putting melee creeps in the spot,
Mirage looking
for your tournament life.
Again, he's just a P2 king, P3 king.
Game, you need to force a ton of plays.
I don't know if he's like a primary carry, bro.
Mental spot to be able to just play good Deadlock, right? Where they bought all these disarming hex, and it's like that's cool, and like I see how it fits the matchup well. But at the end of the day, you're buying you're putting a lot of souls from your overall team into something that doesn't deal damage, get kills, pressure objectives, end the game, right? It's like a useful fighting tool, but I think melee creeps maybe over-indexed into that, and in the end, FPS just got to that stat check territory. So really well executed from them to be able to play 2 completely different styles of drafts and make them both look equally as effective.
Yeah, it's tough. We're going to look at the MVP now, and of course, who else but
Xeno, okay. I feel like he could have gone AVG this game, but Xeno did pop off.
Times and setting the tempo, pressuring like crazy, just doing all of the things that you would expect to see a Holiday doing. And it does.
Yeah, I do want to get my other graphics
for melee creeps. FPS Lounge is probably the only team that can punish them and show them their weaknesses right now and make them uncomfortable. And it is because of what players like Xeno are able to do.
I mean, Xeno,
I just want to see items and stuff. I feel like Dispel Magic's going to have a huge week.
Right? Like a comp that was
Recharging Rush is going to have a huge bump this week.
Greedy Short was maybe supposed to really farm up Storm, get towards that late game.
Headhunter's going to have a huge bump this week.
The whole process gets accelerated. And then obviously in the first of this best of 3, he's playing, he's playing this Holiday in and around this Billy, Calico, Viscous composition as well. And in both cases looks fantastic. We spent a lot of time on board with Xeno, and I think, a great performance from them. We could also admit that Holiday is at a pretty oppressive level at the moment. The changes to these barrels mean that you can invest more in just your spirit damage off the back of those and do some pretty horrific amounts of damage. The fact that Spirit Burn also increases your ability range just feels like it's a perfect fit here for Holiday in general. But I thought Xeno was cracked over the course of this series. He got 12 kills. Top kills in that first game as well. So very much involved in a lot of that really important early to mid game fighting.
Yeah, or Holiday just feels like orbital strike cannon with these barrels. The amount of AoE like he's able to have on the full build. I mean, we talk about a lot about what heroes are really useful around the mid boss pit. And I think we may have underestimated just how good Holiday can be with Spirit Burn with that much AoE. You throw those barrels in, everybody who's like challenging for the crazy parries in the pit, you are hitting every single player with those barrels, and they just come one after the other with Spirit Burn taking you down. It's insane to me that your initiator can be your top damage hero like this, but while those two can be one and the same, no complaints for FPS Lounge, of course, drafting Holiday for Xeno first.
That's interesting that the way that you say that the initiator can be the top damager, because we also saw that like Viscous today was the top damager as well, and he's kind of like a support hero, and so kind of interesting way to spot what might.
I think this utility shot on Viscous is troll.
Maybe it doesn't need.
I think Lawmane's new build is a perfect example of that.
On matchmaking.
If you get past the early
like really powerful spot, I just want to
lack of damage with splatter early, like with going the express shot shit, I think this Viscous hero just too much damage, bro. Too much fucking damage.
And then like pivoted pretty heavy into like stacking spirit power later in the game for those abilities. So that's just really heads up. Like basically playing a different focus for Viscous over 2 different phases of the game, which was sick. But yeah, I think like spirit power is something that we need to be looking out for right now. It's extremely potent, and that's why we're seeing like itemization to limit that from like our Geists and our Mirages.
And just a quick thing, just to make sure that we got a $1,000 donation for the players today as well.
Yeah, holy fuck!
Shout out again to, was it Shocked Pelvis? I think it was. The patron of Deadlock was the note that went along with that. So
it's such an interesting name. I don't even. Yeah.
It sounds
you can have whatever name you want if you want to give us a $1,000.
Yeah, no, that's true. Honestly, like you have naming rights. Honestly, next week it's Night Shift presented by Shock Pelvis.
There you go.
Literally, like unironically though, like unironically.
This week. I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy, wacky stuff. I think in this
past
few weeks of meta, I mean, the urn changes, I think, really
I fucking love production. These production guys, they're fucking pro.
Drafting, but we've also had a lot more tournaments to play in general, and so this week,
these guys
today,
are pro.
This is how the picks have looked. What jumps out to you guys?
I mean, obviously Grey Talon still getting a fair bit of play in EU only though, getting banned out in NA on occasion. Obviously we had Drifted Dynamo picked up in that last EU game, which was kind of absurd. We saw a lot more variety. I think
little fall off on the Rem. Shiv comes back to Earth a little bit. Sinclair
obviously
popped out for Obi-Kim.
3 separate occasions.
Calico climbs a little bit. Makes sense to me. Silver drops a little bit. Makes sense. Guys climbs. Makes sense.
There, of course, your Billy's Venator.
Bebop.
And Mirage has come back into vogue.
Mixed results in the Bebop today. I feel like he's more should be in the 2 to 3 range probably. Dynamo.
Yeah,
from the ashes,
insane, especially around the mid boss.
From the depths of unpicked hell, Dynamo returns. Same with Viper.
The supports that are getting played generally are those that deal a lot of damage, right? Like Doorman, Viscous. I mean, and I guess
Moga.
Rem,
Mo got banned because of the Doorman.
We look at the healing stat a lot of time and talk about it, but Rem actually can build a lot of very aggressive active items. Playing around tag along, and I think he kind of fits this mold as well. Or he's the one.
GT not played a lot today, but banned a lot.
Into spirit damage that fits this meta, but it's interesting that characters like Kelvin, Paige, completely untouched.
No like 100% picker bans today though.
Victor, who's been, and Celeste even, who've been like these
great
frontliners doing a lot of aggressive damage.
Nope, there was only 6 games
going those directions, feeling like maybe they're just a little bit too hard to get away with. I think Holiday is having huge influence on the meta. I think everybody has to think about how do I play with Holiday, how do I play against Holiday.
Victor falling off the face of the earth makes no fucking sense to me.
That's interesting to me as well is we haven't seen
I feel like Kelvin is in a similar boat as Dynamo. Like you could probably play him sometimes. I feel like Apollo should not be this far off. I feel like Celeste should. Celeste is the one that makes no sense.
The mobility matter. I actually feel like Kelvin's actually very nice in terms of mobility. So yeah, I'm not really sure.
Oh, Pockets banned? Oh, maybe we should think about this fucking hero that does giga AoE damage, infinite movement, and does hybrid gun damage. Oh, maybe we should think about this fucking hero.
Found its way into that spot like legitimate.
That's weird.
Whereas I always felt like Frozen Shelter was more defensively oriented. So I don't know. Maybe that's a piece of it.
Yeah, I think this is teams have gotten better and better at Deadlock. That's one thing I have to remember when it comes to competitive play this early into the game's lifespan. Is like, not only is the game
I gotta read this, no disrespect,
shifting and actually changing, but also teams are getting better and better. And one thing I think we see more and more of is these very split team fights, right? We saw a ton in this most recent match where like different fights happening all over the map all at once.
Nah, it's gone. Fuck, I wanted to read the no disrespect comment. They're always hilarious.
Like, okay, since we're putting pressure on somewhere else, I can go for this 1v1, 2v2 kind of a brawl.
I don't copy pasta.
We are team fighting just in a dispersed way around the map. So supports like Kelvin Page, they want this like all in, 12 players in one spot, so I get absolute maximum value. Where the Viscous, the Doorman, they're kind of happy to move in and out, bob and weave with the fight. So they feel like better picks at the moment.
Or shielding's undertuned and poke is overtuned.
Do you guys have any other thoughts you want to throw
or
in
that,
at the end of the broadcast? It's
maybe the Spirit Burn item's just a little too fucking insane.
Down, so there's any last
maybe Spirit's a little overtuned, perhaps.
I
think Kelvin's same as down about that. Like, you can play Kelvin. I don't think it's like unpickable.
The top in NA, right? Melee creeps are going to be back. I think this is one of the points where you have a look at yourself, but it's also the first run for Vinyl, right? Obviously, you're still working on getting them integrated.
I wonder if he's going to be back next week. If I'm being honest, that one dive is They should bring in hydration, bro. I know they do, like. I know there's like beef from back in the day. They should bring in hydration. The hydration is the exact player they need. They need a frontline support player, like Flex Spirit / support / frontline player. That's what they need.
Managed to come away with the top 2 slots.
Like Engage Warden's back, Calico's back.
Went into the lab.
Bring them in.
Drastically stronger team than any.
Even just trial them for a game. Just see what happens. Just see what happens.
Stop them, if anyone can stop them. Might take some time for folks to climb back up, but always great to see good competitive Deadlock being played. That's what we're all here for, after all. Amazing support from the community. $1,000 from one donation is awesome. We're gonna put that obviously right back into events and prize pool. So amazing stuff from the community. Much love, y'all.
Awesome. All right. Well, I gotta say, much love as well to everybody, all the chatters, the patrons, the subscribers, the gifters, the donators, everybody that is able to make this show possible. We couldn't do it without you. And if you enjoyed the show, you stuck with us the whole time, that's awesome. We're going to be back, same place, same time, next week, until the end of time. See you later.
Retro. Well done. Well done again. Well done again. Okay, items will hopefully be on Twitter. I will look. Okay, I want to try playing one Street Brawl game to see if my bitrate is okay. So I'm going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to put my leg downwards. Uh-oh. Gulp. The other thing is I can't fully, bend it all that much, so fitting under my desk is just hard, bro. Hello. Why am I webcam? Oh, gameplay plus cam. That's why. Okay, I'm just gonna play one Street Ball game just to check my bitrate and shit. I'm stealing this, slow man. Thank you. Build stolen. Okay, I just want to see what my bitrate's like right now. How powerful is Billy? My leg is throbbing like crazy just from sitting here for like 2 seconds. How powerful is Billy? Billy's like... I'd say he's like the better frontliner right now. We'll get a carry as this hero. I don't know, I wouldn't call him like a carry. 2 or 3, probably. You could carry a game on Billy though. Needs redesign. Minus 13% health, I'm never doing that. For fire rate too, and weapon damage? Nah. Nah, son. Okay, jumping around a base, my bitrate's fine. I'm starting to think it was just the server, bro. The server I use OBS to, which is Seattle, I think. It might have just been the server for a day or something. I might be able to up my bitrate again. What server do I stream to? Yeah, it might have just been the server. I don't know.
Because everything's like going completely fine now. Like my bitrate's like max. It's not even like dipping. Can't see in game though. Bow now. Bow now. It's better. I get spiked with that. Nah, Hunter's too good. Hunter's too good. This is too good. And then I have enough for duration to put a point into ult. Here's the other thing that's fucking with me. So I have to turn like this. Then I really have to tuck my leg, which is uncomfortable. And then my wrist is like hanging a bit now. Like it's not comfy. It's hard to be comfy again. This isn't as bad though. This feels better than it did yesterday. Is my DPI on? What's my DPI right now? The DPI is way too high right now. What is going on with my DPI? Here it looks fine though. Oh. That's not good. I'm gonna die right before I get ult up. Oh! I'm a noob! Yeah, they committed everything to kill me. Surely my dude, dash three people, please. Come on, wavy boppus. Oh. Is my DPI like good right now? I don't know why. It feels really weird. Maybe I just haven't played. I played the other day though, and it felt okay. Now it's feeling like broken. I missed. I'm a noob. I am noob. Back. Back. My leg is just throbbing like a motherfucker when I say like this, bro. Ugh. Okay. I just need to find a way to be able to tuck my leg in, which I just can't do right now. I might have to like pull my desk away from the wall, I think. That might be the move. Baited him. Baited, not smarted. Got his ass. Booster. Ooh, this seems kind of insane though, no? Yeah. Yeah. Buster. The Buster. I feel like I should go X on plug it. I brought them to the outside, to the out of bounds. We're in the Twilight Zone. They don't even notice. They don't even appreciate me putting them in the Twilight Zone. Make your choices, noobs. Look what I've done for you. Okay, gonna try doing this again. Any bending on my knee, though, it just starts fucking... It's like pulsating, bro. And I'm not even like... It's not like I'm like bending. It's like I'm just like pushing against the wall, so it's going like slightly down. And then my knee's like, no, we're not doing that. Let's go, let's go. This guy cannot play a game without HP. I can't cut. Does everyone else find it weird that you can't quantum through REM sleep? That seems like a very specific, like... Is Dynamo just not allowed to counter REM? We're just not allowed to do that, I guess? Tried to get the other one. But I trolled. That's fine. Oh, stop. The goad. Abram's back. Yeah, junk Miles bed. No, we don't kill him. I clicked it over, bro. Yeah, I'm dead as fuck. I'm fucking dead as shit. I heal. Oh, fuck it, I'm down. Fuck it, I'm down. We're on that do-rag Dynamo shit. Throwback. Come on. He's the goat. We weren't kidding. This guy is the goat. My god, does so much damage. Why am I punching? Come here, little goat. Come here. Come here. No! Die with ult up again. I'm a noob. I'm a fucking noob. This is not hurting as much as yesterday when I was sitting like this, though. I think once the throbbing goes down a little bit, this is a very good sign. I might be able to get some games in tomorrow. Try to fight back. Ooh. Ooh. Could have killed him there with that. Dude, expansion's just so good. And it gives me sure resist, like. But 65%, bro? Like, the Abrams can never kill me. Fuck it. I need more greens anyways. Unstop, nice. Nice. I'm gonna heal. I'm trusting in my blicky. In my blicky. Do, do, do. God, it's silencer too. That boy different. Ow. Man, if I could hit shots. Get out of there, boys. Oh, yeah, I can shoot again. Oh, I forgot I had max heal. Oh, I thought it canceled his... I'm a noob. I'm once again a noob. I don't know my unstop though, so I couldn't like unstop alt. I think I was just dead to the alt if I didn't do something. Get his ass. No, first lives. This guy dies though. Nice, nice, nice. Bro. Can I hit a headshot? No. Of course I can't hit a headshot. Of course I can't. Going. I'll see the enemy. I don't give a fuck about this guy. I'm shooting. Yeah, I don't fucking care about this guy. I don't even parry. Oh shit. Nah, I got tip. Oh fuck. Sounds kind of bog. Ball. 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 It's our game to win. Any unstops? Oh, Eternal Gift Abrams. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. I have to get the homies out. Waiting, I'm waiting. I don't know if I'm stopped though. Oh! I trolled. No, I lost the game. I mean, Crypto's already dead. It was kind of over, but... Ah, junk! We don't have enough damage, bro. For real. Attack helicopter. Too much, too much. Okay, my bird looked fine. So I think it is actually just server. Maybe the server for like that week or like couple days was just fucked up. I don't know. Maybe my speech isn't throttling anymore. I don't know. Anyways, I'll be back on Friday for scrims against Nebraska Esports. Ooh, so going to be very, very good scrims. And then our official match this week is going to be on Sunday versus Twin Omen, which will be a good series. We unfortunately did go to lower bracket, but we could go on a run. We could go all the way to finals. You know, we're a good team. We could we can piece it together. We just got to get good practice in. So I might look for practice on Saturday too. Don't know if I'll stream that though. I just want to like, I don't think I should be sitting on my PC all day 2 days in a row. Like as you see, like every like 5 or like every hour, so I have to go like kind of like chill and put my leg up. So, yeah, it's probably just not a good idea to like stream a bunch of days in a row. But I will see you on Friday for scrims, and yeah, and then Sunday again for our official match. So thanks for watching, and watch the new YouTube video. New YouTube video came out today. It's about ABL and his return to pro play and what that kind of means for our scene, and kind of like talking about broader esports as a whole, and kind of like what the direction we're going in. And you know, we have choices, we have directions we can go. So thanks for watching, and I will see you on Friday.